Ken Anderson, and we coming to you live today, boys. I got my main man Ryan on here. How you doing on trade deadline Monday?
Antsy, man. I'm antsy. I'm ready for the Braves to actually get a number two starting pitcher. The AA is always cutting it close, and I'm tired of them cutting it close.
Yeah, we've got 4 hours to go, and he's made three moves. We'll go over them. But Andrew, how you doing?
Oh,
I
yeah.
am doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on today. We are live, ready for take on the trade deadline that we got 4 hours left.
Well, we've went over this a little bit. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on all this. So we're going to work on the Braves trades, and we'll go back to the trades that have made since we did our last deadline podcast. Let's go through the Braves trades. First of all, we'll go backwards because we hadn't really talked about it as a group. I know y'all haven't on Brett Suter at all. We send Nacho Alvarez to the Angels, and that's good for Nacho. You can talk on either one of them there, Ryan. So, what do you think about getting Brent Suter from the Angels for Nacho Alvarez?
I'm okay with it. I've always said I want another left-handed pitcher. I think that was a big key for us. I just look, I Danny Young's been okay, right? But Brent Suter's got that. He's just got that funky release point, and he's always tough on left-handers. I mean, you're going to face some good left-handers, whether it's going to be the Brewers, Dodgers, or Phillies in the postseason. And if you got to go early to a lefty, he gives you the opportunity to go ahead and do that. So I'm perfectly fine, and we give up nothing. No offense to Nacho Alvarez. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but when they're moving you around the entire infield and then they're saying, hey, how about you go try catching? Like, they don't know what your future is. You don't hit enough to be in the big leagues. I didn't see it personally from him coming up here and being a contributor, even as a utility player like a Dubon. So I am perfectly fine with this move. Is it a needle mover? No. Is it a nice bullpen piece to even get her bullpen even deeper? 100%. So it was a good deal, I think.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm gonna. Sorry, Ken, to interrupt you on there. I kind of agree with Ryan on the Suter deal. Good lefty, funky guy, especially if we go get into a series with the Dodgers or the Phillies. Well, lefties there, and then unfortunately, Nacho just didn't really have a future with us. It kind of seemed that way. Hope the kid gets some playing time out in LA.
yeah, I do too. So he's going to take over a spot where we need one kind of a long man. He can bounce back and forth if we need some sort of starter, extended innings. So, and I think this means probably Danny Young's going to get DFA. It's like the most likely. What are your thoughts on that? I think it's Danny Young probably goes out here and Suter takes his place, Ryan.
Yeah, it makes the most sense, right? You need a left-handed pitcher, so to go, you're not going to get rid of Dodd. I would like to keep Danny, but at the same time, I just don't see Danny staying here, and you're swapping one lefty for another unless you're able to somehow stash him. But I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah, I think Danny Young's the most reasonable person to be getting that boot for Suter.
Yeah, I do too. So the next move that we made that we haven't really talked about is Tyler Molly's coming here for Anthony Molina. Andrew, we didn't give up anything here. We picked up Anthony on a weird cash considerations deal. Uh, Molly's coming here because his last five starts he's went into the sixth inning, one time into the twice into the seventh inning, and he under Hefner's tutelage and pitch mix, he should be even more successful since his IL stint. His numbers have got better. So, Andrew, what do you think about Tyler Molly coming to the Braves?
I think it's a good role piece that we just brought in. We need more starting pitchers um, for the depth to get to the postseason, and then who knows if he's good. If he keeps pitching on the track he has been, he may be a good little piece to have in our starting rotation in October. We'll see what else happens, but I like it. We gave him up for a Hershey bar, so there you go.
Yeah, and in this case here, Ryan, this most likely means Jr. We everybody finally figured out the rule. He can go back down. We'll give kudos to Lindsey on that. He actually said he can go back down one more time. Hold on a minute. We go back down one more time, and Jr. Ritchie's probably going to go. So Ryan, what do you think about Jr. going down and Tyler Molly?
I'm glad that we didn't run him completely out of options because, look, he would have been fine in the bullpen being in a long relief role. I don't think that had been an issue. But for him to just be able to go down to AAA and be a starting pitcher figure out his command and be able to develop that, because that's literally the last piece that I see him needing before he's up in the big leagues for a while. It's good. I'm not saying Malley's going to be our. God, I hope he's not our number 2 starting pitcher, Chad. Believe me, I hope he's not. But, you know, right now that's the way. That's where things are sitting at. So I think he's a Hefner's kind of protege type. Typical pitcher. He's got a sinker and cutter. He's got good movement on his pitches. So I think Hefner will be able to help him with that. But at the same point in time, go get a number 2 starting pitcher, Alex. Holy crap!
Yeah, he's going to eat us innings, and he's going to get us to the October, and that'll help our relief corps. So one more we're going to go through. Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas comes. That's where it gets tricky. Andrew, let you go first because me and Ryan try to figure out who's going to go down in this deal. Lane Thomas is going to stay. We got a whole Hassan Kim problem. But what do you think about Lane Thomas joining the Braves? 820 or 838 OPS against left-handers. That dog will hunt.
Yeah, that dog's going to hunt right there against lefties. The Lane Thomas, I'm a happy camper with it. I know Braves fans have been wanting him for the last couple of years, but very much believe that this is a good move for our bats going into the postseason, especially the rest of the season, because we have not hit lefties well the entire year. I'm not really sure what they're going to do with Eli White in a couple of days. I mean, it's a good thing we don't play today, because that would be a move that would have some questioning decisions and everything like that going in, because but I like the Lane Thomas move. I'm happy with it, and I'm happy that he's on our team.
I am too. I think Lane and Yes is a perfect platoon for left field. You know, tomorrow's transactions maybe lead like a book. What's going to go on? What are your thoughts about Lane joining the team?
It's a good right-handed bat that we needed, right? We needed somebody to platoon with Yaz against lefties. That's been the one kind of hole, because Dubon's had to flex in and out from left field to shortstop to right field since Ronald's been out. But since Ronald's back, we got the platoon, so that kind of can shift Dubon back to shortstop if you want to go there. So it's going to be a booklet of transactions for AA after today. Shoot, he might even start doing it today, hopefully. But it's a good move. We needed it. I'm glad we got Lane Thomas. It was a piece that we needed, but we still need more.
Yeah, good deal. So we're going to work in the trades back. We just had 2 trades. We're going to go backwards. We're going to one just recent, and we'll go all the way back, and we'll finally get to the one that we hadn't covered yet, and that's the Silsa trade to the Rangers. So right now, just breaking, we're going to give the one that we know has happened. Liam Hicks, which we knew the Marlins were going to try to get rid of him. They're not going to outright sell, I think. Liam Hicks is going to the Rays. That's a really good pickup by the Tampa Rays, and we'll get into their other moves. What do you think about Liam Hicks, Ryan, going to the Rays?
Well, the Rays always have devil magic down there, and they normally don't miss on trades. So apparently they really do like the Liam Hicks kid. He gives them a much-needed bat at catcher, just because they really don't have offense outside of Caminero, Yandy, and Aranda. So it's a really good piece for them to lengthen that lineup, and adds another catcher. Every team needs catching right now, and you just saw the Red Sox go get one. Well, pending medical reviews. So good move for the Rays.
Yeah, that's the one we can't report yet, but reports are that Rutschman, they're in medicals now. So if they should pass the medicals, Rutschman will be going to the Red Sox. So what do you think about Liam Hicks, Andrew, going to the Tampa Bay Rays?
Seems like a good deal for the Tampa Bay Rays. They needed a catcher, and they could have used another lefty, and they just got him. Hicks has kicked our butt a little bit in the past, so glad he's off the Marlins, but we won't see him this week. But good pickup for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, I agree. The other one that we can't officially report is Robbie Ray is coming off the market. That takes another one of the starting pitchers out. He's going to the San Diego Padres. I think the Padres were going to sell a week ago, Ryan, and then they finally have caught back into the wild card. And I think they smell carnage in the Diamondbacks and the Phillies and think they can run them down for the playoffs. What do you think about A.J. Preller? He knew he was probably wanted to buy more anyhow, picking up Robbie Ray.
I don't think it's a needle mover for him. And look, Robbie Ray's going to add a nice starting pitching depth, but I don't look at him as a a frontline starting pitcher for the postseason. They only have one, kind of like we only have one right now. So, can they get in the postseason with it? Sure. Can they go deep in the playoffs with their current roster? Probably not. I think they would have done way better if they sold pieces. I really do. If they would have sold some of those bullpen pieces, if you would have sold Ty France right now, you would have gotten a lot of prospects back in your farm system. So I think the Padres chose the wrong direction personally.
I do too. I think that's. I don't think they can win the National League with Robbie Ray. So, but we'll see. Andrew, what do you think about Robbie Ray going to the Padres?
I'm a little bit surprised. I'm not surprised by the Padres adding. I'm surprised that they got an in division trade between two rivals. But yeah, it seems to be that the move right there is it's a good deal for the Padres. I would not be shocked if they find their way into the postseason. They're playing well now, especially Jackson Merrill is starting to hit the ball really well right now. And that bullpen's always going to play. So I think Robbie Ray to the Padres is a good move for them, and we'll see if they're done yet.
Yeah, I do too. So we'll see. They're probably going to add somebody. They need another bat, to be honest with you. So we'll see if they add another bat. All right. Before we get to the rest of the trades, we just want to jump in there, try to give them as they come live. We got a lot of people in chat. Andrew, you monitoring chat for us?
Yes, I am. I'm monitoring and enforcing the chat, discussing with some of our viewers. We're having a good time.
What's some of the questions they got? Shoot them our way, and we'll try to answer them as we look to see what the next trade is.
Yeah, so y'all, we're getting a lot of WhatsApps and a lot of updates from what, Heyman, Passan kind of been putting out in the last 5 minutes. But y'all shoot us some questions, maybe give us a player or two you guys would like to see the Braves get, and we'll kind of discuss that, guys. But also shoot some questions about some favorite things to do at the ballpark, favorite ballpark food, beverages, favorite stadiums, anything. We'll go and talk about that as this deadline keeps going.
One of the things that's coming out is I know that one of the guys sent me a question there and sent here, and I'll go ahead and answer it. DeGrom and Mize, depending on who you talk to. Evan Grant, who we're friends with, he's saying he don't think the Rangers are going to do anything. You go to another side of the thing, and a guy, I won't throw him under the bus, he thinks the Rangers are going to sell. Speaking of selling, they just sent Josh Smith to the Toronto Blue Jays, along with another pitcher. So, is Jacob DeGrom in play? Who knows? I think if I'm Alex, I'm going to at least make Chris Young tell me no. Ryan, what you got?
So apparently Ken Rosenthal put out a report that Jacob DeGrom already enacted his no trade clause because he's got no trade for every team in MLB, and he reported to Chris Young he wanted to stay in Texas.
There we go. So Jacob DeGrom is not coming. As far as Casey Mize, again, it's who you ask. I believe Casey Mize will get dealt before 6 p.m. today. I don't see why there's a reason for them to keep them. I do know they want to try to get some sort of major league pitcher ready for 27 back, which is what we heard on Scooble. And I don't know if they got pitch. I don't think River Ryan's going to pitch, but we don't know. So what do you think about Casey Mize, Ryan?
I would love to have Casey Mize. Chat, yeah, Andrew, I would also love Evaldi too. But Casey Mize, I as long as his medicals come back clean, because I think there is some worry there about his velocity dropping one of his last starts. So as long as his medicals come back really clean, or as clean as you can imagine for a starting pitcher who's been in the league for a while, I would be okay with getting Casey Mize. He slots right in behind Chris Sale for us. He gives us a number 2 starting pitcher heading into the postseason as long as he's healthy and we make it there. It would be a nice move. It's a move that we need to make, whether it's for him, Detmers, one of those guys that are still out there. We need to go make a move for somebody.
Yeah, and Andrew, in the case of this, I think you got to make them tell you no. Look, the Mozeliaks went halfway. He sold a lot of pieces, and we'll go through them here in just a little bit. I think you got to go out there and say, look, you got to tell me no on Detmers. What about you, Andrew?
Oh, I completely agree. They're selling Soriano, Adele, Suter. Jorge Soler's probably going to get traded as well. Make him tell you no. Give him your best offer and make him tell you no. I mean, there's nothing. That's the worst he can tell you, and there's just a lot that can go into it, but make him tell you no. That's the worst.
Interesting here. One of our followers says that right now DeGrom only has 8 teams he can veto, though. The full no trade doesn't go into effect until the offseason. DeGrom could still be in play if the Braves are not on one of those 8 teams he had listed. So who knows? So we'll see. But DeGrom would be a hard get anyhow. And one of our other talking pods put it out there. I think they're from Hammer. Said that might mean Didier have to go. So you don't know what the Rangers are going to ask for. So when you say you want somebody, you got to remember you got to give up somebody, and the Rangers are going to want who they want. So let's get to the Josh Smith to the Blue Jays trade. That was the least previous one. What do you think about that trade? I kind of like what the Blue Jays are doing. Let's go ahead and group in Jose Soriano. They got Jose Soriano. They got Josh Smith. They sent Kevin Gausman, who is terrible, guys. I don't know why y'all keep wanting him. He's gone to the Cubs. Ryan, what do you make about what the Blue Jays are doing?
I really like what they're doing. Josh Smith's a nice little utility piece. I think, is Ernie a free agent at the end of this year or next year? He's coming up.
Year.
Okay, so I mean, you kind of got your replacement with him with Josh Smith there. Gausman, they clearly wanted to get rid of Kevin Gausman. They got a few prospects back, not highly rated, but decent prospects back from the Cubs. And then they go out and get Jose Soriano, who has tremendous upside for them to be in the rotation for the next 2 to 3 years. So I really like what the Blue Jays have done. They said, you know what, we're punting on this year, but we're going to come back and be ready for whether we play baseball in 27 or 28. I really like what the Blue Jays are doing. They're having a good deadline.
How about you, Andrew? I like what the Blue Jays are doing too.
Yeah, I completely agree. Blue Jays are going in it for 2027. I love the Jose Soriano move. You know me, Ken. We talked even before the offseason or during the offseason. Josh Smith could have been an option if we never could have landed Dubon. So I like him. What Toronto's doing. It's pretty interesting.
All right, the one before that is Baltimore Orioles. Really was looking this weekend to beat the Phillies. They lost. I'm not really sure what the Royals are going to do as far as Trevor Rogers here. He's a rental. That could be a last-minute thing where somebody goes and grabs Trevor. But in the meantime, they ship Taylor Ward to the Mariners. That's a good move by the Mariners. It doesn't really affect anything, except they can't hit. Taylor Ward hasn't really hit this year, but he has taken pitches. He has got on base run. What do you think about Taylor Ward to the Mariners? And do you think there's a possibility they may open up Trevor Rogers here by the end of the day?
I don't think there's a shadow of a doubt Trevor Rogers is on the table. The Orioles aren't. I mean, they traded Adley Rutschman today. There's no way the Orioles are going to be in it this year. So I would expect Rogers would be on the board. I would like to get a Rogers as well, but we'll see. Taylor Ward going to the Mariners, it does nothing for me, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's just a move to kind of make a move, and you gave up 3 players for him, I think is what it was. I don't know any of the players. I don't think they were highly rated. But at the same point in time, man, they needed an actual big bat, and they don't have that coming back in Taylor Ward. He's a nice piece. He'll get on base, but he hasn't been really driving the ball like he normally does this year. So I'm glad that AA didn't go the Taylor Ward route and he went the Lane Thomas route, if I'm being honest. So the Mariners got something. What they're getting, I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, I'm not either. How about you, Andrew? What do you think about Taylor Ward going to the Mariners?
It's a move that, by the way I see it, after they kind of won 2 big games this weekend, I see it. They just, all right, let's give it one last shot, and this may be the one thing we do.
Yeah, they're an interesting bunch. They trade Castillo to the White Sox. Let's go through the White Sox because they've just kind of done stuff as they go through. They've made 3 moves. Here they are. They get Luis Castillo. That's just a flyer. He struggled this year. They hope they find something in him. They get Brazoban from the Mets. That's pretty good, getting him in the bullpen. They need bullpen help. And they got Brenton Dole. Very interesting. He's a great defensive center fielder, Ryan. What do you think about what the White Sox have done so far?
I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but they normally had some pretty good pieces in the outfield. I mean, I guess he might be a platoon for Benintendi if they want to do that route. I don't think Brenton Doyle's had the best year, but he is a very good defensive center fielder, so he could come in late in games and be a defensive replacement. But again, I don't see it being a needle mover for me. It's it's kind of a very bland move. Like I don't fully get what they're trying to get with Brenton Doyle, other than just defense personally.
I agree. Andrew, White Sox, they get Castillo, taking a flyer on him. Hope they can fix him. Brazoban is probably the best one they've got of the three so far. They'll help him. And then Brenton Dole for defensive purposes. What do you think about the White Sox?
It's a good deadline so far. Three names that are pretty noticeable. I kind of thought that the White Sox may just say we don't want to trade anybody, but no, I like the moves for him, especially hopefully maybe Castillo just needed a change in scenery. He's been out there for a couple years. Chicago's pretty on the low key market because they're overshadowed by the Cubs. They're crosstown rivals. I know that firsthand just living there, but yeah, a good deadline for the Cubs so far.
Yeah. Here's the deal. I'm gonna go in the chat real quick. Audible Truth. I did kind of make sure all of the volume is up, so hopefully you can hear us. Saying y'all too, he's having a tough time, so we'll see. Next one, 404 guy official. Can we get Zach Neto? It's going to take a haul, and it's going to be really hard to pull that off. They'd had to been talking for days to get Zach over here. Looks like the Rangers have gone the other way. Joseph, you ask, can we still get Evaldi? 100%. I mean, if they're listening, they're listening. DeGrom has the no trade. We can't figure it out, but Evaldi, and he would be a nice pickup to come. As for me, hush money. Does Jason end up with an aneurysm? That's the friends of ours. Yes. If we don't make a trade for a number two pitcher, we all love him on Twitter. Jason Reese, we're going to have to go get medical help for him. So he's going to, yeah, he will.
There might be a lot of Braves fans in the hospital if we don't
Yeah.
get a number 2 starting pitcher. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah, everybody's going to be paying their deductible come Tuesday because we're gonna be needing it. Brody's on here, guys, and Brody asked if we can make a push for Detmers or Kirby. I 100% would. I mean, they've already traded Castillo. I'd go to the Mariners and see what it would take to get Kirby. I'm not going to overpay for George Kirby, but I would definitely see what it would take. And Alex is the king of not paying anything for players. He's gave up zero this so far. What do you think about Kirby, Ryan?
I would personally like George Kirby coming here. I've always enjoyed watching him pitch. And went for Seattle. He's thrown very well in the postseason for them when they made it. Would I love me some George Kirby. And if y'all are wondering kind of what this is his TJ stats page, if I can pull it up for you guys. He looks pretty daggum good if y'all are curious about that. He doesn't walk anybody. He still gets a lot of swing and miss. His pitches look really, really good. He grades out extremely well. If we can look at his pitch data right here, as you can see, he's got a lot of stuff that is in the red. So he is a very solid pitcher if we can get him. This is one that you give up a good bit to get, and there's no doubt about it, but I would be the one willing to give up some guys to get this because that's a legitimate number. That's a number 1A. You got Sale as the 1, and then Kirby would be your 1A, so I would make that move.
I would too. I would go in the postseason with Sale, Kirby, and Bryce Elder. I'd be okay with that. I'd be fine with that. So, Audible Truth asked about Detmers again. I think here's the deal, Audible. They wanted to get rid of one of them. What I've heard from Lima and all them out on the West Coast, Gavin Height from Up West Sports, were falling out of love with Soriano. They like Detmers a little bit more than Soriano. Now, look, Soriano's got the big arm, but Detmers being a left-handed pitcher, so we'll see if Detmers gets shipped. But that's what's going on with Detmers. Ryan, what you got?
Got a new trade. Jeff Passan just reported that left-hander Chris Bubich is going from the Kansas City Royals to the Evil Empire on the West Coast.
Yeah, if you thought they were done, we could have told you they're not done. They're trying to buy up as much talent as possible. Here's the question on Bubich going to the Dodgers, the Evil Empire. Is that not signifying that maybe Friedman is telling everybody he's not sure about some of these pitchers coming back, Ryan?
I hope so. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but I hope so. Skubal, Otani, Yamamoto's kind of already a good 1, 2, and 3. So, I know they're probably questioning on Snell for sure because his has been a shoulder and it hasn't really gotten right since. I don't know about Glasnow's injury. I haven't heard much on that. I can't remember that far back. So, I don't wish guys to have injuries, but I don't like the Dodgers, so I hope they get healthy after this postseason, Ken.
Yeah, I do too. And here's the deal, Joseph. Jacob asked us this question. Yeah, we haven't heard a lot on the Royals, but now we have. This is the first Royal, really. I mean, we as far as pitchers, is there a chance that they actually may move on from Michael? They've been saying they're not going to. Michael Waka and Lugo. And the reason why is Michael Waka and Lugo are signed for a few years, so you can get back. And they're in a terrible division, so they can get back in it. Any chance, Andrew, that you would take? I know what Ryan's going to say. Did you take a flyer on Michael Waka or Seth Lugo, Andrew?
Absolutely. I mean, they're veteran starters. They've got postseason experience at a high level. I'd take a chance on either one of them. I'd prefer Michael Waka over Seth Lugo just because I think the stuff's a little bit more there, especially this year speaking. But I think both options would be pretty good.
I do too. And Ryan, before I ask you about Michael Waka, Audible Truth says he finally gets to put a face to the guy always calling Austin Riley Honey. He's going to keep it a $1.10 with you. So we got somebody that listens to us doesn't get a chance to see our videos. Tell them about how you feel about Michael Waka.
I would love to have Michael Waka, man. I know you guys have think that Michael's not. He is Bryce Elder. Well, I think he's the more polished version, a better version of Bryce Elder. He would slot very nicely behind Chris Sale. He gives you a number 2 option because I think Michael slots in nicely as a 2 or 3. And you got him under control for next year. He's like, I think 20 something, maybe 20 million, a little over 20 million. I'm perfectly fine paying that for Michael Waka. So I would be barking at the Kansas City Royals until 6 o'clock. I'd be calling a bunch of people. They'd be one I'd be staying in touch with, trying to get Waka away from them. Because if you're the Royals, you're looking at your team. You don't really have a whole lot coming through the system. You kind of are what you are. You didn't do great this year, so why are we just going to stand pat and hope that they figure it out next year? Doesn't seem like a really good strategy, in my opinion.
It doesn't to me either, and I think they can really get their forms. I like them getting Lucas Braun to come over for Thomas. That's a pitcher that might be there in a couple of years. Real quick here, Brett asked, do we have extra cash? And he goes on to say, if we do, it's frustrating. Yes, it is frustrating because they do have extra cash. So Bogey's the best one. If you're not following Oklahoma Nation, follow him. I don't want to get into all that finances. I guess me and Andrew, we could walk over to Derek Schiller's office and ask him, but he probably wouldn't like that. But after the Suter deal, I think Bogey's got us at 20-something million left. So, yeah, and that's just, it's based on how much you got to pay them this year. So, yeah, the Braves have plenty of cash to add if they want to. So that's the reason why in the next 3.5 hours you could get another Braves deal. He goes on to talk about the Profar money. That's what we're talking about. Let's see what else we got here. The guy says Jason Reese stresses him out, so that's okay. He's a good friend of mine, so you ought to be his text buddy. So Jason's just a very passionate fan, and he wears his heart on his sleeves. Who would I like more, Rogers or Detmers? I take both. I'm a left-handed pitcher guy. And the other one asked, would you like more, Kirby or Detmer? So, Ryan, those 3 pitchers rank them 1 through 3. Kirby, Rogers, and Detmers.
Detmers.
Oh, man. Give me Kirby 1, Detmers 2, Rogers 3. Purely because Rogers is a rental, and he's probably the least appealing to – out of those 3, he's the least appealing to me. I like Detmer's stuff, and he's got control. But I like George Kirby. George Kirby is a legit number 1. He's proven it. He's going to the postseason. He's pitched in hostile environments. He's pitched very well. I am all in on George Kirby. I'd be all in on Detmers. Those are they're very, very neck and neck. And then Rogers is kind of well below that if I had to rank those 3, Ken.
I kind of probably that way. I like left-handed pitcher, but Kirby can kind of sell me. He's pitched in the big postseason. Trevor hasn't yet, neither has Reed. That's where my settling is Kirby has thrown in the postseason, and it's a different animal when you pitch in October. How about you, Andrew? Rank those 3 pitchers.
I'm going to go Kirby at 1, Rogers at 2, Detmers at 3. And I'm just going to say that just because I'm just going to different just a little bit from Brian, just a little bit. But just to have some more talking points. But you can't go wrong with either Detmers or Rogers. But Kirby was definitely my one.
Yeah, I think Kirby's the play there. Real quick, just got a text. Let me go and throw this out. DeGrom did not block a trade to all the teams. He did block the trade to Philadelphia. So yeah, makes me like Jacob DeGrom a little bit more. So DeGrom blocked
Get
the
on the
trade
phone,
to
Alex.
Philadelphia.
Go get him. Bring him home.
Can we say what we usually say in our group chat?
No, it's YouTube. We can't do that.
We can say
Okay.
F in Phillies. good for Jacob. So yeah, so he's doing that. See what Furman says. I told everyone, Aaron, that pitching was not a guarantee to re-heal. We should have gotten pitching before the season. Very true. This is something that goes back to the off season, Ryan. But I'm going to tell you something. Me and you've done this on the podcast. We went through all the pitchers that were available. Now, not who you want. Who you want is not always available, but who we knew was available. I'm not sure we'd be in any better shape, Ryan, would we?
Hell no. Like, I'm not trying to be that person. I'm not defending AA here, but Chris Bassett, IL, he's been terrible. Freddie Peralta, terrible. Like I don't. Zach Littell has not been good for the Nationals, and I was kind of on Zach Littell, but he was horrible. So, out of the starting pitching options that were out there, there's nobody out there that would have been the number 2 starting pitcher for us. It sucked that Waldrop's gone. It sucked that Strider's gone because he's hurt. It sucks that Schwelly's not back and that he had elbow surgery. Like, it does suck, but there was nobody out there that was going to replace those guys. So, unfortunately, no, there were no needle movers out there this offseason. There is a lot more available today. So, I will say this, Chad. If he doesn't get somebody today, he deserves every ounce of hate that he is about to get from Braves country because he deserves it at this point.
I agree, Andrew. How do you feel about that? After we looked at them, there's not a lot of the guys done well this year, so we probably did the right thing by saving some money.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, I'm a business guy. There's nothing wrong with saving a little bit of money when you can throw it in your back pocket and use it for a later time. I'm not sure if that time's today, but we'll find out. But yeah, no, the guys that the Bassett's, the Littells, who else was it?
We had Valdez. People wanted Valdez. That's tossed a lot of money, and he has stunk.
Now,
I think the only guy that we could probably look back on and think that maybe hindsight's 2020. If you'd have told Alex that Swellenbach, Strider, all of them are going to get hurt, and really it's just Sale and Elder going in this, because he really at that point didn't know if Holmes or Lopez was going to pitch this year. Remember, this is the off season. Maybe he makes a little bit stronger run at Dylan Cease, but we're just not into signing pitchers long term for 7 years. So I don't kill him on that, and I can see why, because it's hard to have a pitcher pitch good for you for 7 years. I mean, we love Max Fried to death in Atlanta, and he's already he's been on the injury list. So, we'll see. Let's get back to the trades, and we'll keep breaking them. Our Phillies, our brethren, we just stuck it to him. DeGrom told him no. I love you, Jacob. I've always loved you. You're a great guy. They did did a good trade. Now, everybody's making a rise as the big guy they got today. I think me and Ryan agree the other 2 guys are the best guys they got. So Killian from the Giants and Rayleigh from the Mets really helped their bullpen, don't it, Ryan?
Yeah, Brooks Raley is a really good get for them. Killian was good too. That makes it a kind of a 7-inning game almost right there for the Phillies. Just because now look, those guys aren't going to be able to pitch every single game, so keep that in mind. The Phillies, I would still think, need another arm or 2 in the bullpen, but it's a really good start to their deadline. Luis Ariz is not a needle mover. Look, he's gonna scrap his way on base, but he's not gonna be a guy who's gonna drive in a ton of runs. He's not gonna hit for a lot of power, and he's a absolute toad out there on the base paths. So, I mean, good for them. They got a bat, but you're moving Stott to third. You're moving Bohm to first. Bryce Harper's going to the outfield. How well do those guys adjust to being in new positions? I don't know. That'll be interesting to see, because let me tell you, the Phillies already can't catch the ball. So if you're going to get worse defensively to bring in Arias, I don't know if that's the move or not, Ken.
I was about to say, I've seen Alec Bohm play first base, and it's not pretty. Now, he's not no Mark Vientos. Mark Vientos is maybe the worst fielding first baseman I've ever seen, but he's not the best for sure. Andrew, what do you think? I do like Caleb Killian. He can be nasty, especially those middle innings for them to set up Duran, and I love Brooks Raley. Ari's move is kind of weird. And I don't even know if Stott can play third base. I guess he's going to get a shot. What do you think, Andrew, about what the Phillies have done?
It's going to be a weird move with the rise at going wherever he's going to play. I like Brooks Raley deal. That's my favorite deal that they've made. I
Yeah.
did not think the Mets would do business with Philly, but they did.
Yeah, I mean, when you're just on a fire sale, you probably don't have much of a choice in getting prospects back. The Giants did pick up the number 4 prospect from the Phillies. I watched his video. I think Baseball Stitch put the video out. He's got a good changeup. He does. So we'll see how he works in San Francisco. The next deal we talked about the Josh Smith. We talked about Jose Soriano to the Jays. Um, would you have gave up the number 2 prospect? Now, me and Ryan talked about that. That number 2 prospect in the J system is probably about our number 7 or 8 in the Braves. System's storinger than the Jays. He is a good shortstop. Namela is his name. Would you have gave up a number 2 prospect for Jose Soriano, Ryan?
Ooh, if I was the Jays in their farm system, would I have given that up? Yes, I think so. Just because your core's right now. Your window is now. You're trying to win in the next few years, and you already know your farm system needs to be rebuilt. Soriano gives you a pitcher controlled for the next 3 to 4 years, and you desperately need that. And he could be a number 2 exactly right behind Dylan Cease, who you got locked up. So that gives you a really solid 1-2 punch. You can probably piece together the rest of the rotation. You already got a good bullpen. You got to imagine Vladdy's going to be a little bit better next year than he is this year. So yeah, I can understand and I would agree to go ahead and do that move, but at the same time, it's going to be it's going to really bite them in the ass if they don't get to the postseason the next few years and win at least one championship, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really fault them too much because they should have won it last year. To be honest with you, if they led off third base correctly. I don't really fault. What do you think about giving up your number 2 prospect for Jose Soriano, Andrew?
I'm not really. Maybe
Maybe.
if it guaranteed me a spot either in the World Series or, of course, for a championship, yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they're going for, and it's called the Vladdy years. They don't want to waste the Vladdy years. They want to get him a world. He's done them well. He signed the extension. He's going to retire probably a Blue Jay. Real quick, back to the chat. Furman brought about the great point. Would those pitchers done the same in Braves because the Braves have a really good defense? Your point's right. They probably would have pitched a little bit better with our defense behind it, and especially with Hefner being their pitching coach. Those things could have changed and made better. The problem is I think Fromber's here, and I don't think that helps us. And as far as Bassett got hurt, we don't know if he got hurt in Atlanta or didn't get hurt. So it's hard to say, but I'll give you that. Maybe if you get him with Hef is a really good pitching coach. Maybe they get a little bit better. But they've been so bad. I think all you do is going to get them up to the level of Grant Holmes and Bryce, and we've got that. So I'm glad still that we didn't spend the money. Hope that makes sense. Uh, One of the other question is about the Mets working with the Phillies interdivision. So let's look at the interdivision. So say the Nationals here in the last 3.5 hours decide to sell. Would the Nationals sell Foster Griffin to the Braves? Ryan.
I think they would. I think they would just because it's it could be a rental, but I don't know what the chances would be. Foster Griffin would re-sign here, but I do believe they would do it.
How about you, Ryan? You think the Nationals would do business with us with Foster Griffin?
Well, they about did business with us in 21 with Kyle Schwarber, if you guys remember that or not. So absolutely. Now, granted, it's a different GM, but I mean, if the Braves are offering a good enough package, he'll definitely consider it and possibly take the deal. So I think the Nationals would be fools if they didn't listen on Foster Griffin from the Atlanta Braves, especially knowing the Braves need pitching. So, yeah, I think they would definitely do a deal.
You know, one of the things that somebody brought up about with the Orioles too is that this waiting on Rutschman, make sure the medicals pass, is going to hold up stuff here. because one deal leads to the next deal. So we'll see on that Trevor Rogers. Let's go to the catching because we got an interesting thing going on with the catchers. So we know Liam Hicks went from Miami to Tampa. The Dodgers, I guess, have decided to go a cheaper route. That must mean Will Smith may be healthier than in the long run. That's good for baseball. Will Smith's a really good player. They got Ben Rovert from the Mets. He's going to the Dodgers. That's not a big sign. And the only reason I bring that up is everybody's kind of getting their catchers. So if Rutschman goes to the Red Sox, Tyler Stevenson's got to go somewhere, Ryan. He's got to go. He's going somewhere. So are we going to the Yankees? That's who's going to pull the move here? Who else? I mean, Tyler Stevenson even hugged all his teammates yesterday because he knew that was probably his last day in Cincinnati. Ryan, where's Tyler Stevenson going to go?
White Sox. White Sox are looking for catching. I think the White Sox go ahead and pull that trigger on Tyler Stevenson. I know the Yankees were in on Adley Rutschman, but Brian Cashman kind of reminds me a lot of AA almost. He's always in on deals, but he doesn't finish deals. So if I'm a betting man, I'm going to be betting that Tyler Stevenson. I think he'll either go to the White Sox. Roarvin is a decent pickup for the Dodgers, but, I mean, if the Dodgers could get Stevenson and or Francisco Alvarez, I think they'd be barking up one of those two trees as well. So I think the Yankees are kind of down on the totem pole as far as packages that they could put together for those guys.
How about you, Andrew? You got the Stevenson going to the White Sox as well?
I do. I think that's where he's destined to go. I think the White Sox could beat out the Yankees on that one. And I think the Reds would probably rather do business with the Chicago White Sox, but Yankees are scrambling. You know, like they're scrambling for a catcher, or we're scrambling for a starting pitcher. So,
yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if they miss out on Tyler Stevenson. They don't give us a call. The reason I brought that up is if Murphy's healthy, there's a chance Joey Bart may get traded here in the next 3 hours. You know, if he's healthy. So we'll see how that goes. And if they're the Yankees, you got to call Oakland. I know they just lost Langeliers, but you got to see if you can somehow get Jonah Heim out of Oakland. I mean, that's what I'd do if I was Yankees, but that's a them problem. Let's go to the next one. Next one I love. This is a great move by the Guardians. Joe Odell is going to the Guardians. That is exactly what they need. They need a power-hitting guy to go hit behind Ramirez. I don't think anybody can hate this deal for the Guardians. What do you think, Ryan? How do you think Joe Odell will do in Cleveland?
Well, I think he's done decent against left-handed pitching, so he's definitely going to provide some protection for Jose against lefties. And I think they got the Manzardo kid at first base who hits left-handed about behind Jose against that. So it helps their lineup a little bit. I don't think they had to give up a ton to get him either. So really good move there for the Guardians. They're always the ones kind of like, I know how people like to say AA bargain bin shops because he does, but Guardians kind of do the same thing. But that's a really good move for them. It helps complement their team. Do I think it puts them over the top or into the World Series? Absolutely not by any means necessary. Things can happen, but it's a good move for them.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Andrew? Joe Odell, I actually think that Central Division becomes a lot more interesting. The White Sox made moves. Here goes Cleveland. I kind of like it a little bit more. If I'm the Kansas City Royals, a lot of these guys are signed a little bit more than just this year. I might trade me Michael Walker, get me something back. This is talking to you, Kansas City. What do you think about Joe Odell to Cleveland?
I think that's a good deal for Cleveland. I think he will fit really well there, kind of under the radar a little bit in Cleveland. And I think it'll be a really good spot for him. And they've got a great clubhouse. They got a great team. And I do think he will be very important and key for the Cleveland Guardians.
Before we get to the next one, I love the last. This is interesting. Joel Sherman just tweeted this out. Teams were calling the Angels on Jose Soriano. And I have heard that has not stopped, as now some are calling the Blue Jays. Is there a chance the Blue Jays could trade and get Jose Soriano and flip him? The trade deadline gets weirder, and Joel Sherman, anybody that knows us around Hardcore Braves, is one of our guys that we love. Ryan, that would make the strangest trade deadline ever if the Blue Jays trade and get Soriano and then flip him. Now, look, it used to be back in the old day, my day, Ryan, before you jump in here, three-way trades happen all the time. They very rarely happen anymore. Maybe one of the last big ones was when we did the Murphy Contreras deal with Oakland and Milwaukee. They just don't happen, and barely rarely at the trade deadline. Could the Blue Jays do something we haven't seen in years?
Andrew, I think something's going on in your.
Yeah, you got something going on, Andrew.
There you go.
There you go.
That would be absolutely 100% odd. I don't know. I like the deal strictly for the Blue Jays, but I mean, you're going to have to get more back for Soriano, or at least get the same return if you're going to give him up, or really like one of the prospects you're getting back. I don't know if I see it. Unless somebody really overpays to get him, then of course you can do that, but it would be extremely weird. And no, I don't think it's Alex Anthopoulos calling the Blue Jays. I don't think the Blue Jays and Alex are going to do any deals this offseason, personally. So it'd be extremely weird if that did happen, though.
Yeah, it'd be the strangest of all deals. So, what do you think there, Andrew? Could the Blue Jays do the craziest thing here at the trade deadline?
That would be really crazy. That would be really crazy.
I tell you, the team I could see jumping in here right now is the one that just got told no. I could see the Phillies going up to Toronto and trying to figure out how to make a deal. Dombrowski, he's an old veteran GM. Hey, real quick, another question here. Brody asked, because this is right up Ryan's alley, so I'm going to let Ryan answer the question. Is there any chance we could get DeGrom and Seager?
Right now, no. Unfortunately, DeGrom's basically told the Rangers that he wants to stay, and I think Chris Young's probably going to cater to that. Seager, we're on his no trade list, so he would have to okay the trade to be traded to us. I don't know what he doesn't like about the Atlanta Braves to not be traded here, but that's on him and his personal decision. So I think the likelihood of that deal even being put together is about probably less than 5% right now.
There you go, Brody, and I agree with Ryan. Real quick, Mark asked. I love Mark, by the way. He follows us religiously. I appreciate you, Mark. Does Hefner being here influence a potential trade for DeGrom? Where it influences it is DeGrom. If they do come up with a deal, he's most likely going to say he won't use the pitching situation. He would love to come pitch for Hefner again. So it only can be a positive. But they're only going to get to there once they have a deal. It have no effect on the teams talking. Next one, Joseph asked, would the Braves trade Kim for DeGrom? I know you don't mean one for one. Yes, bad contract for contract. This is one of those deals, as Bo had put out on video by other ones. This is one you could include Kim, you could include Murphy, you could include Strider, somebody to send money. That way the money kind of works out for everybody. So yeah, I would love to give up Ha-Seong Kim for Jacob DeGrom. Personally, one-on-one, I can't get to the bank fast enough to do that one. What about you? You think that that might be something that could hold up the deal, Ryan, is a bad contract for bad contract. It's hard to make that money work, but that's what I think is what had to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, you can give up Kim, but I don't think the Rangers would have any interest in Kim, unfortunately. I think the bad contract that you would have to give up would be Spencer Strider, and I'd be absolutely 100% okay with giving up Spencer Strider's contract.
Andrew, what do you think? You think that that might be a holdup also as well as trying to exchange contracts here with the Rangers?
I do as well. Certainly with a guy like Kim or Strider or Sean Murphy, just for example, that could be a long holdout for right there. We'll see where it goes. We got another 3 hours basically, but yeah, that would be a tough one to get done. But nothing's impossible.
Yeah, and those are a lot of times the more off-season moves because you got more time than. And then here, somebody asked the question about the money. Who's lying to us about the money? I don't think they're lying to you about the money. It's just it's easier for us to play with their money than it is for them for the money. It's like when your wife goes in or your girlfriend goes in and looks for a dress. You're like, just pick a dress. They all look the same. Get one. And she comes out of there with no dresses and she spends 4 hours. And you're like, what went on? I give you the money to get a dress. It just gets a little tricky. And I think our biggest problem is, and we have voiced this, Ryan, on our podcast, I don't know if we do a great job of identifying who our top pitching prospects are. Ryan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, AA's kind of struggled with putting a pitching rotation together, and it's not really been a secret ever since. I mean, when was our last really solid pitching rotation? 21, when you had Charlie, when you had Max, when you had Ian Anderson, who was good at the time. That's really, and Kyle Wright in 22. So that was really our last good rotation. Ever since like 23 is not good. 24 was okay because Schwellenbach came in and was absolutely nasty. And then 25, it kind of slid back. 26, it hasn't been great. So I think AA has definitely struggled to identify pitching and what prospects are going to come up and really do well. And this is just to point out one of his number one picks in 2020. He drafted in the first round was Jared Schuster. Just to point it out. Like, I don't know. I think he's doing better because I really like the Hirschkorn kid that he got this year and some of the other guys. So I think he's doing better, but he really struggled there for a while identifying good pitching, and I think that's coming to play now is why we don't have as much pitching depth or really good pitching depth.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Andrew? What are your feelings on? I just think we have a tough time. It's hard to let go of stuff that you own. So, but I think you have a tough time identifying on. He's hit on some other stuff. I mean, hit on keeping Drake. Somebody wrote today, Andrew. We talked about it. Who has he ever coveted that hit on? Well, the guy that won Rookie of the Year last year.
Drake.
Everybody wanted Drake Baldwin. He didn't trade him. So, Andrew, what do you think about you know with what's holding up the money on our end?
I think you have to put a lot of things as we now have it confirmed. Adley Rutschman traded to the Boston Red Sox. Just Jeff Passan has confirmed that. But I think with the money problem, just being around some of that offices for a few years, the money is there. I mean, they don't have a problem with the money. It's just how they do it. But the pitching staff configuration just has not been there for a while, and I think it's just maybe poor drafting. I mean, but I like some of our pitchers for like JR, for example, but I think just being able to go out and then realizing, oh, someone's healthy. Like I'll use this offseason, for example, Schellenbach, Strider, and Holmes and Lopez getting the good news that they were going to be healthy for this coming year. It kind of slowed the stampede on and push for a starting pitcher. But I think that needs to change hopefully sooner than later.
I'm going to jump on that. I think that's Alex has been his nightmare. We don't know what he's thinking. We don't know what he's thinking. We don't know what deals he's trying to work on. But every time he thinks this one's going to be the guy that's going to be the pitcher, they get hurt. Then they think this one's going to be the pitcher, he gets hurt. Then this one gets hurt, and this one gets hurt. I mean, it's hard to put a rotation. So, but this is his chance to fix it. We have made it adamantly clear in Braves country. This is the year to fix it. All right. We like the Molly. We like the Suitor. We see what you're doing. Now finish it off and make a big move. All right. That's it. Let's go to the Rutschman deal. Adley needed a new place to play. And thank God Basallo come up and Basallo rakes so the Orioles can move on. I think Adley got tired of everything going on in Baltimore. And I think if anybody needed to change the scenery, it was Adley Rutschman. And who else better to go to a team that has a former catcher, now DH, that has a WTF attitude. He don't care. He don't care about anything. And I think Adley cares about too much, Ryan. I think it's a great deal for Rutschman to go to Boston and finally clear his head.
Yeah, it could be a really good move for Rutsch. He's going to be the starting catcher every day. I mean, because that's one thing Boston has really struggled putting on the field consistently has been a good catcher. So that fills a big hole for them. Rutschman just gets out there and gets to go play and doesn't have to worry, okay, am I going to DH today? Am I going to get the catch? Am I going to be on the bench because of the Basayo kid? So hopefully that frees up his mind a little bit. He was having a pretty good year this year, if I do remember correctly, before he got hurt. So good for Adley. I don't think I'd be surprised if he signs an extension. I think he's just kind of a guy who's ticketed for free agency. So it will be interesting if the Red Sox do try to lock him up. But good deal for both sides. I am kind of curious what the Orioles got in return. If they didn't get much in return, it's a really bad move by Elias because you could have just let Adley come back healthy, shown that he was healthy, and then you could have traded him in the offseason. So the Orioles didn't get a whole lot in return. Bad move for them, but really good move for the Red Sox and Adley.
Yeah, and Adley can make a lot of money if he goes and takes the Red Sox to an American League Championship, Andrew. It's a really good move for Adley, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. He needed a new home, and Bastillo is kind of their hot prospect right now. And ever since he came up, he's done pretty well.
We're going to jump into this one. Michael Cerami, he works for Bleacher Nation. Um, we don't know how much he is. None of the big wigs is in. He thinks Detmers is going to Chicago Cubs. What a great, great get by the Cubs. If that's the case, they got to trade one of their major league pitchers. Like I said, I don't know him in general. I know Stephen Tobert from Hammer Territory must follow him, and he's thinking it's a real deal. We hadn't heard from anybody, but yeah, let's keep an eye on Detmers. Detmers may be fixing to go somewhere. That would definitely disappoint a lot of us in Braves country. So let's get to the Cubs, since we just mentioned them. That's why I brought them up. They already made one trade. They got Kevin Gossman. Kevin's been terrible this year. Nowhere did he have a stretch of more than 3 games that he pitched decent in, Ryan. And I can't imagine. He better hope the wind's blowing in Wrigley every day he pitches. What do you think about Gossman going to the Cubs?
I think Kevin Gausman is going to be Kevin Gausman. I don't think he's going to be anything more than number 3 at best. The Wrigley Field has played more of a pitcher's park in most recent years, so he does have that going for him. But I mean, it didn't really move the needle for me for the Chicago Cubs. But if the Detmer stuff is true, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, Andrew, if they able to get Detmers, that rotation gets a little bit more daunting right there. They got a lot of movable parts they can move around. Um, but let's just talk about Gosman. How do you think he's going to do in Chicago?
I think he'll struggle a little bit. We just don't know how Wrigley's going to play. One night it's blowing in, the other night it's blowing out. Um, it'll be tough for him because if he leaves that changeup up, he's going to get hit hard, and I mean really hard. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick from the comment section, Mike Morris, he's a big follower of ours. We love you, Mike. He talks to us all the time. Yeah, Michael Harris was a hit. Strider did well doing it. He can't handle the injuries, but Strider, he's identified guys, including Didier Fuentes. You're not telling me that people didn't see that fastball and try to contact him about Didier Fuentes? He decided not to trade Didier, so there are a lot of them. Of course, y'all all on this Detmers to the Cubs. Um, we'll see. Like I said, I go with Steven a little bit on that because he may know him. I don't know Michael Cerami personally. He's not one, but maybe he's got it hit. So we'll wait till the Detmers thing comes through to talk on that. Let's go to the Yankees. They needed a bat, and they went and got Luis Garcia. And I'm gonna tell you what, the Yankee fans are. It's funny how fans are. They're wondering where's he going to play when everybody's healthy. Well, I think in Cashman's case is we got to get there first. And right now, Bellinger's out 6 weeks. We don't know when Judge is going to come back. Stanton's a walking injury. I like Garcia going to the Yankees and hitting in that small right field porch. How about you, Ryan?
Yeah, it's a good move for the Yankees. He played definitely well in Truist Park this year. I tell you that he absolutely hit some taters against us. He's got like a lot of the Nationals guys said, he really just found himself as a hitter this year. He really figured out what kind of hitter he was, and that you could really see that the way he was swinging the bat confidently. He looked really good when I watched him play this year in the few series that I got to see him. So I think it's a really good get for the Yankees. He's going to play very well in that ballpark. It's going to be interesting. I heard that Ben Rice is going to do some catching. That'll be interesting, no doubt about that. But I mean, the Yankees needed offense. They needed offense desperately, and I think, honestly, that's probably one of the top 2 bats out there, and they did get one of them. So good on the Yankees for making a big splash and Luis Garcia Jr.
Andrew, I like Luis Garcia, and I love him in hitting in Yankee Stadium. How about yourself?
Great move for the Yankees. Just proves even more that that short porch is going to be super, super fun for those left-handed hitters. And Garcia likes to pull the ball, and it'll be really fun to see him hit there. Just not next weekend.
Yeah, I hate that. He just hit that 450-foot home run down the right field line. Now we got to go face him again, so that kind of sucks. So the next one, we're going to go to the 2 pitchers that got kind of traded. They were on the market. Extremes. Freddie Peralta, who was supposed to be one of the best pitchers in baseball, and me and Ryan have never been big Freddie Peralta, like he's the top 10 pitcher. He goes to the Mets. He struggles. He has pitched a little bit better lately, but he's going to Tampa, Ryan, and we know how the Rays organization is. Can they make Freddie Peralta into that number one, number two starter for the playoffs?
Well, like I said on X to somebody, there's two organizations that can turn pitchers from shit into gold, and one of them is the Tampa Bay Rays, the other one is the Milwaukee Brewers, where Freddie came from. So he most certainly can turn back into the Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee with Tampa Bay. I will be interested to see if he does. Am I going to bank on that? No, I'm just not a big Freddie Peralta guy, as you guys know. I didn't want him in the offseason. I didn't want him the year before that. I didn't want him at this trade deadline. So I'm perfectly happy that we didn't get him, but if the Rays work their devil magic because they sacrificed goats underneath that stadium, then that is what it is. He probably wouldn't have done that for the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, I agree. What about you, Andrew? Freddie Peralta going to Tampa.
Good good move for the Tampa Bay Rays is Peralta. Maybe he can find some new confidence out there, because we all know. Just look at how Juan Soto's doing out there in New York. When you go to New York, sometimes it just never works out, and we'll find out. But I think this is a good move for Tampa Bay. They didn't give up too much.
No. I mean, Tampa's never going to – they got so many prospects, they could give up a lot and be okay, but there's no reason for Freddie Peralta. All right, real quick, we got to get to the Evil Empire. They got the big fish on the market, and first of all, there's no reason to talk about how good Tarek Skubal's going to be. He's a great pitcher. Let's go the other way around. We've already brought it up, Ryan. Let's talk some more about it. What in the world is Detroit doing trading 48 hours out from the trade deadline with the biggest fish in the sea? I don't think I've seen a big fish get traded that early in any MLB trade deadline, and I'm an old fool. How about you? That was very interesting that Detroit took kind of the first offer.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know if they took the first offer. I'm sure they had some others, but they wanted other teams' number one, number two prospect coming back. Like, I'm pretty sure for the Brewers, they wanted Jesus Mate, and they just weren't going to get that. The Brewers told them no. But it's okay for the Dodgers to give up their number 7 prospect. I don't know. Look, it's the least surprising trade at the deadline. I think everybody in baseball or who's a baseball fan kind of knew that he was going there, but I'm surprised the Detroit Tigers didn't get a whole lot more for Skubal. It didn't make sense that you get one pretty good prospect, then you get River Ryan, who's about to start collecting Social Security, and then you get a lottery prospect where you don't know if he's going to be good, bad, or indifferent. So I think the Tigers didn't get enough, in my opinion, and they should have waited. But it did help the rest of the market get going quicker.
Yeah, just took them off and whatever. Now, Peter Apple, I do know, he just tweeted out the Angels and Cubs are not close on a trade for Reed Detmers. Nothing against Mike Cerami. And 680th fan already tweeted it out about from that Mike guy. I'm going to go with Pete right now. Until one of the big national writers tell us that Detmers got traded to Chicago, I'm going to go with Peter. So yeah, we're going to go right now.
I agree.
Until you pass and say yes or no, you don't think a deal's done. And Passan hadn't posted it yet. If it was done, Passan would have posted it.
Yeah. Him or Mark Feinstein.
Ken.
John Heyman. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to throw on Ken Rosenthal on that conversation with them, too.
Not as much as the other ones, but Mark, I tell you what, I'm just to let you know, Mark, I write back and forth. Mark ain't putting, almost said a bad word, Ryan, anything out until he's sure. And that's the reason why they're even careful about putting somebody first on the news, just in case they're wrong. So, but yeah, so we'll see. All right, back to the talk about the Tigers, Andrew. What were they doing, dealing that quickly?
I don't know. They could have played this so long. They could have played this till 6:01 today and gotten whatever they arguably could have wanted for him. Just a stupid young move by a really stupid young GM. I'm not saying that because I'm pissed that he's going to the Dodgers. I'm saying that because he could have gotten better.
Yeah, and Brody just wrote, Brody, believe in Pete. Believe in Pete. Like he said, he broke the Skubal trade. He was the first one to break the Skubal trade. Believe in Pete. I'm just telling you, that guy's spot on. All right, so The next one that we're going to talk to is kind of what the Pirates need bullpen help. Camilo Duvall goes from the Yankees to the Pirates. I actually kind of like the move, Ryan. They just need arms down there to get going. What do you think about Duvall? I think he needs to be out of New York too to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Camilo's kind of been lightning in a bottle at times, right? He's been really, really good, or he's been really, really bad. His first appearance with the Pirates did not go so well for him, so we'll see. But he does have electric stuff. He does throw close to 100 miles an hour, if not over 100, with a nice cutter. So I mean, I don't think they gave up a whole lot for him. I don't think. So I mean, it's a start, but it shouldn't be the only piece that they get. They really need more. They really need more than just Camilo Duvall.
All right, I can make it official now. Our guy Jesse Rogers says the Cubs have not acquired Reed Detmers in a trade with the Angels.
Okay, so he's back on.
But Detmers
He
is
was-
still
he
on
was
the
never-
board, chat.
Jesse Rogers is the big time rider for the Cubs, so he'd be like if Mark Bowman. That means he actually just called their GM and said, "What we got here? We got this report," and he's like, "No, it's not there." By the way, Rosenthal is saying Navarez is going to Baltimore. That's a really nice pickup by Baltimore. I don't know who else is going in that deal for Rutschman, but Navarez can go back up Basal. He's a great backup catcher, so that's a good deal for them. All right, what about you, Andrew? Duvall going to the Pirates.
It's a good spot. It's a good move. I think the guy could be really good, like he was in San Diego or San Francisco, getting out of New York. But it's a wait and see move. The Pirates really needed a bullpen arm. I was thinking yesterday when that report came out, he was going to Pittsburgh, but maybe things changed. I don't know, but Duvall, good move for the Pirates. Kind of wait and see to kind of pair up into that bullpen.
Yeah, I think they both went to the place they need to go. So, real quick, I think it's Kyra or Kira. I don't think Molly was the big move. Doesn't mean there won't be anybody bigger. I think Alex is looking for a bigger move. The other thing she says is that trading that early makes it look like collusion. 100%. That's why you've seen so many videos on social media like what the freak just went on with Scooble to the Dodgers. It does look. I think it's a young GM don't know what he's doing. Ryan, is it collusion or is just a young GM didn't know how to do this market?
There's no way. I get what you're saying with the, but you got to know, like, people are going to be calling on that dude for the entire until the 6 o'clock today. So there's no need to rush a trade. So I would definitely be more collusion than I would that the GM just didn't know what the crap he was doing, in my opinion. And look, a lot of these owners want a salary cap. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. What's the one way to get fans on their side? We trade Scooble to the Dodgers and make it look like they're about to get a three-peat. And if they get a three-peat, you might not have any baseball for 2027. So it's I really hope there's a team that's out there that Atlanta, Alex, go get a starting pitcher so we can ruin their three-peat, please.
Yeah, they're the Braves. We talked to the Jeremy and them from Baseball Banner, big Yankees, Machuchasas, Yankee boys, Yankees, Braves, Brewers. Cubs, maybe if they were to get Detmers, I'd throw the Cubs in there. But there are very few teams that can dethrone these Dodgers team, and the Braves are one of them. If you go get a pitcher, real quick, y'all hear any rumors from Brett? Basically, what we've told you, nothing new, nothing's popped up. As soon as we do, we will holler at you. Let's just jump to Casey Mize before we get to one of our old friends going to a new team. Alex is notorious, and I'm not, guys. Again, I wanted to say that first. We've heard no rumors before I said this. He's notorious for 5:59 p.m. deals, and this smells to me like this is Casey Mize. Everything is kind of shut down on Casey Mize. The Diamondbacks are making a run, last 48 hours, whatever. It just looks like a Alex Anthopoulos last second. Everybody's giving up on Braves Twitter. Everybody's ready to jump off the building. And next thing you know, here comes Casey Mize in for whoever you want to say. Cody Miller and a kid and Luis Guanipa. And you're like, what? Where'd that come from? Out of nowhere. Ryan, what are your thoughts on Casey Mize? I don't really know. It's weird. It's got quiet today. That
It,
means to me that's got Alex written all over it.
yeah, it's gotten quiet last hour. Look, there was some reports probably around 2 o'clock that the Diamondbacks were making a push for him, but that's kind of gone quiet now. So that does kind of seem to be like what AA does, but I'm kind of with everybody else, Ken. I'm going to believe it when I see it. God, would I love Casey Mize to come in and put on the red, white, and blue of the Atlanta Braves? Absolutely. But I'm going to be one until I see that trigger pulled and that notification drop by passing or the Braves drop it. I'm going to be skeptical.
Yeah, I am too. They just put it in the chat. I guess it's reports that the Pirates are after Luke Weaver. I'm gonna tell you something. If they get Luke Weaver, I'm not liking them as a 6 seed coming into the playoffs from a 3 seed. I think we got to run Milwaukee down even faster, Andrew. We might want to catch them. I don't want to catch the Pirates in a 3-game set if Luke Weaver's at the back of that bullpen. I like the Sis kid. I know we walked him off that day, but Evan Sis, Ryan brought it down. He's can be nasty from the left side. Duvall in the bullpen with that starting staff. If Skeens figures it out, Andrew, I don't really want the Pirates to be the 6 seed.
No. And I was just up in Ohio this weekend and was hanging out with somebody who's a huge Pittsburgh sports fan, huge Pirates fan. And he was asking me, what do the Pirates do? I was like, they're going all for it for the bullpen. And if they come to Atlanta, that would scare me because I don't want to face Skeens, Bubba Chandler, Ashcraft, Mitch Keller, Jared Jones. They could throw any of those 5 at us, and I guarantee you we would have a hard time with them. And then now that if they get Weaver, that's 3 really good guys at the end of that bullpen. Oh boy, that would be a tough wild card series. So let's go get the number 2 seed. Maybe we'll get even hotter and we'll get that 1 seed.
Yeah, we gotta go here, Ryan. And me and Ryan had a long talk. You can tell them what we said about it. That team can hit. They're the ranked 3rd best overall baseball team. So Ryan, we probably don't want them to be the 6 seed, and we definitely probably want to try to get out of this 3 seed. Pirates could be scheduled. Am I crazy enough to say that if they get Luke Weaver, you could probably add them to a mix and give the Dodgers all the burgers you could eat for a playoff series, Ryan?
I tried telling you earlier, man. I don't want any part of the Pirates in the postseason, man. You mean you're gonna get Skeens game 1, Ashcraft game 2, Bubba Chandler possibly 3, or whoever else they got. I mean, they got really good young starting pitching that throws gas with really good off speed. And then you add a bullpen to that can shorten the game even less. That would be absolutely lethal. I don't want to play them in October. The Phillies wouldn't want to play them in October. The Dodgers don't want to play them in October. The Brewers don't want to see them in October. There ain't nobody in here that wants to see that team get in October. I would love for the Dodgers to be the number 3 seed, and they have to play them, though. I would love to see that. I'd be the biggest Pirates fan. Even if the Pirates got past us in the wild card round, I'd become the biggest Pirates fans just so they go beat the Dodgers. I would be the biggest Bucco fan of all time.
You got that right. And I tell you what, that stadium will go crazy. They got great fans in Pittsburgh. Real quick, Mark Fidson just put this out. Listen to this haul the Orioles got for Adley Rutschman. They got right-handed pitcher Anthony Ianson. That's the number 2 prospect. And the number 49 overall player in the MLB pipeline. Now, we've already told you about that MLB pipeline, so we don't know exactly where he's at as today. They got right-handed pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, their number 4 prospect. Outfielder Indy Azakar, yes, it's part of that Azakar family. Their number 5 prospect. Outfielder Harold Rivas, who I got to see live. That kid can play. He can run. Number 17 prospect. Oh, yeah, we'll just throw in Carlos Navarez so he can be a backup catcher for Basallo. What a hell of a great trade, Orioles. Great trade, Orioles. Man, you got a haul for Rutschman. What do you think, Ryan? My stars, that's a haul for Adley Rutschman.
I said it, man. I said if Elias doesn't get a good return for Rutschman, he absolutely blew that trade, but he did, man. And he made the Red Sox kind of pay that interdivision tax, and it's a very good return for Baltimore. That's exactly what you needed to get out of Adley Rutschman. You got your potential number 1, number 2 starting pitcher in that deal. I know you got Bradish, I know you got Shane Baz, but I mean, you get a legit number 3 coming out of this to add to those 2 who are going to be there for the next 5-6 years. You got a top 3 in the rotation. And now you got more prospect depth because your outfield hasn't been good. Your outfield didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. Third base is still kind of a question mark, so you're getting some younger talent in your farm system to develop for those areas as well. And you're going to have some more money now to go get other pieces to fill those holes because Rutschman's coming off the books and you don't have to pay him arbitration. It's a very good move for Baltimore. Oriole fans, you should be happy with this trade. Good job.
Kathy G, you got to get.
I was just getting ready to say that.
G. Yes, her husband's a huge Orioles. She's an Orioles fan too. Now listen here, I'm gonna swing it the other way. I'm Baltimore's GM. All right, we know Bradish is my ace. Boz, Brandon Young. I got
You're getting rid of
Ianson.
Rogers.
I got Ianson. I have got to trade Trevor Rogers now.
Rogers is gone.
I have
Yeah.
my rotation for 2027.
Yep.
Ianson can probably come up at the end of the year. Andrew, Trevor Rogers has got to 100% be on the market.
Get his butt to Atlanta now, Alex. Get on the phone. I've been saying it ever since our first trade deadline podcast that Trevor Rogers needs to be in Atlanta Brave. Go make it happen. Alex Anthopoulos, and it is now confirmed the Pirates have acquired Luke Weaver.
Wow. I'm going to tell you something, boys. The Pirates are scary, and I love what the Orioles have done, Ryan. You got to go trade Trevor Rogers now. And no better
No,
place
boy.
than the ATL.
Ooh, good for the Pirates, baby.
Wow.
Yeah, good for the Pirates fans, man.
I love it.
That is great for them, man. They haven't had shit to root for. Sorry, Pirate fans, in a long time. You guys got a fun pitching staff. You got a good offense. You got a legit dude at the back end of the bullpen now. Good job, man. Pirates, I'm glad to see you guys going for it. Go and don't fuck our postseason up. Go fuck somebody else postseason up, okay? Go fuck somebody else's shit up. Sorry for saying the F-bomb, chat, but that's a really good move for the Pirates. I mean, goodness, Luke Weaver, I don't even care what you guys gave up. That's a legit dude. You got him for the next 2 seasons after this year as well, so it's a really good deal. Rogers, you got the opportunity to go get 2 rentals, Rogers and Casey Mize, and you got a legit top 3 in the rotation for the postseason that can go up against anybody in baseball. Go make the trades. Come on. We're not done yet.
And I do think 1 or 2 of those Rogers or Mize would re-sign.
I think either one of them will. I think this is falling right into AA's lap with Trevor and Casey because I think either one of them would sign for 2027. Lee just tweeted it. We should go after Trevor Rogers. Got to go get Trevor Rogers. Got to go get Casey. One of those two have got to be Atlanta Brave by the end of the afternoon. Real quick, Luke Weaver. I got to laugh at the New York Mets. This morning, they traded Brooks Raley to a divisional foe and said, yeah, you can have our left-handed pitcher. Yeah, good luck. Go get him, Dave Dombrowski. By the way, around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to shove it right up your butt, because we're going to send our closer. That's who it should be their closer, by the way, in New York, not Devin Williams, Luke Weaver, and we're going to send him to Pittsburgh. Take that, Philadelphia. We still don't like you. We gave you Brooks Raley, but we're going to send you Mr. Luke Weaver to the Pirates. I love it. That's what divisional rivals do, Ryan. You got to love that part. Mets doing that to them today, the Phillies.
Can I say something?
No, let Ryan go.
Stop. Be quiet, rookie. Golly.
Oh my God, he talks too much. No,
It's good on the Mets. Listen, Ken, I know you absolutely despise the New York Mets. I understand it. Back in the 80s when they're jerks, get it. I can't stand the Phillies. I cannot stand them. So any little, jab in their side, New York, that you can give them, thank you very much. Because let me tell you, I was the biggest Mets fan in 24 in that division series. I am so glad y'all won that series.
Yeah, that's awesome. Go ahead, Andrew.
hot take: Pittsburgh Pirates are better than the Philadelphia Phillies.
That's not a hot take. That's just fact.
It's not a hot take.
No. Well,
Well,
let's face it. If Skeens gets back being the Paul Skeens, it's not even a hot take.
That's correct.
that's true.
That's. I tell you what. Anybody. Now I will tell you this here: the Pirates may have to go get another bat here before this trade deadline's over, because Ryan O'Hearn's going to be out. How long, Ryan? It's a pretty lengthy injury. I think he'll be back by the postseason, but I think he's out a while, isn't he? And so they may have to go find another bat in the lineup to get him down the stretch.
Yeah, O'Hearn is gone for a little bit, so they do need that. Ty France is out there. Well, maybe not because Padres are buying. My bad.
Um, I'm interested. So real quick here, as we got a little dead, let's get to our old friend. We're gonna wish him the best. Talking about the Mets, they shipped AJ Minter to the Twins. I hope AJ goes up there and has a good time. That's a great place for AJ to go pitch here at the end of his career. What do you think about AJ to the Twins, Rhino?
Listen, it's again, it's a nice little bullpen ad for the Twins. I hope AJ goes up there and enjoys himself in Minnesota, and I hope he gets to experience the postseason up there, and they can make a little run. But it's not going to be anything that puts the Twins over the top. But I am glad AJ didn't get traded to, say, the Los Angeles Dodgers or somebody else that would be in the National League.
I agree. Ryan, Andrew, what do you think about Mr. Minter getting to go to Minnesota? I like it.
I hope AJ has a great time up there. I love AJ. I've met him many times. He was always super nice to me. Always was willing to talk on the field and in the tunnel. I hope he goes up there and they make the playoffs, and he's one of the big reasons why.
Big news. Big news, real quick. I hate to jump in here. Detmers is not going to Chicago. He's not
Braxton
going to
Garrett is.
Braxton Garrett is.
Yeah.
Braxton Garrett's going from the Marlins to the Cubs. That was a weird thing they tweeted out because the Cubs have gone the cheaper route here. I don't think they're trying to get a 3-year deal. Braxton Garrett, Cubs from the Marlins. They haven't gave us the percent. Will Salmon, that's a spot on. That's a trade. Will Salmon is one of the better ones too in the business. What do you think about the Cubs now with Garrett going there, Ryan?
Not a needle mover. Look, I can pull it up real quick. Now, he has not pitched much this year, chat, so keep that in mind. But you see this stuff right here. His velocity's not great. Even if you want to go back to 24, he still wasn't elite. 23 was probably his last full season, and he was a number 4, number 5 rotation piece. So it's kind of like getting a Grant Holmes. It's getting a Bryce Elder-esque for somebody else's rotation. It's not a needle mover for me. But the Cubs needed starting pitching. It wasn't any question that they could get by the rest of the season unless they added starting pitching. So they're getting what they can get because their farm system's already gutted, and which is why they couldn't get Detmers, in my opinion. I didn't believe that when it first got tweeted. I was like, I don't think the Cubs really have the farm system to get that done. But this kind of already proves I don't think Detmers is going to Chicago.
I like this here. We're going to announce another trade here for y'all guys. This is a great trade for Milwaukee. They're getting JoJo Romero and Dustin May. Dustin May, JoJo Romero coming off the board. There's another one of the starting pitchers coming off the board, and it's a division rival again. Going from St. Louis to Milwaukee. All right, so I don't care which one you want to talk about here, and it's your turn to talk. You want to talk? Garrett's not a lot going to the Cubs. Do you want to jump on the Dustin May and JoJo Romero going to the Brewers?
Yeah, I'll jump on that. That's a great trade for the Milwaukee Brewers. More starting pitching depth, or you can even use Dustin May as a Game 3, Game 4 opening starter and then go right into that bullpen. And then JoJo Romero is just going to throw gas from the left side. Really, really good quality left-hander. We talked, and this could have actually happened if we didn't sweep the Nationals. But I thought the Nationals may go get JoJo Romero. But really great trade for the Milwaukee Brewers, and we'll wait and see what that package is. But wonder if it's going to be a hefty one with it being in the division. No, Ryan, have you seen it?
No,
I haven't seen it, but
not a package yet. Ryan, what do you think about Dustin May and Joe? I'll tell you what. One thing interesting: all three of the big guys going after the Dodgers went and got him a left-handed pitcher. Rayleigh, us with Suter, and then with JoJo Romero. I think we're all prepping to make sure the evil umpire doesn't get a third World Series, Ryan.
Yeah, it's a good move for Milwaukee. I mean, Dustin May, man, that pitching lineup, he might really figure some stuff out up there in Milwaukee. But To Andrew, to your point, I don't think it's going to cost them a lot just because May's a rental, I'm pretty sure, and JoJo's nearing the end of his contract, so it's probably going to be maybe 2 to 3 mid-tier, low-tier prospects that they'll get in return, which is good for St. Louis. It's what they need. And the Brewers are getting some upside with Dustin May. Maybe they can finish unlocking him. And they needed another starting pitcher. I'm wondering, Ken, if that takes them out of Clay Holmes' sweepstakes now.
Yeah, I'm interested. I don't think Milwaukee needs to do a lot. It's interesting. They have done this where they have picked up 2 pitchers, so I can't say 100% on Clay Holmes. I love the way you're thinking here. Let's talk about that. Would the Braves say knock on the door of the Mets and say maybe we'll take Clay Holmes? 'Cause you know what you can do with Clay Holmes is if Swellenbach comes back, whatever, you could got another pitcher to pitch those 3 and 4 innings like a bullpen game, which is what Alex was talking about. Ryan, what do you think about Clay Holmes actually coming into play now?
I would love Clay Holmes, and I think the Mets have been building him back up as a starting pitcher. I think he's been on rehab. If not, I can't remember exactly, but I would love Clay Holmes even if he is an opener, because then if you're getting Schwellenbach back, he can go 3. Then you can give Grant or have Grant Holmes come in for 3 or 4 innings. Like there's a lot of stuff that you can do in the postseason because it is the postseason. Guys do get a little bit more rest in between in those series, so he would be in play. I still think, man, God, go get Casey Mize and Rogers and just go light the world on fire with that top 3, man. That'd be lethal.
I agree. We're just trying to throw out, other people here. Here, Andrew, here's what the package is for Luke Weaver. They're sending their 9th-ranked prospect, Sammy Stafura. He's a shortstop. The Mets did. Sounds like the Mets have not overcharged anybody on these deals, correct, guys? They have not really tried to rape anybody. I think Mr. Holmes might come cheap. Maybe a Luke Sennard straight up for him may actually do the deal. Andrew, what do you think about getting maybe Clay Holmes if the Rogers and Detmers thing doesn't work out? Can't hear you.
I would love Clay Holmes. Sorry, I was having to listen to something on a work call real quick. But I would love Clay Holmes. That would be a really good guy. And just the way it kind of shows, it wouldn't be super expensive. Does this make you think for a future Francisco Lindor trade maybe this offseason?
I do think the Mets are probably going to move on from Francisco Lindor in the offseason. Now, here's the whole deal. How's that CBA going to break down? That's going to make the whole thing with the Mets. How are they going to handle that? But, yes, we'll talk about the Mets real quick. Me and Ryan, jump in here. Their young core is really good. They brought up even another one of their young pitchers. He went 4 innings. He kind of had the A.J. Smith showers. You could tell he was gassed quickly because his adrenaline was going up. A lot of good young pitchers. Benj and Ewing are the real deal. They can rake and run. Maybe the Mets do move on Lindor in the offseason. What do you think?
I think dude, Carson Benj and was it Patrick Ewing? Those or Ewing, I can't remember what his first name is, but man, those dudes can flat out play. They got some really nice pieces there. Lindor, I don't know how much he's going to get you. You're going to get a nice prospect in return. I just don't know how many prospects, especially with the contract. They're going to have to pay some of that down, which probably won't be a problem for New York. But if you're going to go in full rebuild and Juan Soto is going to be your your dude to build around, just go ahead and get rid of Lindor, get as much young talent in return as you can, and then you're going to have money. You just go fill the holes as you need to when you find out which young players just don't really pan out for those guys. So I could see the Mets definitely shipping Lindor out this offseason. I wouldn't be surprised if Clay Holmes is definitely shipped out today, but the Mets finally have a trajectory. David Stearns is finally not, having hit each feet in one side of the pool. He's finally going in one side and he's starting to do a little bit more of a rebuild, which he should have done from the get-go, especially since you got rid of Nimmo and Alonso and those guys. He should have just gone for a straight rebuild this offseason.
Yeah, it was a weird offseason for them. None of us, we couldn't make heads or tails of what they're doing. That's why me and Ryan both picked them to finish dead last in the division. We look like geniuses now, Ryan, because they just don't look like they play good together. By the way, Jake Rogers, they're going to ship him to Boston, so they're finalizing that. The Orioles, Red Sox, they don't need Jake Rogers. They got Navarez, and they got Basallo. For Kathy G, I know she's jumping back and forth between us and Jake, but if she's listening, that answers your question. And Basallo's probably healthy he'll probably be able to play in the second half. All right, so real quick, so far up to now, busy day, a lot going on. Any team that hasn't made a move yet that surprises you? Now I'm going to go first. The Reds sitting pat here right now seems strange to me. I don't know what the Reds are thinking or doing. I don't know a lot they can do. I know Hunter Green was mentioned. I thought that was far fetched anyhow. Been moving on from Hunter Green. But any other team, Andrew, that you got that you like surprised they haven't pulled a trigger on something yet?
I would say, oh man, I was gonna say the Milwaukee Brewers until they just made a trade. Um, but how about the Toronto Blue Jays?
They've done something. They got Jose
Well, that's what
Silva.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I thought the question was
No,
like,
who hasn't done something yet that you think that's like weird? Like the Reds have not done anything yet.
oh, the Houston Astros.
There you go. That's the one I wanted you to mention. Trevor Lawrence, they're back on the Twins talking about Trevor. They got to get a hitter. They need a hitter. I mean, they got to have some hitters. They could use about anything, but they're back in first place. I'm shocked too. The Astros haven't done anything. How about you, Ryan?
My team, the Atlanta Braves. If you haven't gotten a starting pitcher yet, get the starting pitcher. Get two of them. Golly, I don't know why. Like, you guys are one of the best teams in Major League Baseball this year. Your offense has been pretty consistent besides June. Your bullpen's legit. You're just missing two starting pitchers. Go get the two starting pitchers, Alex Anthopoulos. But I will mention one more, Ken. Kansas City Royals. They haven't done much. I have no idea why they haven't done anything. It's just silly for them just to stand pat.
Yeah, Bubich didn't bring anything. They're big guns. They can trade. They should be looking to trade. I'm surprised they didn't just dangle Miguel Garcia out there to see what he could bring. You don't have to trade him, but see what he. Maybe they have. Maybe it's hadn't heard word. All right, chat. We're getting about halfway, getting into 2.5 hours left. So we're going to go revisit the Braves. You're in our chat. We're going to talk about the trades again. We want to know what you think about them. We're going to share them. We're going to talk about it if you think it's good or bad. Let's start with Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas. Now we give up Carter Holton and we give up Lucas Braun. Carter Holton is down the path. But don't be worried if Carter don't make the major leagues, Ryan, because that's where Jimmy Baseball was in the Tiger system, and he's now the starting shortstop in Atlanta, at least on this off day. We'll see where he is at tomorrow. All right, so we get Lane Thomas for Carter Holton and Lucas Braun. We're going to give letter grades. How would you grade that, Andrew, as far as how Alex did in that?
In the Lane Thomas deal, I'm going to give it a B. I think Lane Thomas is a really good right-handed hitter, and he hits lefties really well. He's got over an 800 OPS first lefties this year, and I think he pairs really great with Mike Yastrzemski, who's also got an over 800 OPS since May 12th, first right-handed pitchers. So it'll be weird, or it'll be nice to see what they can do, but it's going to be weird what they do with Eli White.
It is going to be interesting. The Mars transaction page could be crazy, and we're going to get the chance to lose our ever-loving mind because somebody's probably going to be in the transaction page going down, Ryan, that one of us don't like. And I'm talking about myself in general, you, anybody on Twitter. All right, what do you grade the Lane Thomas trade?
I'm going to explain my reasoning first. So he got Bailey Falter, but mainly just to eat money to decrease the prospect return going to Kansas City because, as you saw, Baltimore got 3 prospects from Seattle for Taylor Ward. So he took on Falter to decrease that, which is good because Falter wasn't much money. He gave up one decent prospect, like he was ranked in our 20s according to our guys, and then one that's a lottery ticket for Lane Thomas, a right-handed bat that we desperately needed because he absolutely crushes left-handed pitching to pair with Yaz. I grade this a minus just because he found a way to not give up as much talent out of the farm system. He ate a little bit of the money from the Royals to take that off their books to decrease the value, and you got a piece that we desperately needed. It's an A minus trade.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B plus, but Lee also grades it a minus in the chat. Ryan, he agrees with you. I can be sold on that. I kind of want to see what ends up happening with Bailey Falter. Not a big deal, but the money, I want to see what it is they got, and I know we can eat money, but it ends up affecting what we do here to get a number two starter. That's what I'm holding off. But I love Lane Thomas. And we brought this up on the recap. You hadn't checked the recap out. We got it out. We got a lot of views, streams already. We delve into this. Lane Thomas, 838 OPS. Mike Yastrzemski, 820 OPS since May 12th. You put those two numbers together since May 12th, they hit like Michael Harris. So if they hit like Michael Harris, and both of them are good defensive outfielders too, we don't lose anything defensively. The key here is what do you do with Dubon? Does he become the starting shortstop? Bo finally held up and he's talking, wait a minute, what are we going to do with Dubon? I mean, does he become the starting shortstop? It's interesting. I tell you what, the transaction page tomorrow morning, Andrew, is going to be interesting. The starting lineup may even be more when Walt does it. What do you think you do with Mauricio Dubon?
I think you put him at shortstop. I think he deserves it. I think he has proven to be the starting shortstop from what he did in the first half, and I think he's also played better defensively there than he has in left field. Not saying he hasn't played bad left field, but he deserves to be the shortstop. What are they going to do with Ha-Sung Kim? What are they going to do with Jim Jarvis? And what are they going to do with Jorge Mateo? I'm really interested in seeing what they're going to do.
They've got a lot of stuff going on. I don't know, and we'll see. Mike gives it an A minus. Jacob gives it a B plus. I think we're all on the board right here, Ryan. But what do you do with Mauricio Dubon? This is interesting. You got him for a utility. Well, guess what he gets to be? He gets to be the utility guy. It looks like.
I would I'd put him at shortstop, and then when guys need blows, I would go ahead and put him out there in the outfield. If you need to give Michael a day off, because then you can put Jimmy Jarvis at shortstop. I'm DFAing Kim if nobody finds a trade for him today. He's gone. I don't want Ha-Sung Kim on the team anymore. I don't think we need him, and he provides nothing of value for me. So I would let Dubon play short. I'd move him around for guys who need days off, and then plug Jimmy in at shortstop when we're moving Dubon around. But I think he can be the everyday shortstop, or you can give him the utility role. I think you can kind of play both of them. He'd be, like as somebody said, the Ben Zobrist of the Atlanta Braves.
That's a good comp there. Really good comp. He can, and look, I think you can start moving guys around. Ozzy's played a ton, so if you need Ozzy to get a day, you can. Riley, and look, you could put Acuna. You could put Acuna DH and let Baldwin
Yeah.
catch, and you could do that and let Yaz and go to right field and Lane go to right field. So interesting to do. Let's get the trading under. We all agree with y'all's letter grade. We're all spot on. B plus Brody, not a needle mover, but didn't need to be. I agree, Brody. You got it spot on. I think it's in that B plus A minus. We'll see how it goes. All right. The next one we're going to grade is Tyler Molly. Everybody knows I already put the video out. I like Tyler Molly. I'll go first. I rated it at a B plus. I like it because I know what he was trying to do. As long as I know what you're trying to do, I'm fine. And I didn't even know Anthony Molina was still in the system, Andrew. So I give it a B plus. We literally gave up. If somebody's wanting a bag of balls for Kim, I think we did the same thing to get Tyler Molly. What do you grade the Tyler Molly trade?
I'll go a B again. We gave up a Hershey bar for a pitcher that has pitched really well in his 7 starts since coming back from the not the All-Star game, injured list. And I think he'll be really good with Jeremy Hefner, sinker, slider, changeup. And the guy has pitched in the postseason before, and I think he'll be a really good innings eater. I do think, like we said on one of our other episodes, this may be a move corresponding to the Ronaldo Lopez injury.
Yeah, that's we'll see what it goes. I think Molly's here because Lopez got hurt, and I think they were on the phone about whatever. Ryan, how do you grade the Tyler Molly deal?
Uh, C plus to B. It's not a needle mover. It's because Reynaldo Lopez got hurt, right? So you go out there and you get a guy who can plug into the rotation right now, eat some innings. He's also been showing improved stuff. He has 9 strikeouts. I think he's had a sub 4 since he's been up here in his last few months pitching. So take that for what it is. Is he going to be a needle mover? Absolutely not. But he's an innings eater. He's going to take some pressure off the bullpen, and that's what his job is here for. But this shouldn't stop AA from going and pursuing other options for a number 2, number 3 pitcher.
Yeah, I agree. So I think everybody, it's an interesting deal. I think wherever you grade it is kind of fine. Mike says a B plus, Jacob B. So we'll see. Yeah, I see y'all are talking about a deal in chat between the Pirates. They just made a deal, but let's let the guys promote. We haven't seen it yet, so we'll see. Real quick, the Reds. We talked about the Reds. It seems like they're reporting they're going to hang on to Brady Singer. I didn't want Brady Singer. They're going to hang on to him for the qualifying offer. That's what small market teams do. That makes sense. They're going to hold on to him. They feel like whatever they get, a draft pick's going to be better than what they can get for Brady Singer. The other thing is finally Heyman tweeted out, Ryan, they're looking to move Clay Holmes quickly here. So we'll see where Clay Holmes goes. In the chat, that dude says that he retracted. It looks like, but it looks like that maybe that they were trying to work on something. I don't think that'll be a trade. Let's get to the A plus bag of chips for an innings eater. I like that 404. Like I said, it's just as I mean, they didn't give up anything. I said I didn't know Anthony Molina was still in the system. To be honest with you. All right, let's go to the last one. Brett Suter for Nacho Alvarez. I'm actually going to give that the C plus. I'm interested in where they put Brett, and is he really 100% better than Danny Young? I don't really know. I'm going to go C plus. I'm trying to see the vision of Alex. He has pitched in the postseason. That gives me a passing grade. Ryan, where do you put Brett Suter's trade?
Kind of like you, C to B. Is he better than Danny Young? I don't know. Can he be? Sure, but we'll see how that goes. I mean, you gave up. I know there's some people who are Nacho Alvarez, truthers, but Nacho was not a big league player. He couldn't hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He looked very sloppy with his hitting mechanics to me. I never liked the way he swung the bat personally. I think he needed to make a lot of changes, and he just didn't make them. And I think it's kind of telling when the Atlanta Braves are asking you to go play catcher and go hop around so many positions that, they don't know where your value is and they don't know what you're going to be. So I'm perfectly fine giving up Nacho for Brent Suter. Again, it's kind of it's a 1-for-1. You're not giving up much. How much are you getting in return? Probably about the same. So it's an even trade.
I like it. Andrew, what do you grade the Brett Suter trade for Nacho Alvarez?
B minus, and it's just because we added another lefty. It'll be the Phillies, the Brewers, and also us have acquired left-handed relievers who potentially may be going up against the Dodgers. So we'll see how that turns out. But Nacho just doesn't have too much of a future here. But so B minus for me.
Yeah, I'm glad for Nacho. Get a chance, get some fresh. It worked for Vaughn Grissom, as I said in the video. Maybe it worked for Nacho. I will say this about Brett Suter. Everybody's saying the same thing, and my friend Jeff is watching this. I told you he's a big Phillies fan. He said, I'm scared to death of Brooks Raley throwing to Ohtani and Freeman in the postseason and Matt Olson. You know what, Jeff? I'm scared to death of Brett Suter throwing to Ohtani or Kyle Schwarber or Bryce Harper. I'm not going to lie to you. My butthole will be a little bit tighter. What about you, Ryan, about that? Yeah, we got left-handed relievers, but it's going to be interesting.
Jeff, I'll trade left-handed relievers with you. I'll take Brooks Raley. You go ahead and give him here. You can have Brett Suter. I'll make that deal right now, brother.
Hey, man, Andrew, you'd make the same deal, wouldn't you? I'd trade Brett Suter for Brooks Raley right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Padres are going to pick up the whole $7.5 million on Robbie Ray's contract, so that's interesting.
Wow.
So he said he had money. So let's talk about that real quick again. We kind of skimmed over Robbie Ray's deal. It come in as we started. We said it wasn't really a needle mover for the Padres. The Padres' problem has not really been pitching, Ryan. We delved into it on the hip coil, and they're not terrible. Now Canning's terrible. Canning may be the worst starter in baseball, but Michael King's been good, and who knows who's coming back. Their bullpen is lights out. They don't really hit the ball, do they, Ryan?
No, they don't hit, but they are. I think they are short on the starting pitching because, like I told you, I think they only have Michael King as a number one. I'm not saying Robbie Ray's a number two, but he's definitely a number three, number four. He's going to eat some innings for him, and he's going to be effective. And they have a starter they don't have to shuffle up and down from AAA. So I think that does help them, but they need offense in the worst way. Drake Cronenworth has been a bust for them. Manny Machado's kind of been like our Austin Riley. He's had a down year. He does have a little bit more power, though. Bogarts hasn't been good offensively. He has been fine as a defender out there. Jackson Merrill's had a down year this year for them, which they couldn't afford. So Fernando hasn't had the power that he has in years past. So they definitely need to find a power bat, in my opinion, to go out there and play outfield somewhere.
The good thing, the reason why they're starting to win a little bit more is Fernando Tatis's power has kind of picked up here lately, so that's good for them. What do you think about Robbie Ray there, Andrew?
I think it's a deal the Padres needed to make. It's not offense, which they really need most. We'll see where they go from there. Just saw Heyman put out they've reached out to Toronto about Dalton Varsho, but I like the deal to San Diego. I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe you can tell me why I shouldn't be, but I'm a little bit surprised they did pick up all $7 million.
Yeah, we kept hearing the Padres were hurting for money. The reason they sold the ownership and everything like that. That makes two teams that went through ownership sales who have picked up money. The Twins have picked up money. The Padres have picked up money. So it must mean the ownership sales went well. Yes, you can ask the question. We should be able to pick up money. We have guys. We have picked up some money. Remember, we ate Aaron Bummer's contract. I mean, we don't mind picking up money. So yeah. So it's interesting. The other thing that happened when we first got on here. What about the Tampa Bay Rays? Let's look at the American League real quick. Who's going to come out of the American League to the World Series? Who has actually helped their team the most? So the Rays added Peralta and Liam Hicks. So far, the Yankees have added Arise. So far, the Red Sox have added Rutschman. The Orioles, they're going to be in this playoff hunt, and the Blue Jays, even though they added Soriano, I don't think they're going to be in this playoff hunt. Who in the American League East do you think has done the job to put themselves forward to be able to come out of the American League? Ryan?
Ooh, it's between two teams for me. It's between the Red Sox and the Rays. I like what the Rays have done. They added Freddie, which I think they can turn Freddie around. They added Liam Hicks, who is a really good gift for them, a really good catcher that didn't cost them an arm and a leg like Rutschman did for the Red Sox, but the Red Sox got Rutschman. Problem is with Rutschman, he's going to be injured, and they don't know when he's going to be back. So that's a problem in of itself, and they gave up a ton to get him. So how much they got left to go fill other needs, like maybe an extra bullpen arm or an extra bat, I don't know if they have those reserves anymore. So it's going to be the Rays, I think, are not done yet. So I think when it's all said and done, I think Tampa Bay's probably done more. But as of right now, those two teams are pretty equal, in my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think that it's interesting. If the Rays can fix Peralta, then I think the Rays are going to come out smooth. I love Liam Hicks, and that's another power bat. And they kind of needed more of a left-handed power bat with the fact that their two big sticks are both right-handed. Andrew, what do you think about the American League East? Who right now in the American League East looks like the winner so far as of 3:41 on MLB trade deadline?
The Baltimore Orioles have been the deadline winner. That is for sure. But I think the Boston Red Sox, I also think the New York Yankees are going to be good enough to win not only just the East, but and catch Tampa. But I think the Boston Red Sox and the Yankees could also get to the World Series.
Yeah, everybody knows I picked the Red Sox to go to the World Series this year, and I look like an idiot. So thank you, Boston Red Sox, to make me a little bit better. All right, the American League Central. Guardians add Joe Odell. The White Sox add Brazoban, Dole, and Doval. They're kind of the two main teams. I think are the best two teams in the division. Kansas City's not going to do anything. Tigers are not going to do anything. The Twins did add AJ Minter, and they added another reliever. American League Central, Ryan, who is the team that you look at and say that team right there really bettered themselves and they can win in the playoffs.
White Sox. I don't think it's really even that. Look, I like what the Guardians have done, but I think right now the White Sox have done the most to make themselves a little bit better than the rest of the pack. And I think they were already ahead of the pack, especially I think now that they got Noah Schultz back. So I think the White Sox are in a really good spot right now to make a run for the Central. Not saying that the Guardians can't, because the Guardians, they find a way, but I'm liking right now what I've seen out of the White Sox.
How about you, Andrew? You White Sox over Guardians right now?
Yes. Just by a little bit, because I think Cleveland can get really hot, and they got some veteran presence in there, and that can win the division, especially if Jose Ramirez gets going again.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean that. I'm really interested to see what Luis Castillo does. He's a postseason pitcher. They had no starter that pitched in the postseason. They kind of needed somebody, even if it's on the bench, to tell their young pitchers this is happening or whatever. So I'll go White Sox too. American League West is funky. Houston hasn't done anything. Texas hasn't really done anything. They're the two top teams in that division. Oakland has got to sell. They're out. Um, the American League West is weird right now. Seattle did pick up Taylor Ward, but they shipped Luis Castillo. Now they're strong on pitching. Who out of the American League West, Ryan, that you go, hey, that team got better? Are they better? Houston better by sitting still? Texas better by kind of doing nothing? And Seattle. What do you think about the under 500 league in the American League West?
They've done a whole bunch of nothing. So they're all in the same spot as before the deadline. I do want to point this out, Ken, because we were on Clay Holmes not too long ago, that Mark Feinsand put out that Holmes market is very active with 2 hours left. The teams that are interested, Diamondbacks, Brewers, Padres, White Sox, and the Atlanta Braves are in there. So that could come to fruition. But to get back to your point on the American League West, I think it's a toad division is a nice way of putting it. It's a bunch of shitters trying to figure out who's going to be the best shitter at the end of the day, and nobody is really making a push to win that division because they know that they can't really do much. I will say the team that I think has the best chance to do anything in October out of that division is going to be the Seattle Mariners, and it's just because of their starting pitching. They have a ton of pitching. They can go shut anybody down, and all they got to do is score a little bit of runs. So if they get another bat that's legit, I like them more than anybody else. Astros haven't done anything to make me move the needle. Rangers haven't done anything. Nobody else has done anything in that division. So the Mariners really don't have to do much to win the division. They just got to add a bat or two.
I agree, and Andrew, at his point, I'm the Mariners winning that division still because if Randy October or Rosarina is coming together, he's actually started hitting the ball better. That starting rotation is difficult. They can pitch, and nothing really at the trade deadlines. Who do you like in the American League West?
Houston. I think Jordan's just going to be too much for everybody. Jordan's a stud. I think their starting pitching is getting better. Hunter Brown's elite. We'll see how if they can get a left-handed bat. I know Kyle Stowers, his name has been thrown out there. Trevor Larnach. We'll see what they can do, but I think Houston's going to win the West.
We'll see. It's going to be interesting. Real quick, some of y'all, jumping in. Brody, you're right. I mean, surprising the Cardinals. Cardinals already went this far. I think they're going to ship the hitters. Either Burleson or Nootbaar is going somewhere. I can see Houston jumping in on that with them for sure. Mike talks about Machado has 15 home runs against us this year. It feels that way. It feels that way. Every time I feel like Machado comes up, he hits a home run against us. While y'all telling us you appreciate we're doing this, we appreciate y'all. I can tell you right now, we started the podcast on March 31st, and if you told us we were doing a live show with this many followers already, me and Ryan wouldn't have believed it. We wouldn't have believed it. Would you, Ryan?
No,
I know you're appreciative of everybody.
No, today. I'm being honest, guys. I thought we might have had maybe 15 people in this live stream, and we got 50. We've been averaging anywhere from 45 to 55 right now. So, thank you guys for coming in and doing this with us because I took off work today to do this because I enjoy this kind of stuff. I didn't even expect that we would have 400 subscribers at the trade deadline, and we're pushing 500. So we really appreciate the support, and we would like to do more of this. We would like to start making money so we could just do this full time and really provide some content for you guys. It's been a really fun first year for us doing this, and we appreciate the love and support. If you guys got people that are Braves fans, push our stuff out to them, show it to them. You'd be surprised how many people don't see this stuff because things just get lost in the timeline. So just send it to people if they're Braves fans that would like this stuff, and we would really appreciate you guys helping us grow because we're only going to grow as far as you guys help us just because we can only push it so far ourselves. And the more people that we have helping us push our content out, the more we'll follow. So again, thank you guys for joining in today.
Andrew, I know you want to tell them the same thing. It's been amazing. We're like anything else, you give us the energy. I've even talked to some of the other talking pods. It's the same thing. They get tired too. And you drive all three of our podcasts to really hammer, and everybody does a good job. We're appreciative. Andrew, got anything to say to the guys before we get into the next little question we got for everybody?
Yeah, thank you guys for being such a great audience, not only today, but over the last few months since we started this podcast. You guys have been great. Thanks for always retweeting and quoting our stuff, commenting, leaving us questions. We love answering you guys, and we're happy where we're at now. We would have never thought we would have been here. Hopefully we can, and I'm looking forward to growing.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Passon just posted this. The Chicago Cubs are acquiring right-handed reliever Ryan. I have no idea how to say this last name. And Zephyrhan. There you go. Good job, Andrew. And a trade with the Los Angeles Angels.
There you go. There goes the Angels again. They're on a fire sale. So we'll see what happens with Detmers. 404 had actually put it in here too. So he must have seen it first. We appreciate y'all helping us out there. That's a good trade for the Cubs. They need bullpen help, and he will help them. I like the way the Cubs have done it. The Cubs have gone the cheap route. We'll see how it works out for the Cubs. It's interesting. Brian asked a question, Gilmore, and I appreciate you asking this. If we had a crystal ball, what's the best guess on who AA gets? So if we had a crystal ball and AA does add, the answer can't be nobody. This is not that kind of question. It's not a yes or no. So he does add somebody. Who are we going to get? Y'all put in the chat who you think. We'll go around the room. Ryan, at the end of the day, Alex Anthopoulos, 5:59, announces who to the Atlanta Braves.
It's going to be one of Casey Mize or Trevor Rogers. I think it's just too late in the day to get a controllable starting pitcher. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I'm saying my money would be more towards one of those two rentals coming to town. If not both of them, I think those deals can get done quicker than a guy who's got 3+ years under contract.
Andrew, who you got?
I'm going to go Casey Mize or Trevor Rogers. I think Detmers will be tough to get, especially, I don't know how the heck this Chicago guy got this wrong or something, what he was told, or maybe he's even AI. But we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's going to be someone who's labeled as a rental, and we'll see. But Clay Holmes wouldn't be bad either.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. The interesting thing with Alex, though, sometimes he'll pick somebody out nobody even thought of. So it's kind of crazy. So my crystal ball, I don't know. I got a weird feeling. that with Baltimore doing this, that Trevor Rogers may be coming here. I just a weird gut feeling. I would take any of the three: Holmes, Mize, Rogers. Any of the three, I can see getting the rotation and making a big start for us in October. So it's a good question. One person said Jesse Chavez. Might as well go get him. I mean, he's just in the bullpen in San Francisco, Ryan. What we're going to do, we can bring him on here and let him pitch an inning in the postseason, Ryan?
Come on, coach. Just come over here and just sit in the bullpen with the guys, man. That's all we need you to do. Get your cool hats on over here and just come be a vibes guy.
That'll be all right. Braden says Casey Mize. Mike wants Detmers and Holmes. Brody says Clay Holmes. Could be Rogers. That dude says Clay Holmes and Trevor Rogers. Myers and Rogers. Just do it soon. I'm ready for an adult beverage for celebration. Mike, I'm telling you what now. You're ready for an adult beverage. I know Ryan and Andrew, we're ready. Maybe Andrew for two, Ryan. You know how Andrew likes for an adult beverage.
All right.
We got. We're not going to do anything else. That could happen. We've said the same thing. Vo from 5185. We agree with it. It could be nobody happens, and then we can figure out where the team is. So we'll see. Lee says Mize went to the Phillies. So
I haven't seen anything.
I haven't
we
seen
Lee,
anything.
so we'll see. But maybe he knows somebody in the Philadelphia front office. I don't know. So I don't think Casey would like going to Philadelphia myself. So it'd be interesting how he would pitch there too. I mean, they're going to get on him if he has a bad outing. I think Dombrowski realizes that. So let's go to the National League West. See how we're doing out west. Evil Empire. They've added a couple of pieces. Catcher to back up. Rushing to Will Smith gets back. The Giants are in sell mode. The Padres get Ray. The Diamondbacks have done nothing. Zero. So let's go on the Diamondbacks real quick, Ryan. What are the Diamondbacks thinking? They're right there at the postseason. You have already called that they won't make the playoff, correct? You said they're going to be out?
Yes, I think they're going to be out. I think the Pirates grabbed that spot.
Okay, so what could the Diamondbacks do to change your mind?
They'd have to completely revamp their bullpen, and with as many bullpen pieces that have been flying around today, I don't know there's enough out there for them to go do anything. They don't have a great one. Their rotation also isn't great right now, especially with Corbin Burns not being back this year. So there's just not much. There's not enough that they can do for me to push the needle in that direction that they're going to be in the playoffs.
How about you, Andrew? Anything Arizona do to make you think they're going to be a playoff team this year?
Not unless they go get a starting pitcher. I think Pittsburgh will get them over them.
Yeah, I like the Pirates. What the Pirates have done today with Luke Weaver, I think the Pirates are the favorite to make the playoffs. The Phillies are going to get there because the Phillies can just beat people up to get there. I'm like Ryan. I'm not sure they can win in the postseason right now, and we'll see. They do have Durant at the back of the bullpen, so they've always got that going for them. And the Cubs are going to be in the playoffs. There's only fighting for two spots in the National League. The Cubs are going to be in the playoffs. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hey Mike, stop talking dirty to me. He's talking Georgia Tech. DeAndre Hopkins is former NFL receiver, is coaching at Georgia Tech. You got that right, baby. I'm excited to go down and see DeAndre. We'll see how that works out. Evil Empire. I mean, how much better did they actually get with Scooble into the fray, adding a couple other pieces? I think once you're great, it's hard to get better. Like, they're great. And Scooble can only pitch one game a week. It's in that ballpark. Now, look, in the postseason, he could come in, and we understand that. But Dodgers are the clear-cut winner, even here at the trade deadline. If you're in the National League West, Ryan, how do you look at your division to even comprehend what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, I don't know why the Padres are going for it. I told you I think it would have been a way better deadline for them if they were selling some of their pieces. You know how much they would have gotten back out of their bullpen today if they decided to sell? They would have gotten a ton back for their bullpen if they decided to sell. They would have gotten a ton back for Michael King if they decided to sell him. They would have gotten a decent amount back for Ty France. I don't know why they're buying, but they're buying. If you're in the NL West, you're looking at the standings. Do I have a shot in the wild card? And if I do make the wild card, do I have a shot to get past the Dodgers to get to the World Series? And my answer for all you guys in the NL West, no offense, is no. None of you guys are better than the Dodgers. I don't think none of you guys match up well against the Dodgers in a 3-game series, a 5-game series, or a 7-game series. So I'm not saying to not add, but at the same time, be smart. Maybe buy and sell. Padres, you should have just sold, my opinion, but yeah, I like your point, Ken. When you're that great like the Dodgers are, it's kind of hard to get even that much better. Scooble makes them better, of course, but they're already set the bar so high. It's not. I mean, it's just like they're great. It's going to be hard to beat them, and you don't. It's just you kind of don't care who they add because they're already that dang good.
I agree. Here comes our first. We always get these on social media. We could have done that. This is the return for Dustin May and JoJo Romero. They're getting Class A outfielders Alexander Frias and Double A outfielder Josiah Ragsdale. They're both considered top 30 prospects in their system. That would probably be, in our case, would be Luis Guanipa and maybe, I don't even think Owen Carey's probably better than that. Something like those lines. Um, it's interesting that they didn't give up a lot. So Milwaukee did not fleece the Cardinals the way the Red Sox fleeced the Orioles. So that's interesting. Katie Woog put that package out. So real quick, Andrew, you're in the National League West. How do you get back in this thing? I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about where do you go as a franchise? Because that's what Ryan's talking about. The Padres could have had a shot to do that. Padres had enough bullpen pieces, enough stuff out there. They could kind of reposition themselves that when the Dodgers start falling here, because look, Freddie's going to get older. That's what happens to us. And Mookie and all of them are going to get older. Be there to be the next team in the West. And I think, I'm like Ryan, I think the Padres are failing today because A.J. Preller can't help himself. He's that guy in the casino knows he only has $10 more left, but he's still got to go play the penny slots. He's that guy. So, Andrew, if you're in the National League West, how do you get back?
Well, I think you just kind of do a full rebuild and kind of just let the Padres or let the Dodgers do their thing until everybody gets old or continues to get older. Ryan, I'm not sure what you think, but the Dodgers aren't losing that division for the next 3 to 5 years, and I think that to even have a shot for the long term future, you got to just start over and let the Dodgers continue to get older.
Yeah, you're. I don't know I don't know what you do. I told you the Padres should have definitely sold. I think the Diamondbacks, they're in a really tough spot because they don't have a great farm system, but they also don't have enough players that are really coming up where they could sell. Because Cattell's under contract, so you could keep him. Corbin Carroll's still under contract. Soroka, you have him coming back. He's under contract for next year. Burns is going to be back. So I think it makes sense for the Diamondbacks to hold on to their pieces right now just because you don't have to get rid of them right now, and their value's still going to be there. But as far as the Giants, I think they're doing the right thing and getting rid of some of their pieces. I think the only team, even the Rockies, are getting rid of some of their pieces and selling off. I think those teams are kind of heading in the right direction. Again, the Padres are just absolutely a dumpster fire right now with A.J. Preller, who just cannot help himself but go buy. Your team's not good enough to get past the Dodgers this year. It's not good enough to get really past the Brewers or Braves, in my opinion. So, well, probably the Braves just because you've been our daddy. So, but I don't see them getting past the Brewers or the Dodgers. So I don't really know what the Padres are doing. But the rest of the National League West kind of knows, and they're in sell mode a little bit. Diamondbacks are staying pat, I think, as they should, because they can sell off later next year or the following year. But again, Padres are just a dumpster fire.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I like what Brian Gilmore says. Preller's going to Preller. That's true. He can't help himself. Now, Randy brings this up. If Anthopoulos doesn't address the starting pitcher, he's going to catch heat from all corners. Now, I don't know which all corners he's talking about, but Ryan, speak to that. I think there's going to be an upset Braves country if we don't pick up a pitcher.
You're going to have the entire, and it's not just Braves Twitter. You're going to have people on Facebook upset. You're going to have the entire fan base as a whole that encompasses Braves country upset that you didn't go get a starting pitcher this deadline because your team is that good. They have shown that they can weather storms of a bad performing Austin Riley, a Ronald Acuna Jr. that hasn't been performing to where he's normally at. Or, you go through an entire month of June where you don't hit the baseball at all, but somehow you still come out with a 3-game lead at the All-Star break, and then you catch red-hot fire again after the All-Star break, and now you're 8 games back up in the division. So this team has shown you this is the team to go buy for. 24, I understand why you didn't. 25, I understand why you didn't. 23, you should have, but you didn't. You're on the hot seat if you don't do it this year. And if this team flops in the first round, I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Schiller and his other boss sit down in his
McGurk.
office and say, what the hell happened at the deadline? Why didn't you make a move? You had our support. You had money. Why didn't you make a move for a pitcher?
Yeah, how about you, Andrew? There's going to be. I'm not looking forward to going to the ball game tomorrow night if we don't pick up a number 2 starter, because every usher, every security person is going to come up to me. I mean, I'm still going to look forward to it because we're like family. You know that, Andrew, at the ballpark.
Oh yeah.
I mean, everybody's going to be a little let down if we don't get another starter, Andrew.
Yeah, I don't know how else I can say it better than Ryan just said. Hey, you better get a freaking starting pitcher, man, or you just got to get a number 2 starter. We need it. This team needs it. We can't win a World Series without it. Chris Sale is only going to do as much as he can. We got to get a second pitcher.
Ryan, I won't say it vocally because nobody wants to put this out in the universe, but another reason why you're going to get a number 2 pitcher is you just don't ever know. And, so let's talk a little bit right now while we're a little bit of that period. Everybody's kind of waiting. The rotation. Okay, we know Molly's coming in. He's going to pitch this weekend. We know that Holmes, Elder, Perez are going to pitch against the Marlins. That's what we think right now. Sale got pushed back again to the weekend. What do you think about this pitching, getting him a lot of days off? Now, look, the Braves have survived it. Me and you kind of worried we wouldn't survive it. We'll be honest with everybody. They survived it, got an 8-game lead. What do you think about this route they're going with Chris Sale?
I'm okay with it right now. You have an 8-game lead, so there's no need to push him, and they're trying to keep him healthy for October. I don't think there's any question about that. But to your point, Ken, you don't ever know if he's going to stay healthy. You can't bank on health because your team hasn't been healthy the last several years. So go get a starting pitcher. Go get 2 of them if you can. Like, load up. This is the year to load up. I don't mind them giving Sale extra days rest because we have an 8-game lead in the division. But at the same point in time, you also got to kind of keep pushing for one of those 2 first-round buys. So I don't love it. I'm okay with giving him an extra day here and there, but you got to kind of go get your horse out there and go let him eat a little bit so you can get that first-round buy, because I don't want to play the Pirates in the first round of the playoffs. I don't want to play the Phillies in the first round of the playoffs. I'd rather play them in a 5-game series, not a 3-game series for me personally, because we have not played well in October the last few times.
No, I agree. Andrew, what about Chris Sale? What they're doing with him?
I'm glad they're pushing it back this next weekend, but man, we need a 1B to go with him, and I'd feel a lot better if he has a sidekick because you never know. He's 36, 37 years old. I don't want to say it, but what if something happens to him? And his body, and maybe it's a minor little thing, but he's 37 years old. His body doesn't heal like my body at the age of 24. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm with Vo from 5185. I'm glad he got put. I understand why he got pushed back against the Yankees. Me and Ryan talked about it on the recap. And again, if you hadn't checked that out, check it out. Makes total sense. I was hoping maybe even Molly could pitch these 3 games to push Perez back, get 2 lefties against the Yankees, but Perez is supposed to go Thursday. Real quick, that dude said this. This is hilarious in the chat. I hadn't seen it, guys. I don't want to hear that normal. We're in a couple of guys. It just didn't fit what we want to do, and the price was just not what we were willing to pay. Well, Dad, if we don't make a change, we don't even have to listen to the press conference. We know that that's what Alex is going to say, isn't it, Ryan?
100%. I like what you said earlier before we got on here, Ken. Me and Ken were talking. I said, Ken, if Alex comes into the press conference today and we didn't get a starting pitcher, and if he goes, well, we just didn't like the deal, it was going to be too much, we just didn't feel comfortable with it, I said I was going to lose my mind. And Ken said, if I was the guys, Bowman and Chad going in there, he's like, when he gets to the questions part, they should have just started shaking their heads no, and just said, no, we've heard this speech before, Alex. We'll go ahead and get out of your way so you can get back to whatever it is you're doing in your office.
Yeah, I said they could just copy and paste from the last press conference. Real quick, like what the Angels have just done, in the Zephyron deal, they gave up on Logan O'Hoppe, and they went and got Moises Ballesteros from the Cubs. I like what the Angels did there. That was pretty good by Mozeliak. He gave up on O'Hoppe, but he kind of went and got Ballesteros. The kid can hit, Andrew. What do you think about the way Mozeliak? Okay, yeah, I gave up on Hoppy, but let me go get Ballesteros from Zephyron.
That's a really good pickup by the Angels right there. Ballesteros can hit. He's got to work on the defensive game a little bit, but man, he can hit and he will pull the ball really well in LA.
What about you, Ryan? I like that. That's a pretty neat little move.
Yeah, it's a solid move, right? I mean, you didn't give up much, and you got a guy who can, if you can get him to figure out, has big time power, who could be a 30 to 40 home run guy, and may end up being a catcher. I think he is a defensive toad, though, so you're going to have a lot of work with him behind the plate, but it's not for a reliever. It's a really good deal for the Angels.
I agree. And Brody, you asked the question with the Angels getting Namala, the shortstop from the Mets. Does that make us think more likely Neto's on the move? It's the exact opposite with me. I think it's more likely he'll stay because in the Neto deal, we would have probably had to give him up somebody that was ready kind of right away. That'd been more like Jim Jarvis, Alex Lodis. Those kind of guys would have to go quicker. Even maybe have them eat some Hassan Kim. This makes me think that they're sold on Neto being their starter for 2027. How about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I thought once they got that shortstop in return, I was like, okay, well, that's going to be their next shortstop. So Neto's probably going to stay for the next couple of years before they ship him out. And then if the kid's maybe a year or two away, I could see them getting a filler until he's ready. But no, I don't think Neto's going anywhere.
All right, we're going to break this one because this guy's a really top-notch writer for the Houston Astros. So Chandler Rome is reporting, he works for the Athletic, that Dalton Varsho, the Astros are close to getting Dalton Varsho. If that pans out, that could be a hitter that can actually help them. They kind of actually crosses out the Taylor Ward to Mariners trade. It kind of is like, okay, you got a bat, we went and got a bat. We're back to being even. What do you think, Andrew?
Exactly, even deal that the Astros just did what the Mariners did. We'll see what the Astros have to give up. But, Passon's finalizing it right now, as he just tweeted. It's a big one. It'll be fun. The Astros got their left-handed hitter.
So they're getting Varsho, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good trade for the Astros, in my opinion. And also probably a good trade for Dalton Varsho. I think he's kind of wore the Blue Jays thin. They've wore him thin. What do you think about Dalton Varsho going to the Houston Astros? Right?
Ken, you know me, I'm not a Varsho guy. I've never liked him. I thought he could be so much better, and he just never figured it out. I think he's a good defender. He's got a little bit of speed. The hitting's way too inconsistent. Like he'll be red hot. He'll hit 450 with like almost 1,000 OPS one month, and then he'll hit like almost under 100 with a 420 OPS the next month and a half. So I've never liked Dalton Varsho. Maybe he can go out there and help the Astros, but that's not a needle mover in my opinion, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a move. I'm on the board of maybe a change of scenery will help Dalton, and we'll see if that is what happens out. So, let's go ahead and get to this about our minor leaguers. We got a shortstop. That dude brings it up. Okay, because I know who Ryan's going to get, so I'm going to go to. We always give Andrew the tough questions, so I already know what Ryan's answer is going to be. So you got three really good top. You could probably be top 10 prospects in a lot of organizations. John Hill, Tate Southesine, Alex Lodis. Dad said he thinks Alex will end up moving to third. They're going to have to move. Who's going to be eventually? Cody Miller's down there. They've already moved him. They know he's going to. When he got drafted, we always said he was going to be a second baseman outfielder, and that's where he's going to go. Andrew, you have three stud shortstops, and they're doing well in the minor leagues, and they're moving up gradually. The Braves will eventually have to figure out who's going to take over the shortstop. John Hill, Tate Southesine, Alex Lodis. Who do you think eventually becomes an Atlanta Braves shortstop?
Tate Southesine. I think the talent is there. I think the athleticism is there. I like the speed. I like the defense, and I like the hitting. I think John Hill's a little bit more versatile, going to maybe third base, or he could play the corner outfield for the future. And then kind of like that dude a little bit. Lodis could go to third base. He also could play second base. So we'll see.
Ryan, who do you think should be the starting shortstop in Atlanta eventually?
Well, Tate has made it a very close race for me. I'm not going to lie. It's between Tate and John Hill. I love John Hill. I think John could be the starting shortstop. Y'all know I love the bat and the athleticism of that kid. He's got lightning quick hands. I mean, he's turning on 98, 99 inside religiously right now. And if you can do that, all I got to do is teach you how to drive the ball to right center field, which he has gotten a little bit better at this year, but not quite, which is why he's still struggling against high A pitching, and he's probably going to struggle in double A. Tate has a little bit more going the other way. Tate hasn't figured out how to drive the ball to right center field yet. So it's going to be a race between which one of them really figures out the bat first. And then when they figure out the bat, it's going to be seeing which one can really play defense. I think Tate has the better arm, and he's a little bit, more suited for shortstop. But I don't know. I also could see Tate, they saying, okay, we're going to move him to left field. John's going to be a very good shortstop, and we're going to put John Hill in at shortstop because Tate's got the better arm. He's more athletic, and he might be better in the outfield over John. So you can go either or. I don't think either one's wrong, but I think Lodis is probably going to be the one. If we do get a pitcher, you're going to see Lodis moved because Alex, he was a college bat. He started in low A. He finally started crushing low A, but now he's going back up to high A. We're going to see how he really adjusts to that. And I think Alex has a hard time really driving the ball to right center, right field as well. So we'll see how he does.
Yeah, Mike says Tate's his. He put Hill in left, and that seems to be what's going on here. He'll go to left field. Tate will be the shortstop, and LSOD is the most movable piece. That dude says the same thing about Tate's South's thing. Is the one guy he would not trade in our system. He's his untouchable. So we'll see. All right, so let's go to our shortstop at the major league level. We got a conundrum, guys. We got a kid, Jim Jarvis, the clubhouse loves. He can hit, he can play defense. Now he's had a couple little plays here and there. I kind of put it off to kind of trying too hard. I mean, he can hear the rumblings, and I think his defense will 100% settle down once they make the decision. You got Hassan Kim. They have $20 million reasons to play him. We know that. That's what the only reason Hassan Kim's not been cut. Me and Ryan have said it so many times, Andrew too. This guy was making $4 million a year. They'd have already kicked him gone. He'd been gone already, but he's not. Jorge Mateo, Jesus Cano wrote about it. Andrew, it's very important. He said the clubhouse, and he means the Latino players, love Jorge Mateo. You're Alex Anthopoulos. Somebody's got to do something. What are you going to do?
Bye Hassan Kim. Don't mess up the clubhouse. You already proved that you're willing to eat money with Aaron Bummer. In the past, I think you could do the same thing with Hassan Kim. And I believe that they would, and because especially just this time of the year, especially when the boys have won 5 in a row, you don't want to mess up the clubhouse with someone who has hardly been there, and when he has been there this year, he has not produced.
Yeah. How about you, Ryan? Which way are you going to go?
Bye, Hassan Kim. We'll see you never again.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. I don't know. That's one of those you got to run by Terry and Derek for sure because you're going to cut that much money. But I'm like Ryan. I was going to drive into the game. I forgot which game it was. Ryan, you were talking about it. You've already lost this much money. Might as well just go let him lose the rest of it. He's not giving you anything for the $20 million. Mike says 100%. Hassan Kim. I agree. Look, I trust Jesus. If he thinks that's going to be a trouble if Jorge Mateo leaves, I'm not going to rub that part of that dugout wrong. I don't think Mauricio Dubon can put that back in the horse if they're that high on Jorge Mateo or Ozzie. And the two that I really think that I worry the most about, I don't want to use the word pouting, that's not the right word, but being upset would be Ronnie, would be one of them. And I don't want Ronnie upset. I need Ronnie here. I need Ronnie to go. All right, Jacob asked, who's the most realistic option with 2 hours left? Jacob, you're just getting here. We kind of went through that a while ago. We all think Trevor Rogers, Casey Mize, Clay Holmes seems to be the three that we're kind of zoning in on. Um, and so that's who we're going to guess. We're going to go. Carcourt Braves is going to call it. If we make a move, it's going to be Casey Mize, Trevor Rogers, or Clay Holmes. One of those three will be an Atlanta Brave. But we won't be upset if we're wrong and it's Reed Detmers. If we're wrong and it's nobody, we'll be upset. So Mike says 100%. Kim has no value at the moment. I agree. Kathy's here. Kathy Gold has just showed up. Ryan, y'all want to say something to Kathy? She's got to be pumped. She just got Adley Rutschman. Now look, there are guys on foul territory killing this deal.
What?
Yeah, they're saying
They're
it's
killing
damaged,
the deal?
They're saying it's damaged goods. Kathy, don't listen to them. That foul territory is foul anyhow. Don't listen to them. This is a good deal for your O's.
That's a
Ryan,
good
you want to say
deal.
something to Kathy?
Yeah, that's a really good deal for the Baltimore Orioles. I mean, you're getting your potential number 3 starting pitcher who has an upside to be a number 1 in that deal. You're getting younger athletic prospects that can play the infield and outfield, especially since y'all's outfield is not very good. Colton Cowser didn't really pan out. Tyler O'Neill hasn't really panned out. I mean, you got Leody Tavares out there right now. So I'm sorry, but you guys got a really good deal. You got some really good upside on the first 2 prospects, and the other 2 are kind of lottery shots. But for a year and a half left to control on Adley Rutschman, man, and you get that kind of haul from the Boston Red Sox, you make that deal every single day. That's the one thing I was worried about with you guys. I just don't. I don't know if you would have gotten any more if you waited on him, even if he was healthy. So I think it was a very good deal.
Yeah, and Kathy, I mean, you got Navarez back for Rogers. That's an upgrade there, too. So I like the deal all the way around. Andrew, you got something to say to Miss Kathy G? She's one of the best social follows. She does a great job, and she's into this Braves. And I got to meet her a couple times at the stadium. Just a really nice lady. Andrew, what about Miss Kathy and her Orioles?
Hey, Kathy, you got a really good return for Adley. A lot better than I was going to even expecting, even with it being in division. I would, if I was an Orioles fan, I would say, well, you've been punting on the season and you're selling a little bit. You are one of the winners of the trade deadline for the future, um, and I think this is a step in the right foot forward for the Orioles.
Yeah, I like your pitching staff, Kathy. I think Trevor Rogers can be moved, and who knows, you can get a young pitcher for Trevor Rogers. I don't want to put it out there from the Braves because the Braves fans would get upset, but you can inbox me later who I thought could be a great fit to go to the Orioles. Real quick here, Patrick Mooney's reporting on that Zephron trade. The Cubs are also going to send Mark McGuire's son, Mason. Mason McGuire is going to go be an Angel. He's a pitcher. He's not a hitter. He's a pitcher. So he's going to join Ballesteros out there. So that's an interesting one that they're doing. All right. So we brought this up on the recap. Okay, just brought this up on the recap. So we're going to let everybody get to address it now. Andrew, I'll let you go first because you went on the recap. Where is Matt Olson ranked in baseball players in MLB? Now, look, I love what the reporter asked him. I don't know if that was Gabe or who that was that asked him the question to Walt Weiss. Is he a top 10 player in the MLB right now? You have to take into account playing every day, defensively, offensively, clubhouse culture, all those things. Is Matt Olson a top 10 player in MLB, Andrew?
Yes. When everything's put into a counter, he is a top 10 player.
Yeah, I agree. We might. You want to tell them what we said, Ryan? You can start breaking this thing down. You might get him to top 5, don't you think?
Yeah, look, at the very least, I think Matt Olson's a top 15, but definitely top 10. I mean, he goes at one, he posts every single day. You're getting. There's only been a few years where he hasn't hit you 30 bombs. Godly, he's such a good defender at first base. He's a leader in the dugout. He's going to hit third or fourth in your lineup, and he's an anchor in there. He can hit left-handed pitching with the best of them as a left-handed hitter. He's to me the best first baseman in Major League Baseball. He's overtaken Freddie for that mantle. He's overtaken Vladdy because Vladdy has had a terrible year. Vladdy's not even right now, I don't think, in the top 5 this year. I mean, Matt Olson consistently year in and year out, you can post an probably about an 850 to 900 OPS, 30 homers, about a 260 batting average. He's top 10, top 5 player in Major League Baseball. Now, he's not going to wow you with his speed, but that dude is athletic at first base. He's a very good player, and there are 29 other teams that wish they had that at first base every single day.
Yeah, I have a tough time as a coach here. I'm not putting Juan Soto over Matt Olson. He doesn't play defensively, clubhouse culture, and of course Juan's been hurt. I'm a huge Aaron Judge truther. I love Aaron Judge, but even he's starting to get banged up. I'm not saying Matt's better than him. It's hard not to give Matt. So the whole point is Matt Olson's probably in the MVP hunt. Randy says definitely a top 10 player, right around top 10. Brody says that. Yeah, I mean, you start putting the list. I understand him hitting 266, Brody, but I don't really care. I tell you what, you look, Brody, real quick. I want you to think about something. How many games that he's just saved runs? To me, that's like to a coach. I'm just talking about to a coach. Those are base hits to me. When Austin bounces the ball in the dirt, or Horacio Iglesias, for whatever reason, throws the ball down the right field line, and you're able to do that, it was a line drive. Kathy knows this. She was probably watching the Orioles game. He made a double play at Pete Alonso, another first baseman. You could read his list. I wish John Boyd had done the Ripley. Said, "How did you do that?" Like, he knows he can't make that play. I agree with you, Brody. I think he'd like to get a higher batting average, but we saw that last year when he was trying to hit for a higher average. We missed the home runs. I like Matt Olson, a 260, 270 hitter, hitting home runs. So, real quick on this, Austin Riley. Here you go, Ryan. So we got a little time in here. Austin Riley. Ryan did a really good video. Me and Ryan thinks we found a little bit what's going on to Austin. We actually sent the video. Hopefully it got to Tim Hires. Those things get a little tricky. So tell us about Austin Riley and what's going on with Austin. And there is hope for the future if he can figure something out, isn't there?
Yeah, it's his leg kick. I told you guys I hate the leg kick. I don't like leg kicks. I think they're very inconsistent with his timing, and I synced up some of his swings and I didn't do a fastball and a breaking ball. I did breaking ball, fastball, and you can definitely tell his leg kick's a lot higher. He's almost pushing his foot off the ground to kick his leg up, which is sending his weight back onto his back knee, not into his back hip. So if it goes onto your knee, whatever goes back into it is going to stride forward. So he's crashing heavily on his front side, which means your head's moving. So when you're swinging, you don't have as much time to make sound decisions at the plate with what you're swinging at, which is why he's also missing the ball by 1.5 feet at times. So I think if he calms his leg kick down, which he did this past series, he's done it a couple of series where his leg kick isn't as high and he has a nice soft landing on that front side where he doesn't move his head and he's locking his front side out, keeping his head back, and he has really good series. If he can do that consistently, he's going to get hot. It's just, can he do it consistently? I have no idea. I don't think he knows that that's the problem, though. So hopefully the video gets to him. Hopefully Hire sees what I'm seeing, and hopefully they can make that adjustment. If they don't, they don't. It is what it is. But I'm 100% convinced that's been his entire issue this year.
Yeah, we watched, me and Ryan watched video for a couple hours, and I took still photos for him. It's really noticeable, so hopefully he gets it called up. All right, here's the other question. We'll let Andrew jump on this because me and Ryan's already talked about it. Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies gets a lot of hate by the analytic nerds. That's okay. I'm one too. But Ozzie is a great second baseman. I don't care anybody looks at it. I know the analytics, the Savant pages don't like him, but I like the fact that what he does, he posts every day. I'll let you know something, chat. The top 5 home run hitters and second baseman in all time in MLB, with Jeff Kent went in, or in the Hall of Fame now. Jeff Kent was the last of the 5. He actually has the most home runs as a second baseman. Ozzie Albies has 175. He's 29 years old. He signs the extension in Atlanta, Andrew. And Chad, I want you to answer this question too. Ozzie Albies, first of all, is he going to be in the Braves Hall of Fame if he signs the extension? Second of all, if he gets to 300 home runs, are they retiring number 1? Especially if they win a world championship, another one with him. and can eventually, maybe the Veterans Committee, are we looking at a future Hall of Famer in Ozzie Albies if he signs the extension in Atlanta, Andrew?
I certainly think we're looking at a future Braves Hall of Famer if he re-signs an extension and becomes a Brave for life. Um, that will be the going into Cooperstown will be a tough one. Second baseman isn't always the favorite position by the writers or the committee. I would love to see Ozzie get there, and I think if he keeps playing the way he has for years, he stays healthy. I think there's a really good case that he goes into Cooperstown one day.
Now, Ryan, you can mention this. This is the thing about it, guys. National Hall of Fame loves world championships. So if Ozzie were to peg another one, have two world championships, that's got to help his cause. Definitely going to be a Braves Hall of Famer if he signs an extension. Does the number one get retired, and does he have an outside chance at the National Hall of Fame?
Yes. I mean, when you go, Ken, me and you kind of broke down the numbers a little bit. Ozzy has an outside shot at 300 bombs. He was sitting at 175 the last time me and you looked. And if he plays an average of, 5-6 years, and he averages 25, he's right at that 300. And he's a switch hitting second baseman who hopefully will have 2 to 3 World Series with the Atlanta Braves by the end of it. I can 100% see he will have a strong case. He might not get in the first few years, but he's going to have a really strong case like Andrew Jones did to get into the Hall of Fame late, whether it's in his last year or whether it's going to be the Veterans Committee. I just want to I see something in the chat. No, I have not talked to Chipper Jones about it. I'm not close with Chipper. I don't have any contact info with Chipper, and neither does Ken. So, no, I did not talk to Chipper about it.
Yeah, Chipper's got his own thing going on. We could probably get something to Chipper. It'd have to go through Chris Domino and Matt and all them at 680. Brody writes, absolutely, he deserves to make the Braves Hall of Fame. If and only it gets another championship, number one, he should retire. The Hall is tough. I think he can make it for sure. Yeah, we're just throwing it out there that I don't think Braves fans are realizing what they're seeing in Ozzie Albies. He's number 22 ranked second baseman all time in home runs. You go to some of the other numbers. He just stole his what was his 100th stolen base or something? What was it? Something that he's
100th stolen base.
Yeah, so he's. I'm telling you, you're looking at something special. And if Ozzie signs the extension, I'm telling you what, he's going to retire a Brave. That's going to be awesome. So, hey, real quick in the chat, remember we're giving away 2 tickets to Wednesday night's Miami Marlins Atlanta Braves game. That's Big Texas. Big Texas is on the mound, and they're throwing their best pitcher, Yuri Perez, so it should be a really good matchup. Parking pass is in N29. That's the shuttle lot, so you don't even have to walk if you don't want to. And he said you need to connect with Chipper. Well, we'll try to make that work. I'll see what we're right and see if we can't get Ryan next to Chipper. He'd love that.
I would love that, man.
So,
I'm little old me, and that's Chipper Jones over there.
yeah, it's definitely. So all you have to do if you're interested in that and you haven't had a chance, tell your friends. If you can't and your friends can, subscribe to this YouTube channel that we're on right now and put Lane Thomas tickets. Lane Thomas tickets, you're in the drawing. We're going to draw Tuesday night. Right after the ball game, I'm going to draw on the 3-out recap. So Tuesday night, 3-out recap, we'll draw. So make sure you get it in there. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Follow us, subscribe us. Like Ryan says, we can get more product out. So here's the deal. On the next thing is the next question for Braves Country. We went through the 3 trades. This is everybody in the chat. Y'all tell us. We have Lane Thomas coming to Atlanta, Tyler Mahle coming to Atlanta, and Brett Suter coming to Atlanta. All right, let's have a fun game. Which one do you keep? Which one do you hate? And which one do you kill? So go around the horn here. So which one of these do you just wish they would have killed the deal, didn't do it? I'm not talking about the player guy. Ryan thought I was talking about the player there for a second. There's a few players, but that's not one of these 3. B.J. Upton, I'll never get over B.J. Upton. So, but which one deal would you like to kill? Which deal do you like? And which deal do you just, you don't really like? You hate. You just hate. So you got Brett Suter, Tyler Mahle, Lane Thomas, Andrew. Which one you got? Which one do you like? Which one do you hate? Which one do you wish they'd have killed, not did?
I like the Lane Thomas deal. I think that's Um, I wish they. I wish they didn't. I don't think they needed. Well, they. I'm gonna say they needed Suter, so I'm gonna say I wish they didn't do Malley.
Okay. How about you, Ryan?
I like Thomas. Suter's indifferent to me. I don't care. The reason why I wish they didn't do Tyler Molly is so AA would have actually been forced to go get a number 2 starting pitcher.
Yeah, I'm interested in what chat actually says here because I'm the same way as I think the Molly deal's the one I wish they wouldn't have done. Then I think he would be. Now look, I think, and I've already put the video out. I think Tyler Molly fits, and I understand what he did, but I kind of wish Buster would have told him no because I don't know why Buster traded Molly for Anthony Molina. Uh, I love Lane Thomas. I think he's going to make a difference, and Suter, I'm just kind of meh on whatever. So. That dude. I like all three, but Thomas keep, Molly hate, Suter kill. So we're gonna kill Brett Suter. So that's all right. He's a tough guy. Has anybody seen the video that's out on social media? Have you guys seen the video of Brett Suter dancing?
Yes.
And so now Bray's Twitter is going to try to get um, Wiley
Wiley.
Ballard and Brett Suter in a dance contest. That'd be an interesting dance contest, wouldn't it, Andrew? Who would win that dance contest, Brett Suter or Wiley Ballard?
No, I think I'm going to give that to whoever. Well, Brett Suter had some alcoholic beverages in the system there, so I might give it to Wiley.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Kathy says she'd keep Lane, care less on Molly, super meh, but okay. I think she's lying on our board, Kathy. I agree with you. Lane Thomas is the keeper here. All right, dance contest, Ryan. Who's going to win, Brett Suter or Wiley Ballard?
That's a really tough one there, Ken. My goodness. Sorry, Wiley. I know you're coming on. Oh, by the way, chat, if you haven't heard, Wiley Ballard is coming on the show with Ken. You will be seeing that in your feeds probably later this week. But sorry, Wiley, I'm going with Brent Suter, especially if he's got a few alcoholic beverages in his system after we clinch this division. Yeah, you ain't got a snowball's chance, Bubba.
Yeah, I'm not going against my tech boy. All right, so Wally Ballard's going to win the dance contest. I got faith in you, Wally. Wally is going to come on the coach's corner. You know, we do interviews. We've had so many people on there. Jesus was the last one we had, Cano. But Wiley's coming on. We're going to film Wednesday morning. I'll have that out before Wednesday night's game. I appreciate Wiley coming on. We'll talk Braves trade deadline. We'll get exactly his thoughts. He'll give us the Braves vision, thoughts, and people around. We'll ask Wiley about all his endeavors on the road. Wiley's a social butterfly. And of course, I'll have to talk to him about Georgia Tech. So, real interesting, real quick. And that deal for Luke Weaver, the Mets sent money to the Pirates. Pirates, I'm telling you what, the Pirates are killing this run. They didn't have
Doing
to
good,
pay,
man.
they're going to send some money. I don't say how much it is. Anthony Tacoma, who writes for the Mets, is the one that sent that out. What do you think about the Mets not only getting Weaver, but telling them Pirates getting Weaver, but telling the Mets you got to send some money too?
It's really good for the Pirates, man. I do it. They're doing really good so far this deadline. Less than an hour and a half left, Chad. We got about 85 minutes until the deadline hits. But Pirates are doing really good so far, Ken. I like what they're doing. They really strengthened their team. I think if they get another bat to help with the Ryan O'Hearn situation, since he's going to be out for a little bit, if they get one more bullpen piece, I think they have a perfect deadline.
All right, we're going to put this out for y'all in chat. Mark Bowman just tweeted this out. The acquisition of another position player could change things, but the Braves truly are going to put Kim on the roster tomorrow. That's what it looks like they're going to do. It's hard to see Jarvis staying in the majors. If Yaz and Thomas are the primary left field, Dubon will probably be the primary shortstop. No reason to carry Jarvis as a backup. All right. Could it be the worst Tuesday at the ballpark, Andrew, if we don't get a number 2 starter and we send one of the fan favorites down to Gwinnett?
Yes.
You worked at the stadium. That could be a bad day in Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it could. I think it could just because it'd be sad because we have the prospects to go be aggressive and bringing back a guy who hadn't really done anything or really been around the team the entire year. I'm not sure. I understand because you don't want some. I mean, he's making 20 million. You just don't want to let him go without giving him a second chance. But um, that would be a sad thing to see Jim Jarvis and a fan favorite and a clubhouse friend um, go down.
Yeah, Ryan. After Jesus put it out, I felt like Jorge was going to stay here, and just like that, the kid's got to go down to Gwinnett, and Hassan Kim looks like he's going to be on this roster. Your initial thoughts on that?
I'll tell you what, he better bring me a number two starting pitcher. That's all. He better bring me a number two starting pitcher. That's all I got to say because there's no reason to keep Kim on this roster. He provides absolutely nothing to this team.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'd be disappointed. I like watching Jimmy play. He plays so hard. I like that. And so we'll see. Going through the chat, Ray Nee Smith says, I'm feeling like Mize is still out there. Means we still have a shot 100%. I really feel like this is going to be one of those 559 if they do anything anyhow. Last second, he does that. Remember, we got Rossio Iglesias. I'll never forget this. I'm in the car at the MLB trade deadline. I don't know if Andrew, you work in the stadium when Rossio Iglesias? I can't remember. Yeah. So we're at
Yes.
this thing, and I waited to the trade deadline. Actually, was watching it on my thing. Walked through the gate at 6 o'clock when I realized the Braves had not done anything. Got in the elevator, went up to I sit at the press box. Go to the press box, and the guys are flying downstairs. What just happened? And right after, about 5 minutes after 6, they announced Rossio Iglesias to the Braves. So that could be what's going to happen today. So let's hope it is there. So yeah, he's still out there. So Randy, begging at the bare minimum, get Detmers. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Why, Kathy wants to know this. This is a good question. Why do people think Doobie needs to play every day? Let him rest and get his bat for October. I'll start first, Ryan. I'll let the hitter go here in a second, but I'll let Ryan. Kathy, Matt Olson tells you every day you don't get better hitting by resting. You don't get better hitting. I understand what you're saying. Make sure he's rested up, but the fact of the matter is that Doobie actually needs to play. Now, if you want to not make him the everyday shortstop and rotate him, I'm fine with that. Put him in left field. Let Yaz play right. Ronnie DH. You can put him in right field when whatever. Ronnie needs a day off the thing. Who knows what's going to happen. If Riley needs a day, you can put him at third. If Ozzie needs a day, you can move things around for Ozzie to take a day. But that's the reason why most people think Dubon needs to keep playing because they have not seen this kind of production out of Dubon where he's not had a real dip. He's been steady around this 715 OPS, and that's the reason why. But Ryan, you want to address that? Kathy's wanting to know why they just don't just kind of put him on the bench and rest him.
Because you want Hassan Kim playing every day as shortstop was be the alternative. So, I'm not trying to be a jerk with that, but like Ken said, the reason why is because Doobie's been a solid offensive piece for us. He's been our best hitter with runners in scoring position. You don't want that out of the lineup. You want that in the middle part of your lineup every single day if you can. Not saying he won't get some rest. Of course, he will get some rest, but I don't need him sitting a week on the bench. I need Dubon playing somewhere at some point every single day as long as he's healthy and able to go out there. Now, does that mean I don't want him to get a few days off a month? No, of course not. He needs to get his rest, but he needs to be out there probably 25 to 27 games out of a 30-game month.
Yeah, I agree. She come back and said, yeah, Doobie needs to be in the role. We got in DFA Kim. Dave writes, Kim has a sub 650 OPS in the minor leagues in his 20 games. Smart team with DFA, and it's going to ruin chemistry. I'm telling you, I don't know which would be more upsetting than the people at the stadium. Now, look, people at the stadium, all of us have been there. They're not into this, what we're doing, as much as everybody else. They're at their jobs right now. They get home. You're going to tell them they got Brett Suter. They're going to say, okay, good. Is that good or not good? They don't even know who he is. And the fact of the matter is, they're going to be upset when Jim Jarvis is gone. They're going to be 100% more upset because they've seen Hassan Kim play. And all they know is like there's a thing about the pitchers. We got in an argument with one of our buddies on his name was talking about, I think it was Dawson I was talking to, that you can do all these analytic numbers about this. It was who it was that got in touch about the FIP numbers with Hernandez too. You can give all those numbers. The guys at the stadium, They don't care. They don't care. All they know is like it's like when everybody told that Owen Murphy was the next great phenom. He come up and pitched, and everybody was like, he don't throw it no harder than Elder, and he doesn't look no better than. I mean, that's what they judge it on, and they're going to be upset. This is not to kill Owen Murphy or any of those guys, whatever. I'm just saying, the guys at the stadium, there are guys in our section that wear the 74 jersey already, Ryan. They wear the Jarvis jersey. Braves country is not going to handle Hassan Kim coming back. I just eat the money.
No,
I just eat the money.
yeah, you got to eat the money. So, Kathy, the reason why Bo said that he's going to move back to shortstop is because you got Ronald healthy in right field. He's going to be playing every day pretty much. Mike's in center. He's playing center field every day. You got Lane Tom. Okay, there, Andrew.
What?
We're hearing you.
Sorry.
You got Lane Thomas out there in left field and Yaz in left field that they're platooning now. So that really just leaves shortstop open for Dubon, and you don't want Dubon to be out of the lineup anymore. So that's why you would move Dubon back to shortstop. But does that mean Dubon would be there the entire time? No, he would be floating for days for Ronald. He'd be floating for days for Mike to have a day or Ozzy. So no, but that's another reason why I want the dude DFA'd. I want Jarvis to stay up here. So you can have that flexibility to roll out a good shortstop, and you don't have to worry about Ha-Seong Kim going out there and being a shitter. I mean, he's 650 OPS in minor league baseball. Is not very good. That's not going to translate to the big leagues.
I want Kim DFA too. Mark Feinstein just reposted this. Rangers pitcher Jacob deGrom on reports of him declining his no trade clause. I want to be here. I believe in this group. Obviously, the last road trip did not go well, but I believe we can win. I'm signed here to help the team win a World Series. He also declined to go further into specifics on what the Rangers came to him with. So, yep, they tried. They looked on a deal. So I don't care what else his reporting is. He said he continually emphasized, I want to stay here, and that's why he asked for a no trade clause. So I guess the reports that I got in the text that it was the Phillies that he turned down, we're going to probably think that's probably accurate. He just doesn't want to throw the Phillies under the bus. That's being a professional. But Jacob deGrom is staying in Texas. He's going to be a Ranger, and he thinks they can win a World Series. Jacob, I love you. I don't think that team can win a World Series. What do you think about Jacob deGrom basically just taking himself off the trade deadline, Ryan?
I mean, that's Jake's decision, right? Like, look, you went there, you signed, you got your no trade clause, you pitched well enough to get that deal. It's your right as a player to say, hey, I'm comfortable in Texas. I don't want to leave Texas. I think eventually I can win a World Series with that group. 100% understandable. As for a Texas Ranger fan, that's got to be really encouraging for them, but it sucks for the rest of us because, boy, could we use a Jacob deGrom right now.
I agree. Randy G, we're going to do this. What do you got, Andrew?
Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor are going to Chicago Cubs.
It's really good for them.
Great. I told you the Cubs are going to make the playoffs. Cubs have going to make the playoffs. So who's reporting that there, Andrew?
Heyman.
John Heyman.
Yeah, he's gone then. All right, so Holmes and Taylor. Taylor does nothing for me for the Cubs. I guess they just want to bat off the bench.
Got some speed.
And probably take Suzuki off the field at certain stats, let him DH or something like that. So Holmes and Taylor to the Cubs, and the Mets for Rojas. Rojas is going back to the. So we've been talking about the Cubs a lot. They're having a good trade deadline. They're definitely having the best probably trade deadline. Better than this right here probably finishes it. They may pass the Brewers, Ryan. What do you think? And the best deadline in the National League Central.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. They've added a lot of arms. Clay Holmes probably right now, their number 2, number 3, probably their number 2 starter if they're rolling into a playoff series. They're doing what they need to be competitive, and somehow they had enough of them in the farm system to go get some guys. So good for the Cubs. They're doing a really good job, and it just kind of makes you wonder, Alex, what the hell are you doing, honey?
Yeah, so we can take Clay Holmes off the docket. That leaves us with Casey Mize, Trevor Rogers, and Reed Detmers are literally the 3 pitchers that are left out there. And the only team who has not went and got a number 2 starter in their eyes are the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres probably. They might be back in it because I always tell them because AJ Preller, like I said, he's a $10 in his pocket gambler. He's going to play the slot machine, and maybe the Diamondbacks. The teams are fleeting. Maybe we'll get a 559 deal. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hey, Randy wants us to do this. I agree with Randy. We do this all the time, Randy, and I hope you watch us. He said he wants to give a hats off salute to Martin Perez. That performance on Saturday night, that was awesome. If you watch Hardcore Braves, we love Martin Perez, and Martin Perez may be the secret MVP of this roster. He has held this starting rotation together almost by himself. Ryan, you want to give Martin Perez some love? Randy would like to know how we think about Martin.
He's the unsung hero of the Atlanta Braves this year. I mean, my goodness, I don't know where this team is without him in the starting rotation. And it wasn't just the one time. It wasn't just the 1 7-inning start, right? There's been multiple times where he's gone 5, 6 innings, to 0 to 2 runs and giving this team a chance to win. He's been a phenomenal addition to this club. I know everybody made fun of Alex Anthopoulos for this addition in the offseason, but he's really provided some much-needed innings, and he's been a really good starting pitcher for us. And right now, if you're sitting looking at it, as of right now, that might be your number 2 starter rolling into October again.
Yeah, Andrew, you want to give, real quick, Jefferson Rojas is the number 2 prospect of the Chicago Cubs. So they gave up a lot to get Clay Holmes. And I'm with Ryan. That's probably because he's going to be penciled in as their number 2 playoff starter. But real quick, Martin Perez, Andrew, what do you think about Martin this year?
He has been amazing for us. I mean, who could have thought that when we got him in a minor league deal this offseason? Where would we be without him? He has won so many games for us, especially on Saturday, the way he pitched 45 minutes. I mean, he was asleep, like you said. He was asleep 45 minutes before the game started. How about that? And I don't know where we'd be without Martin.
No, I don't either. He's been a godsend. Like I said, he secretly could be the MVP of this team because without him, I don't know where we would have been. Somebody on Twitter posted, I think it was Steven from Hammer and them. You could almost make the Cubs the trade deadline winner right now, Ryan. I mean, they've crushed it, and they are tough. If I'm the Brewers, I'm worried about the Cubs chasing me down. I kind of like them fighting it out. That might help us get the number 2 seed. What about you think?
No doubt about it. They've done a great job. They've won the deadline by far so far. I would think between them and the Rays, they've done the best job of bolstering their team. They've done a phenomenal job. I don't have anything else more to say. They're pushing their chips in. I mean, your number 2 overall prospect going for Clay Holmes because you're pushing your chips in. Hats off to you on that. I wish a certain GM would do that for us.
Real quick, that dude's right. I was wondering where he was ranked. Hold on a minute. He's 63rd in the baseball. That's really good. I mean, he's
wow.
And what that probably means is some of y'all hadn't been on the show for this. We all think Francisco Lindor may get traded eventually.
It's been a new trade.
Huh?
It's been a new trade.
Yeah. So I'll let them talk about the trade a little bit. But that's interesting that Rojas, that's a really good get for the Mets, and that can now get out of Lindor. So what do you got for the trade?
It is the
go ahead.
Tampa Bay Rays are getting right-handed reliever Tyler Wells from the Baltimore Orioles. So the Rays continue to add.
There you go, Kathy G. The Orioles have sold Tyler Wells. Rays have now got him a pitcher, a catcher, and a relief pitcher. Kind of their own style. So Tyler Wells goes. What do you think about Tyler Wells going to the Tampa Bay Rays? Another interdivision swap. Just saying, Foster Griffin's out there last second. What do you think about Tyler Wells going to the Tampa Bay Rays?
It's a great move for the Tampa Bay Rays. They've seen the Red Sox bolster up with some offense, and now you're starting to see the Tampa Bay kind of counter that with some really good pitching pieces. Peralta, we'll see how he goes, like we said earlier in the show. But Tyler Wells has been good for the Baltimore Orioles this year. He pitched well against us a couple weeks ago, so we shall see. But Tampa has quietly also had a pretty good deadline.
They really have. Kathy G says she's getting nervous. I think all Braves country's getting nervous with an hour and 9 minutes. But the fact that the Orioles are awake and trading, we can hope for Trevor Rogers. I mean, I think Trevor Rogers seems to be the guy that needs to go. I like what Car Junkie just said in the chat. Maybe Martin needs to sleep till there's 45 minutes left before every game. Hey, if it gives him 6 2/3 no-hit innings, I'm all for it, Ryan.
100%. I have no problem with that.
Kathy says the O's selling off just like last year, and fans are going to lose it. I really hope Rogers to Atlanta. I do too, Kathy. I mean, if the O's are going to sell again, Padres, Diamondbacks, and Braves. What'd you say, Andrew?
We have just traded Joey Bart to the Chicago White Sox.
Which we called.
Oh, we called it.
Yeah, we
called
did.
it.
Joey Bart. We on our trade deadline podcast, not the last one, the one before, we said 100% Joey Bart was going to get traded. I tell you what, I like Joey Bart going to the White Sox, and I tell you what, Yankees are going to be in scramble mode. That just seems like Tyler Stevenson has to go to the Yankees. Real quick, Joey Bart going to the White Sox. That means Sean Murphy's coming back, guys. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, Sean's coming back probably tomorrow, right? Because you don't have a backup catcher,
Yeah,
so
he's
Sean's
back.
going to be coming back. Man, God, hey, get on the starting pitcher, man. Holy crap, that's all we're missing. But good for the Chicago White Sox getting a catcher. I know that since Kyle Teel is going to be out for a while, they needed some catching depth. I thought they were going to land Stevenson for sure, but the Yankees, that's one less trade partner for them, so maybe that lessens the blow to get Stevenson or Francisco Alvarez, because those are kind of the last two on the board right now.
404 wants to why explain this. Sean Murphy's coming back. Here comes Sean Murphy, and that's good. That means Sean's healthy. Because remember, Andrew, real quick on Sean Murphy, he said he wouldn't come back up until he felt like his swing was down. He felt like he rushed every time before, and he would not come in. Now, he has hit in minor leagues. Now, Sean has hit. Are you excited about Sean Murphy coming back and what he can add to the ball club?
You know I'm excited about Sean Murphy because I know this means he's going to be catching behind the plate. And everybody knows who I've talked to knows I love Sean Murphy when he's behind the plate. Sometimes the bat's iffy. We cannot take Drake out of the lineup. But man, oh man, I am excited for Sean Murphy's defense, his game calling, and his throwing runners out ability to be back with our pitching staff. And we did call this move. I was waiting for this to happen.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you think about Sean coming back? I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope he's healthy, right? I hope his hip's healthy. I hope his wrist is healthy. I hope that he doesn't have to worry about, favoring anything when he comes back. He can just go out there and play baseball. That's what I want Sean Murphy to do. Go out there and call a good game. If you give us a 750 OPS, that's fantastic. But go out there and call a good game and keep teaching Drake how to call a good game, because I think that's the one thing that we've kind of noticed this year with Drake Ken is his catching skills are not up to par with Sean Murphy. I think that's the one area that he's really lacking. There's been noticeable pass balls. There's been noticeable missed blocks. There's been noticeable, kind of goofy calls or pitch selections, if you will. So he still has a good bit to learn from Sean, and Sean coming up is only going to help the pitching staff and hopefully the offense as well.
One of the places Sean can help is he's great at ABS. Great. And if you ever notice Drake has a lot of moments where he wants to challenge, doesn't challenge, or whatever. So he'll help with Drake. The pitcher that we get back is Duncan Davitt, right-handed pitcher from the White Sox. Brody, I'm with you. We got to go research. I'm sure it's just look. Joey Bart's not going to bring you a bunch back, but just think about what we got for Joey Bart. We gave nothing up for Joey Bart. So here's Duncan Davitt. This is what he looks in. So tell us what we're looking at, Ryan.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot. His fastball velocity is averaging around 93 miles an hour. He's got a slider. So he's a breaking ball pitcher, mainly slider. Sweepers, about 50%. He throws his four-seamer. He's got a changeup and sinker. So he's a breaking ball specialist. And you know how AA loves a pitcher with an elite breaking ball, and that's what he has. He's their number 30th prospect. He is 26 years old. I mean, to get a reliever that you might be able to stash in the minor leagues is depth that has one elite pitch that you can really take off with. So I don't hate it. It's Joey Bart. You're getting something back for him. And the best thing is we didn't have to DFA him, Ken.
Yeah, we brought that up on hardcore. There's no way we can DFA, and almost you almost knew that Murphy had to be back on August 4th because you could not DFA Bart. You had to get something for him. So look, welcome to Atlanta, Duncan, and I'm excited that you're getting a chance to come to a great organization, and maybe our pitching gurus can work with his stuff and make him something. But look, you have depth in the minor leagues. That's always going to help you. So Joey Bart is. Brody says 6.22 ERA in AAA this year, 359 innings. Yeah, I'm sure Brody. He's whatever, but you got to get a body. Somebody's got to go throw it, Gwinnett, and so he'll do the trick. So Duncan is coming to Gwinnett's where he's coming. He's not going to Atlanta. He's going to Gwinnett. So Sean Murphy's back. I'm excited about Sean coming back. So back to what we're talking about. Do the Cubs pass the Brewers? Are the Cubs, Brewers, Andrew? I know Ryan was speaking on it. He already spoke. Is there a chance that's going to help us getting into the number 2 spot in the division now?
I think it very much could. Um, the Cubs have. I love the Cubs. The way they're put together. I love that offense. That offense is better than the uh, Brewers,
Brewers.
and then but the starting pitching is now getting a little bit closer. But I do think. I mean, and then I'd still take the Brewers bullpen. But the Cubs have been on an insane hot streak for the last ever since they left Atlanta. So, it's a move that, or it's something that I think could intrigue the Braves a lot, and we still play both teams, so
Yeah.
we could have a lot to say in that.
Yeah, that's the one good thing to remember is that we're going to control our own destiny. But as far as we get the Dodgers for 3, we get the Brewers and the Cubs again. Mark Feinstein just put something out. That means the Yankees are really sniffing around. Despite the healthy returns for Adley Rutschman and Liam Hicks, the sources are saying the Twins, they must have called Twins, Ryan Jeffers is not going anywhere. That's somebody we heard that might go somewhere. We don't really know what the Twins are doing. No, we can't. You could ask us, and we could ask them. I don't think they know what they're doing. But Ryan Jeffers looks like he's going to stay there. But then Rosenthal comes right behind and says the Yankees maybe have decided to go somewhere else. Heliot Ramos may be going from the Giants to the Yankees. I'm going to tell you something. That's a good get by the Yankees, Ryan. If Heliot Ramos goes there, that would be a good player. They get Garcia and Ramos. That's going to help their offense by getting both of those. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a good ad. I don't think it's gonna be, and I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy on it or anything, but Heliot Ramos, I just never have been a fan of. I know he hits the ball hard, but he also chases a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. He's not the best defensively either, but and he's only got 9 homers. I know he plays in San Francisco, so playing in the American League East, he's probably going to run into more homers. But I don't know. He just doesn't get on base enough. He does have some slug, but he hasn't slugged this year. So I think those numbers will tick up in New York. It's not a terrible get by any means. It'll help their offense for sure, but how much that'll help, I'm not sure.
Yeah, what do you think about Ramos maybe going to the Yankees? That's not official, but they're working on acquiring bats. So, Andrew, what do you think about Ramos maybe going to the Yankees?
Well, the Yankees needed more bats, and now they've got a lefty, but now they got a righty. Maybe telling anything on Judge if what they see from him when he comes back, or does Stanton even return for the rest of the year? That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I think the biggest question is they don't know when Cody Bellinger's coming back. That's the one they're really worried about too. So they've got a lot of stuff going on in the front office for them for sure. So we'll see. So our way. Here we go. We got to ask the question: are the Braves going to add a number 2 starter in the next 1 hour and 4 minutes? Because they can feed in to about 6:05. What do you say, Ron?
As much as we need it, Ken, I told you today, I don't think we get it done. I don't know why. I don't know why AA's being like this. I don't know why he's not going to get a number 2 starting pitcher. He's being a jackbutt about it, but I don't think he does. And I think his rear end's going to be on the hot seat come October if the Braves get first rounded. And he deserves every bit of it. He deserves every bit of hate he's going to get today after he doesn't get a starting pitcher. And I hope he hears every word, to be honest with you, because it's a terrible job.
All right. So, what do you think? We're gonna get a starting pitcher?
I'm I'm holding on to some little bit of hope. I'm not sure. It's gonna feel like a real punch to the gut if he doesn't give us a starting pitcher, and not only a gut punch to us fans. I think it's gonna be a gut punch to the team. After sweeping the Nationals at home on a 5-game winning streak, and you don't go help this team, that is going to feel like a gut-wrenching punch to the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know. We're down to the hour point. He did mention on 680 he might build it with bullpen help. Nothing against Duncan Davitt. I don't think Duncan Davitt's going to do anything for us. Brett Suter, to me, is not a big-time postseason pitcher. I do like Tyler Mahle as get us through the season, but who knows what he's going to do. I will just say this: if we don't get one, we all got to get on our knees and pray that we've never seen the quickest recovery in the world to Spencer Swellenbach. That's what we'll need. We'll need Spencer Swellenbach to have this miracle recovery. And if we're counting on that, I'm going to be disappointed. So we'll see. It's interesting. So back to the teams who have not done anything. Oh, you got Andrew.
I don't know if this guy, but I'm seeing from a Boston reporter, the Red Sox have a deal with Atlanta, and I don't know who this is, Tyler Ubestein is going to the Braves, and it's rumored that Eli White's going with them or going to Boston.
I can buy that.
I could buy that. I don't know the guy. I saw the same thing when I was scrolling. I didn't mention.
I don't know.
I don't like to. You sent me one yesterday on the Pirates, and I told you I had heard nothing about. I never heard that guy, and I never heard. So I don't like to put it, but he's right. I will say this here: we can address the elephant in the room. Lane Thomas is coming. Somebody's got to go in the outfield. If we call this Ryan, we've hit a homer with Joey Bart getting traded. Eli White makes sense to get traded, and I love Eli White, and there's going to be a lot of people upset about it. But I don't know where he plays for us. Do you, Ron?
He doesn't have a spot, right? I mean, look, you're looking around on the bench. You're going to have HSK. You got Jorge Mateo. You'd have Dom Smith. Sean Murphy's going to be on the bench. You got Dubon, who's going to be floating around, so he's going to be kind of your fourth outfielder. God, I hope they find somebody to take Ha-Seong Kim so Jim Jarvis can be the shortstop. But Eli doesn't really have a spot here at this point. Lane Thomas kind of did that, came in and took it from him. So, yeah, look, and if you get anything back for Eli White, that's good. I mean, you're not going to get a ton back, but just to get something back for him and you don't have to just DFA him and punt him, that's a good thing.
I agree. It's almost, if they make this deal, if this is a deal, Andrew, it would make total sense because, like we did with Joey Bart, you got to get something back. So,
Yeah.
Eli White probably is definitely in play here. I would say he's probably in play here at the last hour, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I hate it for Eli if this comes to be true, but with Lane Thomas here, it's what's got to happen, and it's a start to the without having to just lose him tomorrow. Potentially, it's good that we got something back for him.
Yeah. So we'll see if that's true. We'll find out.
Yes, Chris Calito just confirmed it. The Red Sox have a deal with Atlanta for Tyler Uberstein, and that's going back to Atlanta, and Eli White's going to them. He's normally pretty accurate.
Okay, so there you go. So good for Eli. Maybe he'll get to play a little bit more up there. So a couple things in the chat I want to address real quick. Kathy Gold says, this is a good one. Brady Penn has to be frustrated for the Braves seeing the Cubs add 3 impact starters while Atlanta's still searching for one. Probably true. And guess who's on here now? First time she spoke, she might have been watching the whole time. Alicia's on here, guys. She says she loves Eli. He's my Clemson connection. Now that Strider's out again. Ha ha. But yeah, where does he play? So if y'all want to say hi to Alicia, she's one of our biggest fans, Rhino.
Welcome aboard,
Hey.
Alicia.
So yes, welcome here. Brody says, "Well, I do believe I'm worried. I might be right with what I said about AA not wanting to waste products on this year after the Scooble deal. Hey, look, if he doesn't do a deal, it's 100% AA doubling down on the prospects he's seen. Now we know him and Brian went around the prospects for 2 weeks and watched these minor league systems. Andrew, would you be less mad if Alex is saying, no, 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 I got all these young kids. We cannot give any of them up. Would you be less mad if he's saying that, and would you buy it? Would you say, oh, yeah, okay, you're right, AA. We got way too good players in the minor leagues, Andrew?
No, because we're in a win now mode with our core, and we are the third best team in baseball, and we're trying to win a championship around here.
Right? What do you think? What do you think if he come on 680 and fans say, no, listen, I went and watched these prospects. I got 15 major leaguers down there. Guys, don't worry about it. We're good.
I tell him you're an absolute effing fool if you believe that you got 15 major leaguers that are going to be impact players down there, and I'd hang up the phone call on the radio immediately.
Mark Bowman said keeping Kim doesn't seem like a wise decision. He should just stop there. Mark,
That's a good point.
explained it. Yeah, he does, but he explains it. But you can't compound a bad decision by having Jarvis sit. That is true. The kid needs to play every day. I get that. But the first part, why are we keeping Ha-Seong Kim? Yeah, Mark Feinstein, official, Eli White to the Red Sox for Tyler Uberstein. Do we know anything about Tyler? I don't know anything about Tyler. Do you know anything about Tyler?
I just looked him up. He has pitched in one game for the Boston Red Sox this year. He's 0-1 with a 3.38 ERA in 2.2 innings with 2 strikeouts and a whip of 1.50.
All right, what are we looking at here, Ryan?
Again, heavy breaking ball. So he's sweeper, sinker, cutter. So he is a Jeremy Hefner absolute special right here. He does have, if you can see it, he gets a lot of chase and a lot of whiff. So those are two things that Alex was looking at right there. I know these are very limited number of sample sizes, but I'm sure that they got more from the minor leagues. I know I saw somewhere that somebody said he was absolutely tearing it up in the minor leagues. And I think he's the Red Sox number 13th prospect. I don't know how accurate that is because the kid's 27 years old and he's about to start collecting Social Security at this point. So I wouldn't rank him as a prospect, but it's not bad. An elite breaking ball. He's got a cutter and sinker, so Hefner can work with that. So it's not bad, and you got something in return for Eli White. So pretty good.
All right, so Kathy asked the question. We'll run it by y'all. Bart and Eli going for Arns could mean a big trade is coming, or am I coping hard? Ryan.
We're all coping hard right now, Kathy. I'm sorry these were moves just to get these guys cleared because they were going to have to be DFA. This has nothing to do with the starter coming, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hate to agree with Ryan. This is just somebody had to take Lane Thomas's spot, and Sean Murphy told them, yeah, I'm good, let's go. I'm good. And I'm sure they told them, look, we got to make a decision here. We're not going to get anything if we just DFA him. And he hung down the whole time. Go ahead, Rhino.
All right, Ken. The Yankees officially got Heliot Ramos from the San Francisco Giants. That has been confirmed by Jeff Passan.
There you go. Yankees have added Garcia and Ramos. They still need a catcher. So we'll see if Tyler Stevenson goes. The Reds have decided to sit this trade deadline out. If you were a Reds fan there, Andrew, how would you be feeling about your ball club today?
I would be texting my girlfriend and her father. Y'all made a very bad decision not to sell some of your pieces that were on expiring contracts. I understand with Singer that has a qualifying offer, but not selling guys as of right now. Stevenson, Sam Maul, Pierce Johnson, and a few other guys that they could have gotten some pretty good returns for. Not sure that was a smart move.
But you, Ryan, I'd be disappointed if I was a Reds fan today.
Yeah, I think them and the Kansas City Royals fans have legitimate gripes today that they're holding on to some guys that they probably shouldn't. It's really sad for them because I think the Reds could have really kind of reloaded if they let some of those guys go and traded maybe. What really killed them, I think, was Spencer Steer. I think that was the one surefire thing that they were going to trade this deadline, and he got hurt, which killed it. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, you could have at least listened out on Ellie De La Cruz. You could have listened on some of your bullpen arms. You could have listened to, a Nick Lodolo, etc. So, it sucks to be a Reds fan right now.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd be disappointed if I was a Kansas City Royals fan right now. I don't. I don't. I mean, I think the White Sox keep getting better and better, and I don't think I'm doing anything to catch them. The Guardians are always going to be the Guardians. The Guardians are always. They still got one of the top 10 players in the baseball, so I'm going to definitely be. I'm going to definitely be upset. Yeah, guys, we're coming up to the pivotal moment now. Look, he said on 680 the fan. Um, AA just said it. I'm going to do it with relievers. But has he really done it with relievers, Ryan? I don't see it.
He
Andrew.
ain't done shit. Can I be 100% honest with you? He ain't done
Yes.
shit. I mean, you got Tyler Malley. That's great. That's an innings eater. That helps Reynaldo Lopez until he gets back. Raylo's not a number one or number two. He's a number four. Well, we got nothing but 4 and 5 starting pitchers right now, and we have Chris Sale. Your bullpen is the exact same situation. You got Brent Suter for Danny Young, basically, is what I'm imagining they're going to do. Danny Young will be the odd man out, I'm imagining. Not saying he will be. It just makes sense to swap one lefty for another in the bullpen. But you've done nothing to really upgrade the team other than Lane Thomas. And if that is your one move, you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
Well, that's you, Andrew. I don't see. He said he was going to build it with a bullpen. I don't think there's anybody we've acquired that's really better than what we already had. What do you think, Andrew?
Um, I'm kind of the same thing with Ryan. If we don't do anything else in the final 45 minutes, I don't know. Kind of at a lost words as there's another trade being reported.
Ryan, real quick, Tyler Uberstein. What are you looking at here? Because he's going to try to sell it on 680 to fan tomorrow.
I mean, look, AAA, he looks really good. 2.91 FIP, a 2.81 ERA. He grades well with an elite sweeper, an elite changeup. He's got an average fastball, so his four seam, sinker, and cutter all grade out as average, slightly below average. But I mean, it's going to be he's going to be really effective against right-handed hitters. He's not going to be and even lefties because he's got the changeup that'll fade away. So it's a good get for Eli White. But again, is it the deal that we needed? Probably not.
I agree. What trade do you have, Andrew?
The Milwaukee Brewers are working to acquire Antonio Sanzatella from the Colorado Rockies from Ken Rosenthal.
I'm telling you what, there's no way you can let Sensatella go to the Brewers. I mean, he would have been a guy that you could have pitched on either side. You could have sold me, add him to the bullpen to beat you in postseason. You could add him as a starter to get you to the end of the year. Ryan, we're big Antonio Sensatella. He pitched great in the World Baseball Classic. Tell us why this should be disappointing to Braves fans.
Yeah, this was part of what I wanted early on and before the trade deadline was getting Senzatella because I felt like he could slot in as a guy that could be a starting pitcher if you needed to. He could be in the bullpen if you needed him to. He could fill multiple roles. It would have been a really good start to the deadline. This is his savant right here. Is it beautiful? No. But is it bad? No. And his statistics this year, I mean, he's got a 3.61 ERA in Colorado. I don't know what his FIP is. He's got a 1.30 WHIP, which is a whole lot lower than his career, like by 0.5. So he's really worked on cutting down his walk. So he's improved that a lot. I would have loved to have this dude in the bullpen at the very least. I mean, my goodness, I don't know what AA is doing, but it sure is not helping the team right now.
Yeah, they're already starting to give their grades on the trade deadline. We'll do that. We'll wait till after it's over with. This is disappointing to me here because you're letting the Brewers, you're letting the Cubs, the Dodgers are the Dodgers. you're running the risk to be the fourth best team in the National League, and I really thought going into the day we were the second best team. Let's see what they did. The Brewers got Dustin May, correct? They got Dustin May. They just got Anthony Sensatella, and they got JoJo Romero. Which would you rather have, Chap? And I'll let Ryan answer it. Do you rather have Anthony Sensatella, Dustin May, JoJo Romero, or Brett Suter, Tala Molly, and all that other junk that he got? We'll go with that Uberstein kid because he's like he's got a decent chance. Uberstein, Suter, and Molly, or would you rather have JoJo Romero, Dustin May, and Anthony Sensatella, Ryan?
Give me the Brewers. My goodness. At least you get a starting pitcher that has some upside, and Dustin May's got legit stuff. JoJo Romero's been a solid left-handed reliever that you feel comfortable adding and letting Danny Young go. And Sensatella is another weapon that you could either add in the rotation or you can add in the bullpen to lengthen that even more. So I really like what the Brewers have done. It's been a very disappointing trade deadline for Alex Anthopoulos up to this point. He has about 40 minutes left to prove me wrong, though.
Andrew, which would you rather have, what the Brewers have done or what the Braves done? Because they're the ones two here looking at each other. What do you like better?
Milwaukee Brewers, 100%.
Yeah, I am too. And if the chat wants to be even more upset, Ken Rosenthal says that the Giants are close to acquiring Marcelo Meyer from the Red Sox for Eric Miller. So Eric Miller may be going from the Giants to the Red Sox. This is the point where Braves Twitter, who bash our front office, go crazy when they see player after player going to these teams. Now, look, getting Marcelo Meyer, that's a pretty heavy sell. I'm not sure I would have done that. I'm not sure I would have done that for Eric Miller, but the Red Sox are going for it. Now, they're just close. They hadn't finalized the deal. But Braves country should be frustrated right now when you start seeing these last second, these players going like this, Ryan.
They have every right to be frustrated. I mean, you've known since the beginning of the year that you needed at least a number two because Strider wasn't Strider and he got hurt. Waldrop got hurt and came back and wasn't right, then got hurt again. Schwellenbach hasn't come in, so you're relying on Raylo and Grant Holmes and Bryce Elder and Martin Perez, who have done serviceable jobs, but they're not going to win you many playoff games, and that's no disrespect to those guys. It's just, I mean, it's kind of been proven in the postseason. Bryce hasn't done well in the postseason. Grant hasn't pitched much in the postseason, but he's kind of crapped the bed in the regular season, so you don't like that going in the postseason. It's very confusing, very upsetting if he doesn't add another starting pitcher, a legit number two. Braves country has every right to go ahead and gripe at AA and howl at the moon for the next X amount of months, especially if we get first round in the playoffs because we didn't add that legit number two behind Chris Sale. They have every right. And Alex, your rear end should be on the hot seat at the end of the offseason if you don't get a number two and we get bounced first round.
What do you think, Andrew? I mean, it says the Pirates running into Atlanta in October, and they get bounced in that first round. And look, we're not giving up on them. We're going to root hard and everything. It's going to really put a bitter taste in Braves fans, isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I can say it better than Ryan. Kind of still at kind of at a loss of words. I feel like we've all, as fans and everything, have been punched in the face. And I'd be worried if we don't add a number two, or if we don't add another starting pitcher of some sort, that we're going to get bounced pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, I'd take a strong arm for the bullpen or something. He said he was going to build the bullpen back, and I just don't know if Tyler Rubenstein and Brett Suter does it. I hope the kid proves me wrong. I hope he comes in here and wipes it out, and he becomes the next Eric. What's that kid's name that closed for us at one time? Klontz? He could be that. Famous Braves stash is finally twittered out. Cubs, Brewers, Yankees, Rays, Phillies, Padres, Boston Mariners all got better today. Braves, we're just happy to be here. Stash, you've probably seen it for a lot of people. So he's finally, there'll be nobody louder on Twitter, Ryan, than Stash. Notorious, he gives AA some burgers to eat, don't he?
Yeah, and deservedly so. This is the trade deadline that Alex Anthopoulos especially again if he comes with that famous line, well, we were in on a lot of guys, we just didn't feel comfortable with the price, so we just kind of didn't make the deal. I'm like, okay, Alex, yep, we'll go ahead and head on out of this presser. We know where this is going. We'll talk to you later.
I tell you what, the Cubs and the Brewers, man, they're getting after it. I like it, so it's fun. Um, so Andrew, let me ask you something. If you had to put the Braves in ranking after this trade deadline, unless the Braves do something, we know the Dodgers are one. Where do we rank now according to the Brewers, Cubs, Phillies, and that's where it stops. I mean, it could be the Pirates. Who else is in the play? Padres, Diamondbacks. Where do we rank in the National League if this trade line ends with our last acquisition being Tyler Huberstein?
Second to last, maybe last.
So you think that the Padres are better than us?
I don't think the Padres are better than us, but I thought the question was more like, where are you ranking the deadline out of the playoff teams?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, so you have us a playoff team. So who's better than us? That's the way to work with.
Oh, okay. Who's better than us?
Us right now?
The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, maybe the Red Sox, the Brewers, and the Cubs.
What about you, Ryan? Who's better than us?
Overall, I think the Brewers and Dodgers are obviously better than us. I don't like the Yankees better than us until they get Judge back. I don't like the Red Sox better than us. I like their pitching better than us. I don't like their bullpen or their offense better than ours personally. Cubs, I've not been big on the Cubs. I do understand they've had a lot of pitching today. I like their 1-2 punch, but is that anything that I'm going to be ridiculously scared of if I got to face them in a 3 or 5 game series? Probably not. Padres aren't better than us, but we don't play them well, so I hope we don't see them in October at all, because I do not need to relive the Padres series at all anymore. So I don't think many teams have passed us, but I don't think that we have done anything to get better. I think the Brewers have clearly passed us after this deadline, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're still number 3, but I ain't gonna lie. We're gonna be the division winner. I still think. I don't think the Phillies have done anything enough to run us down. Jared Carabas thinks the Red Sox are not done. He's probably gonna do one more deal, so we'll see. All right, Chad. Let's start getting some of your feelings on this. Y'all are probably as excited as we are. K-Bus says the Braves will lose in the first round again. Casey Mize will be a Brave. I like the optimism. 36 minutes, let's go. If you're in the clubhouse, are you mad about the moves? I'll answer that. I won't answer like a fan. You probably just don't care if you're in the clubhouse. You're disappointed, but you're going to look at your own teammate and say, I wish they wasn't on the team. That's where the whole Bryce Harper, that's the reason why Manley said what he said. But who you want gone? I tell you what they're disappointed in is Eli White leaving. They probably have a good rapport with Eli. When they'll be disappointed is in October when whatever starts for game 2 and they're getting hammered by the Dodgers or the Brewers. That's when they'll be disappointed. Not as much today. They're trying to play a season today. Do you agree with me, Ryan, that probably today it's not hitting home, but it might in October?
They're professionals, right? They're going to go out there and they're not going to worry about it. But I think in the back of their heads, they're like, damn, we played this well and we didn't get a number 2 starting pitcher. They're not going to say it out loud because that's just disrespectful to the other guys in the clubhouse. So you got to understand that. But they're going to be disappointed. A lot of them who are in the starting lineup are going to be disappointed they didn't get a number 2 starting pitcher. But they're going to continue to play on. And then when it hits them in October, they're going to be really disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same way. Brody writes he's not giving up yet. We're not either. I mean, that's what we've been through too many trade deadlines. Like I said, the Rossio Iglesias was announced at 6:05 as I'm at the press box. So I never seen reporters run so fast downstairs. Finrod says, in hindsight, the Braves were never a serious contender to Scooble. It sounds like you may be just joining Hardcore Braves. We are glad you're here. We appreciate the hope you follow us. We said way early on that we didn't think Scooble was ever chance he come to Atlanta. Atlanta doesn't like to do those kind of deals when a guy they know they can sign. The reason why Casey Mize or Trevor Rogers come into play last minute would be that they may sign an extension. So that's the reason why. But we do appreciate you being here. K-Bus says he's always so afraid to give up prospects. Yeah, it looks that way. Heath answers, I trust our guys. One or two players don't make a winning team. You're correct, Heath. One or two players don't make a winning team. But when you get in the postseason, you better be able to pitch lights out. And what we're saying is we're not sure we have the staff to pitch lights out. But if you're right and Tyler Molly is able to take that ball or Martin Perez and shove it down the dot, we're going to be rooting hard. We're all for it. Tyler Molly, go shove. I'm all for it. So, Heath, we appreciate you. Dave says we're a last place team among contenders. I think he's putting us at 4 behind the Cubs. That's fair. I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out. Brody says if he says some bull like the media train stuff, I'm going to lose it. Get prepared to lose it because that's what he's going to say on 680 The Fan. Randy always says you always go for the championships. We always do. Pitching wins playoff games. Yep, you're right. Finrod said, didn't AA say in an interview a week ago, so back there was really one guy that he wouldn't give up. He didn't name him. I guess his only untouchable was Lucas Braun. That's a pretty good joke by Finrod. The untouchable is Didier Fuentes, but that's a pretty good joke. I guess he meant there's only one guy I'll trade. The rest of them are untouchable, Ryan. That's kind of cool. I like that. That was kind of funny, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's kind of what it's been like this trade deadline, unfortunately. And no, there were some untouchables in the clubhouse too. Eli got traded, Joey Bart got traded, so don't forget about those guys.
He says if this is how the deadline goes for the Braves, no, that's Lee says you're done. He says if we win it all, y'all better not celebrate. Heath, I spend like $30,000 a year to be in a Braves season ticket holder and stuff. I hate to tell you, Heath, I'm going to celebrate.
Oh, I'll be
I don't know how much
celebrating.
money you put into this ball team, but I put a lot of money in the ball team and time. So I put my money where my mouth is. I'm probably one of the most optimistic, pure, realist fans on here. Ryan, you can defend that or tell me I'm wrong, but I put a lot of money into this Atlanta Braves organization, and I will celebrate if they win a championship.
That you do. I think all Braves fans who are Braves fans have the right to celebrate a World Series championship. Doesn't mean you can't be pissed at Alex Anthopoulos for not making the team as best as it possibly can for a World Series run, even if they do win the World Series. It doesn't excuse that. Look at the Dodgers. Dodgers already have the best team in baseball, and they went out there and got Tarek Skubal. So I get it. It's the Dodgers, but, I mean, they even made another move today to get another pitcher, and they're trying to get their team as good as they can to go into October, and I don't feel like Alex did that for the Braves. So you can be upset, but if they win, you can still celebrate, in my opinion.
Tim says, hello, everyone. God bless. God bless you, Tim. We appreciate you. He said they believe they have the best team in the league. I think all of them believe they got the best team in the league. That's how you should approach it, Heath. Alicia says, unlike Bryce Harper, who said he clearly wanted new guys in the clubhouse, we have Matt Olson, who trusts AA. Yeah, two totally different interviews. But Alicia, in Bryce's defense, his GM did throw him under the bus during the off season. So context a little bit. Bryce shouldn't have said it, but either should Dave Dombrowski said it in the off season. So yes, Tim, Eli's gone. He's gone to Boston. What if we get Hancock or Kirby from the Mets? We're going to win a World Series.
I'd be ecstatic if we got one of those guys. I don't see it happening, though.
What do we get for Eli? We got a kid named Tyler Uberstein. His actual stuff looks pretty good as far as his metrics. We'll see how he pitches. Let's see here. Kathy says, imagine the pressure AJ Smith-Shawver is going to be if we don't do anything the next 30 minutes. That's a really good point, Kathy. AJ Smith-Shawver, it got a little tighter for him, didn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting that kid to slide in as your number 2, realistically. I mean, I know he's in AAA building up still, but at some point you're going to expect him to come up and be in the rotation and be a very good starting pitcher, which he will be. I just don't think you can bank on it this year, but that does put added pressure on him, and I think it even puts added pressure on Schwellenbach to get back quicker because he's going to be chomping at the bit and he wants to be a part of this run. But if you get pieces, it makes it easier to hold those guys back and make sure that they're healthy coming up through their rehab instead of doing what we've been doing is rushing guys and then they get hurt again.
Andrew, you want to say anything about that with AJ Smith-Shawver? I think 100% he's going to feel some pressure when he comes up here. What do you think?
He's going to have the entire pressure of the world on him when he comes up here if we do not make a move in the last 28 minutes. I'm going to feel bad for the kid because it's going to feel like his start against the Padres all over again. What do y'all feel about that?
It's gonna be rough. Now look, Jason follows us. Jason Sharver's his dad. He's a great guy. I'll go the other way. He may react well to it because I'll tell you one thing that's been done, and Jason could fight for his own son. They have jerked AJ a lot. They do a lot of this with the pitch. I think they've jerked J.R. Ritchie around, and I feel for J.R. doing that. What do you think about that? Ryan, he may react. What do you think about A.J. Smith-Shawver acting? I'll get in a minute. A.J. Smith-Shawver acting in a good way.
Yeah, look, you can do one of two things. You can let the pressure get to you, or you can say, okay, I'll go out there and shove it and show everybody that I'm the number 2 that this team needs down the line. So it can go either way. It depends on the mindset of the player. But, again, I always would prefer to give the guy the proper time that he needs to get healthy, build back up properly, and then go and pitch as good as he can instead of just rushing guys back.
Well, guess what? The Guardians got stronger. Foster Griffin's going to the Guardians. That's a really, really good trade right there. Get y'all's thoughts real quick. Foster Griffin. Going to make beating the Nationals easier. We don't play them that many more times, but I like that. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, it's a good get for the Guardians. I mean, their pitching rotation just keeps getting stronger. Again, everybody's adding starting pitching besides you, Alex. It's really frustrating right now just seeing it. It's extremely frustrating. I'm happy for Guardians fans. They've done pretty well. They got Joe Adell. They've gotten Foster Griffin. And right now, Alex is just sitting here sending Eli White and Joey Bart to new teams and not doing shit. So very frustrating.
Andrew, Foster Griffin going to the Guardians. That's a really good fit for Foster.
Yeah, it really is. He'll pitch really well in that ballpark, especially as a left-hander there. Great get for the Guardians, and Alex just sitting on his ass. So we don't know
that yet. We don't know that yet. So, I mean, I guarantee Guardian fans were saying, what are we doing? Adele's all we're going to get? Adele's all we're going to get? Like, I'm not saying we're going to make a move, but, guys, these last-minute deals sometimes come in, and good for the Guardians. So he's got 31 minutes to make sure, he gets a deal done. Good for that. A little bit more. Do you think if the team was only up a couple games on the Phillies, would it have made him more aggressive, Ryan?
No, I don't think so because I think you would have seen him try. I think that would have come into play around the All-Star break, right? We were all begging him to go get somebody around the All-Star break, and he just didn't. So I don't know necessarily if that would have pushed him if we were only a couple games up or not. We might have even done less, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. And here's the deal: you already heard the points being pointed out. They look at the playoffs, so they're so far ahead of the Padres that that doesn't really. Even if the Phillies would have kept winning and beat within 2 games, they both would have looked at they're going to make the playoffs. So them catching the birds is all important. Ricky says the prize for our trade deadline is Tyler Mahle and Lane Thomas. Yeah, that's it. Lane Thomas and Tyler Mahle. You're right. Chris Birdsall is here, guys. We love Chris. Chris is a good follower. Pressure's on A.J. Smith-Shawver to be big, just like the playoff start was. Andrew, he agrees with you. This is a huge moment in A.J. Smith-Shawver's career. Hey, look. I did like his demeanor on the mound the other day. I told you that, Ryan. I like the way he looked different on the mound. So, AJ, Jason, we're behind you. Let's go. Get AJ going. We'll be huge AJ Smith-Shawver fans. Ricky asked, who is left realistically? Casey Mize, Trevor Rogers. Realistically. There are 2 rentals. They should be had. They should be gone. Joseph pines in maybe Detmers, maybe. The Angels on a fire sale, and they could be holding out to the last minute to try to see exactly what they can get. Um, Brody, this is what Brody wrote, guys. I know y'all talked about drinking in celebration earlier, but there might be a ton of Braves fans out here drinking in defeat after this. Pretty good line, Brody.
No doubt.
He just said the Twins just got Hoffman. So did Kathy. So Hoffman to the Twins. The Rays have had the Blue Jays have had a very strange trade deadline. So does anybody know what they're getting back? So they're saying that the Hoffman. He's not saying anything. So Hoffman goes to the Twins. How about that, Ryan? What do you think about Hoffman going to the Twins?
That helps the Blue Jays be better. I'm not a
Yeah.
big Jeff Hoffman guy. He's not been good, especially this year or last year. So maybe the Twins think they can fix him, but I don't know, man. I'm not big on that.
How about you, Andrew?
Good get for the Twins. You know, they're pushing for it. I can't fault them for not trying. It shows their fans that they're trying, especially with their new ownership group, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. The Twins are a weird organization. I explained to Ryan many times. Their whole goal is just to get into the playoffs. They don't think anything about winning one. So I'd hate to have that kind of mentality. I'm with you, Ryan. That is an interesting way to look at it. And they've added a few pitchers. How about this one here? Nightingale's one that reported it, so take it with a grain of salt. He said Hoffman broke the news himself to his teammates. Boy, son, why are you hugging me for? I'm out. I just got traded. Ryan, what do you think about having to break your own trade to your own teammate?
Man, he probably got the news and was in the clubhouse. He's like, "All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm start packing my shit. Bye."
What about you, Andrew? Have you ever had a job where you had to tell everybody else you were leaving?
No, and I hope I never will.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to do. So yeah, we're getting down to cases. There's going to be. Randy said, I just remember to take my blood pressure meds. Good for you, Randy. I took mine this morning. We could be bad, but we're good. He left a note. That's pretty good. So, yeah, I don't know, guys. Look, I'm going to be at the ballpark tomorrow night, so I'm going to be there cheering them on like I always am. And I'm going to hope Grant Holmes shoves, and I'm going to see if Grant Holmes can finally get through 6 innings. That's going to be my whole thing. Because, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Deadline. But see, what we're trying to tell you is there are some late deals that come in, so you just don't ever know. Let's go and answer Jesus Cano. Chat, you can answer this. Who would be the rotation? He asked, less than 30 minutes left in the trade deadline. This is a great question by Jesus. If the Braves started tomorrow, the Braves would be what? Rotation the rest of the year. Sale, Elder, Molly, Perez, Holmes. Was that our best guess? That's the 5 going to take the bump? Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, right now, Sale and Perez are probably your 1-2, and then you're going to look at, God, I don't even, Elder 3, and then a combination of Malley and Holmes and 4 is what I would do. But you're going to need another, I mean, you're going to have even J.R. Ritchie or somebody up here just in case shit goes south so they can get in the game and try to get it to the back end. It's just, I'm telling you, man, this is not ideal. I don't know what Alex is doing, man, but even in 21, you still had 2-3 starting pitchers that were going out there in games 1, 2, and 3. But you had Morton, Fried, and Ian Anderson. And then even when Charlie went down, you still had the other 2. So I don't know, man. I'm not comfortable with what Alex is thinking.
No. J.P. Morosi just tweeted something that's kind of interesting, Andrew. Did you see this? Nathan Eovaldi with a full trade clause won't be traded today. Now, we already know DeGrom got approached and turned it down. He won't say the team. Our people are saying it's the Phillies that he turned down. So you think that Nathan Evaldi got approached Andrew and he turned one down too? That could have been us as well. I don't know what Nathan wants to do. What do you think, Andrew?
That could have been us. If Nathan wants to hold out on something, I understand, but interesting. Very interesting.
So Jesus asked a question for the pitchers, and one of his first replies was one from one of our followers: first round exit. That's what the answer he answered was. I'm not really going to go there yet, but I will say that the Pirates would scare me in the first. The Padres would scare me in the first round because we struggle with the Padres. Think about that. We're going to be the 3 seed, and this is going to be our choices: Padres, Pirates, the Diamondbacks. I'd want. Ryan's right. The Diamondback. I tell you what. If we don't do anything else at the trade deadline, as Braves fans become huge Diamondback fans, Ryan.
Yeah, out of those 3 guys, you would want the Diamondbacks, but they're not going to have enough to get by those other 2 teams. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, Andrew, what do you think? Are you a Snakes fan the rest of the way?
Yeah. Barring any surprise, I'm a Snakes fan.
Yeah. Brody said Mize and Rogers are still out there. I think we can get Rogers is the one. Baltimore has trading and selling. Kathy G, where are you at? Why is Rogers still on the Orioles? Like, Rogers should go somewhere. I want it to be here, but why has Rogers not been traded? Chris says, Ken, I've been one of the biggest complainers on here, and I was hoping to be proven wrong. The last in memory during the loss 2020, we had another first-round exit. You know, Chris, you could possibly be right. I don't really like our matchup against the Pirates or Padres right now and what they've added. But I'm not giving up on the team. We can out-hit anybody. I tell you what, if we hit during the postseason, and I don't know, I have to remind y'all this, of 2021, I know. Don't tell me it's lightning in a bottle. I get it. But they're not great hitters. Duvall, Soler, Rosario, Peterson, they're not great hitters. They caught lightning in the bottle with them. So there's nothing to say that Lane Thomas don't hit 500 in the postseason and carry us. There's really not. There's nothing saying that, you know, Austin Riley comes into his own and starts hitting like, I don't know, Austin Riley. So we're not, you know, so Chris, I understand you can be complaining. I told you already, if we didn't get a number 2 starter, you can bark at the moon all you want to. So, no, I don't think this leads to the greatest collapse in Braves history, Lee. Y'all don't either, do you? We're not going to collapse. We're going to win the division, aren't we, Ryan?
Yeah, we're going to win the division. We're going to get in the playoffs. It's just going to be it's going to be like that little gift that you see the guy come in, put his hat on the rack, turn around, pick his hat up, and go right back out the door. That's going to be us in the postseason, I feel like, unfortunately. Not saying nothing against the guys. You don't have the depth in the rotation.
Brody said Lane Thomas, NLCS MVP, Mauricio Devon, World Series MVP. There you go.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Hey, he also then says, watch the D-backs get Casey Mize here at the last second. Corbin Burns comes back healthy after we said we wanted the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. Kathy says he's practically begging for an extension. Maybe they're working on that. That's true, Kathy. And they signed everybody else. I mean, they signed Boz, they signed whatever. So Bradish, maybe he is working on extension. They're laughing at you, by the way, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan's about ready to flip out. He's waiting on 15 minutes so he can really tell Alex what he thinks.
No, I'm going to give it to like 6:15. I'll give it a little bit after the deadline because you know you're going to have some deals kind of float in. But as soon as I see them say there's no more deals, you might see me just exit very quickly off of the stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. Jeff Hoffman finalized the deal. John Klein, Damari Pena, and Dasan Hill, left-handed pitcher. I'm familiar with Dasan Hill. He's a really good pitcher. He's the number 7 prospect for the Twins, and Klein's the number 17 prospect. Holy heck, Twins, you way overpaid for Jeff Hoffman. You have overpaid for Jeff Hoffman. Am I right, Ryan? Oh, my Lord, that's
That's
way
horrible.
That's horrible.
Look. Let's go do our due diligence, Ken, because I don't keep up with Jeff Hoffman. Let me go do our due diligence. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Look at this. I mean, he's been pitching better. Let me pull it up for you guys. Y'all be the our jury here, if you will. Y'all go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell them the prospect package again, Ken.
They got the number 4 and number 17 prospects from the Twins.
I mean, look, he's kind of been nasty, but number 4, number 17, I don't know if I would have done that, but he has been good. He's been better than I thought.
Can you pull up his postseason and down the stretch? Savant, can we do a different Savant? That's the thing that blows me wild. Everybody killed Tyler Mahle. And, yeah, I understand he's been bad, but he's been good lately. So,
I don't know.
I'm never that nervous when Jeff Hoffman comes in the game if I'm the Braves.
AAA team got way better today. Yeah, you're 100% right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go Stripers. He's got his Stripers hat on, guys. So, it's it's crazy. I don't know. The Twins ain't going nowhere anyhow. They may get to the playoffs with this deal. Good for them. That's all they really care about in Minnesota. We'll see. I agree, Kathy. We still believe in this team. They just needed help. Alex failed them unless something happens soon. Yeah, awesome deadline for the Stripers. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Chris. What happened in 2021, Chris, is I don't know about all that other stuff you wrote. What happened in 2021 is our bullpen become lights out. That's what happened. The 3 left-handers couldn't be hit. Smith, Matzik, Mentor could not be hit, especially Matzik. And all of them gave us their arms, and in case of AJ Mentor, his hip, for that world title. And so, it's not to argue with you. The same thing could happen with Fuentes, Iglesias, Suarez, Lee, Dodd. The Braves have the best bullpen in baseball. Guys, you got to keep remembering that. We can't just jump off the ship now. They do still have the best bullpen in baseball. Go ahead, Andrew.
The Diamondbacks have acquired Lars Nootbaar from the St. Louis Cardinals.
I don't think the Diamondbacks know what they're doing.
They should have just stayed pat. I was giving you guys credit for staying in pat, and then you go out and get Nudie Bar. Come on, man.
I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? We just said you need pitching. Pitching. Maybe Lars can pitch. He's Canadian. Maybe he can do 2 things. All right, we know how Ryan feels. Andrew, what do you think about Lars Nootbaar going to the Snakes?
Yippee for the Diamondbacks. You made one move for your fans, just for them to talk about something.
Ryan, I'd be mad if I was an Arizona Diamondback fan. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I really don't know what you guys are trying to do. You don't have a bullpen. Like, if you were going to add anything, add a couple bullpen arms, get a left-handed reliever. Crap, we could have given you Danny Young today. You guys could have gotten Danny Young, but no, you're good. Okay, you want Lars Nootbaar. Good job, fellas. You don't know what the hell y'all are doing out there in Arizona right now.
You want to make Braves fans a little bit more frustrated? Here's the trade package from Mark for Foster Griffin. The Guardians give up Josh Hartle. That's their number 25 prospect. Left-handed pitcher Will Dion. Right-handed pitcher Cadalis Verquez. And outfielder Nick Mitchell. Only one of the 4 of our top 30 prospects in the Cleveland Guardians.
Unbelievable.
Now look, we don't know if the Nationals would have traded with us. Now we do know they almost had a deal with Schwarber, but this is a totally different front office. But I'm surprised that I know he's a rental, but I'm surprised that was a smaller package, really, Ryan, aren't you?
I mean, God, we couldn't have given up fucking Isaiah. Look, I don't know the prospect rankings, but Owen Carey or one Cody Miller and a Owen Murphy. I'm not high on Owen Murphy, if y'all can't tell. You're telling me we couldn't have given up a couple of those guys to get Foster Griffin? That's a better package than that. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Yeah, that's I don't really know. But good for the Nats. They're trying to build their farm system back up, so they're putting a lot of bodies in there. So, no big player. So,
Hang on, chat. I got a live look at Alex Anthopoulos. Are you guys ready? Here we go. There he is. Live look at Alex Anthopoulos. That's right there. That's what
Yeah.
he's doing. There we go. That's what he's doing, chat. He's just sitting on his ass and questioning what his life is right now.
Yeah, he's probably not doing that, but that's so funny though. Finrod asked a good question. This gets asked a lot, even by the beat writers and national writers. Is the entire league blackballing AA? Did he insult somebody's family? I don't think that much, but there is a theory that AA, and it's really from the Chris Sale deal and some other deals where he's made people eat. Even though Kelnick didn't work out, he made the Mariners eat 4 or 5 of our prospects that all had problems, got nothing out of it. So Ryan, to his point, do you think the league doesn't really like to deal bigger names to Alex?
I keep it a buck with you. I don't know if I believe that. I just don't think Alex is giving up the prospects. I mean, even when you look at the Chris Sale trade, Ken, he gave up Vaughn Grissom. Even today, we made a deal with the Red Sox. They're not too. I mean, Breslow's not too pissed off. He got Eli White for, a low level prospect for them. I don't see that AA's getting blackballed. I think it's AA's not willing to part ways with prospects that he should in order to better his team. Like, you're telling me right now we couldn't go give up an Owen Murphy for a Trevor Rogers if the Orioles wouldn't do that? I mean, come on, man. Owen Murphy's expendable, especially with the young kids that you got this year's draft. Come on, man. I just don't believe it. I just don't think he's getting blackballed. I think he's just not wanting to part off these prospects for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy's maybe right. Maybe the Orioles are going to sign Trevor to an extension. I don't know. Jesus Cano with a tweet of the hour. 10 minutes to trade deadline. Alex Anthopoulos will need to make a Kawhi Leonard 2019 playoffs type shot to salvage the starting rotation. Andrew is shaking his head because he's the bigger of the sports fans on here. I actually do remember that shot. That was pure miracle, wasn't it? So,
Yep.
good.
Yeah, it bounced around the rim 4 times, and then it just decided to go in, and it worked, and they won the NBA Finals.
Kathy G tweeted out, remind me, 5 hours ago, remind me next year to take the trade deadline day off, not getting very much work done. And she goes, never mind. Remind me next year to go to a mountain lake where there's no TV, phone, or internet for 24 hours.
That might be the route we take next year if there is baseball.
Yeah. I'll tell you what we'll do next year. We'll do a live stream, and we're all, hey, I'll tell you, we're going to all go to the lake, and we're all just have a celebration with no TV, Kathy G. We'll just hang out and have a good time and cook some hot dogs and stuff because it's crazy. Alicia said that was a beautiful shot. I remember it. That was a great shot by Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, it was.
It took the whole arena up and down. Thought he missed it, thought he made it, thought he missed it, thought he made it. Josh says this sucks. Joseph asked, what would the cost be for Mize? It's a rental. Shouldn't be too much. Same thing as like Ryan said, an Owen Murphy, maybe a Guanipa.
Yeah, it'll cost less than Scooble.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, Card Junkie could be right. Maybe he's trying to unload Kim in these deals, and there people are saying no.
So give up on Kim and DFAM. Like, get off of that. My goodness.
Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting to see. It's interesting. We'll see. I always look forward to the. Somebody just tweeted out the "Thank You Braves Country" banners. Is that going to be what they're going to tweet out at 6 p.m.?
I was getting ready to post that in about 6:30.
Oh yeah,
I've been rolling off a few.
Hey Jake from Lockdown, he had a tweet. We've already said this on this show. We said it in our videos this weekend. Jake's on board with us. The Tigers had no reason to deal Scooble with 48 hours to go. We're with you on that, Jake. That was the dumbest thing I've seen so far this trade deadline. So yeah, it's interesting. They're saying the Diamondbacks needed an at bat. I don't know why. I don't like their pitching staff.
I mean, does Moody Bar really move that needle though for you as a bat? Oh,
a teammate. I mean, clubhouse. Now look, there are mentions that the clubhouse is weird in Arizona. They don't get. Maybe Nuke Bar will help with that. I mean, he's a really good guy. He's one of those gosh shucks, Freddie Freeman kind of guys. Uh, Bo reminds us, guys, there were 5 minutes to land a playoff caliber starter. Iglesias and Duvall were last minute deals. That is very true, Bo. What you got there, Andrew?
Well, the Cincinnati Reds have finally decided to make a move. They are trading Nathaniel Lowe, Pope High School local kid, to the Cleveland Guardians. Good get for Cleveland.
Cleveland's had a good trade deadline, guys. Go ahead, Ryan.
good for Cleveland, man. That's a really good get for them. I'm guessing he's going to be their DH because Manzardo is going to be their first baseman, so it's a good get for them. I would imagine either Adell's going to. I don't think Adell's going to play the outfield. I could be wrong, but I think Adell and Lowe might be your alternating DH there.
They can move them around. Definitely do what they want to. That is a tricky outfield to play for Adell. He can't make jump in the wall catches in Cleveland because he'd have to be Superman. They have a high wall there. But Griffin, Adell, and Lowe to the Guardians. They might have passed the White Sox as far as the best deal in the American League Central run. They may be the one that won the deadline.
As of right now, it's close between them and the White Sox. I still like the White Sox better just because they have a much better offense and they do have they got decent rotation and a decent bullpen. But the Guardians are making it close, man. You got to give them credit. They're going out there and buying what they need.
We got old friend alert just got traded. Victor Vodnik's going from the Rockies to the Marlins. So we get to see Victor Vodnik in Truist Field this week.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Connor Norby and right-handed pitcher Aiden May are going back to the Rockies. So the Marlins, give up Hicks, bring in Vodnik. They're playing that middle ground, which they should do because they're ahead of schedule in Miami. So Victor Vodnik going from Colorado to Miami. You have anything to say about that? We get to see Victor in Truist this week. Dead silence. No Victor Vodnik.
Yeah, no.
It is doing a lot of stuff, but
Yeah,
good
2
for the
minutes
Marlins.
left.
They did something. So I'll tell you this: our fans will know who Victor Vodnik is before they do Tyler Uberstein.
That's for
They seen
sure.
Vic pitch, so he pitched in here. So
Shit, we could have made that deal.
yeah, yeah. The Sensatella deal is still making me mad.
Oh, 100%.
That's the deal. Well, Josh, he said 88 must know something about Strider. We don't know. Hoping, wishing, praying. He cleaned his locker out, so it sounds like he's done. He should go on the 60-day IL. Probably Hurston goes on the 60. They got to make room for these 40 men they picking up. So they got a couple of guys. Is Hackenberg one of them? They got two guys. They're in the minor league.
Burkhalter.
Burkhalter, that's the one. They've got to do something here. They're going to lose them anyhow. So we'll see.
Man.
What a disappointment, chat.
Yeah.
What a disappointment. My goodness.
Yeah, it's can't lie to you. They got 6 minutes to announce, and I'm disappointed with you. I am excited about Lane Thomas. I'll be excited to watch him play tomorrow. But the offense did get a little bit better. But he said about, and look, again, the bullpen got better because Molly can go longer in games. That's 100% than Reynaldo. That guy, but I just don't know if they did enough to make the bullpen better. Like, I don't see.
Time's up.
Yeah. So they're waiting on the faxes. We'll see what happens here. We'll give it 5 minutes. Jesus tweets out, sorry, we're closed. Braves cold take says, sources confirm I'll be sending my foot up AA's ass at 6:01. Deal is pending on if he grows his nutsack.
Oh, boy. And there's the killer. Casey
What?
Mize traded to the San Diego Padres.
Wow, man. Wow.
That's the way we're finishing the day, it looks like. Casey Mize, we thought Casey was going to go. It's interesting to see what this package is.
Wow.
The Padres, that's hurt. Ray and Mize to the Padres. Ray and Mize. That means their rotation is going to be Michael King, Casey Mize, Robbie Ray in the postseason.
Who reported that?
John Hayden.
John Heyman and Ken Rosenthal.
That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Alex Anthopoulos, if we get first rounded, you need to be absolutely fired. I'm not even gonna. You need to get fired. This is crazy. You have a team that's this good, and you don't go out there and add one starting pitcher. That's malpractice, brother.
Alicia, you're right. It hurts. Kirby Yates is going to the Pirates.
And then the Pirates are also acquiring Lake Bakar from the Marlins.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, the Marlins in there were flipping Bakar for Vodnik's what they were doing. That makes sense. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a kick to the old groin there, a little bit. No lie to you. Bo's making me laugh. So we got Pirates. I like the Pirates. I like what they did. I'm kind of scared, a little scared. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm scared about that first round exit, Ryan. What about you?
It's a very strong possibility. It's a very strong possibility that we're going to get first rounded.
Yeah. Yeah, Mize and Robbie Ray to the Padres. Everything that I was surprised the Pirates didn't pick up a bat, but maybe they have here at the last second. But my God, friend Jeb Max got a good tweet out. I won't read it.
Orioles keeping Trevor Rogers.
There you go.
Well,
right,
that
guys.
Officially closes the chat. We're not getting a starting pitcher, so.
Nope.
Hey, you're fired.
Yeah. Yeah.
What an absolute letdown, chat. What an absolute letdown.
Yeah, it's a letdown. The only way we look at it. We'll try to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps tomorrow and try to win the division. But I tell you what, we're going to have somebody come, and that somebody probably going to be A.J. Smith-Shawver. A.J. Smith-Shawver is going to have to show up probably and pitch, and hopefully do well. Tyler Mahle, everybody's become big Tyler Mahle fans. We need you to pitch like you did the last 5 games in San Francisco. Lane Thomas, we need you to become the next Adam Duvall. Every time somebody's on base, you knock them in. And Suter, don't hurt yourself. Just get in the bullpen. We'll need you to pitch some long relieving. But yeah. All right, guys, in the chat real quick. How do you feel? Tell us. We'll let everybody know. We do appreciate everybody jumping on here. We actually even hit 100 one time at 100 there, Ryan. And so most of y'all stayed the whole time. We appreciate it. We will do we'll do some more kind of stuff like this. Gut punch. He will be fired. Alicia says, "Don't be done. These guys deserve our support. Not AA, but the ones who are working day and day. 100%. I mean, my son played with Matt Olson, so I'm not giving up on the season. I can be mad at AA and root for the Braves. I know the one guy kind of got up in us didn't want us to celebrate. He don't know me. I know him. I'm going to root for him. I'm going to hope to God Bryce Elder has the best last 3 months of his life. He's never pitched like he's ever pitched. Martin Perez reaches back, and he's a young Martin Perez, and he throws shutout innings for 6 innings. I am going to be huge fans. One big thing is Robert Suarez needs to come back healthy. That's the one big thing that has to happen. I mean, he's got to happen. Kathy says absolutely inexcusable. Mike, you're right. He's pissed, honestly, but he will always support his team. Yep, sad, man. Man, this sucks. You guys crushed it, though. Appreciate it, Terrence.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we really do appreciate it. Thank y'all. Yeah. So anything else coming in late, last minute there,
Nah, I think
Andrew?
it's done. I think it's
Yeah.
done.
What?
Anything last minute coming in?
Also going to San Diego is Gage Workman
Okay.
for Cash Mayfield and Jackson Wolf.
Okay. Yeah. Good for AJ Preller. He made the Padres better today. Yeah, I just seen that come across. So I don't know much about the Cash Mayfield or Jackson Wolf to know whether, but it's a rental. So, we'll see. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. We appreciate y'all. Looks like it's done. And we thank you for following along. And we'll see you down the road. Remember, Wiley Ballard's coming on with us. The Hip Coil is coming out, series preview. It'll be out. And we got the Miami Marlins coming to town. Grant Holmes taking it. It's CJ announced it might be Gusto, so maybe Gusto goes for the Marlins. So, all right, Braves, we got to go now. That's it. Trade deadline's over. We got to go with what we got. And y'all got any final thoughts before we get out of here, Ryan?
Horrible deadline. Hey, if we get first rounded, your ass needs to be fired. I'm not even defending you anymore. Like, this is a horrible deadline, and you absolutely failed this organization.
F.
Oh, we done that, huh? Okay, well, I'm okay with it. So, all right, guys, we're getting out of here. We appreciate you. We're closing it down, and thank y'all. We couldn't done it without you. Give us the energy to get through 4 hours, so we enjoyed it. We're out of here. Love you, Braves country. Peace.
Wow.